This man's name is Han Shaofeng. He just graduated, with no background, no resources, and no family business to inherit. Logically, he should be busy finding a job to support himself, but he chooses to take an unconventional path. While others were busy with job interviews, he spent his days studying various contracts, from rent to commercial leases to company equity, taking them very seriously. At first, everyone thought he was just messing around, but after a few days things started to go wrong. He became the owner of the villas he had been in contact with. He became the largest shareholder in the company contracts he had reviewed. All of this was because he was bound to an outrageous system, the 10,000 times amplification system, which could upgrade anything he touched. Just then, there was a rapid knocking at the door. "Kid, open the door, I know you're in there." Han Shaofeng knew who it was as soon as he heard it. He went over and opened the door. Huang Gang stood outside, along with two burly henchmen, looking menacing. "It's Brother Gang," he said calmly. Huang Gang was a sub-landlord who made a profit by subletting rooms. But now, all the apartments in this unit belonged to Han Shaofeng, so he naturally no longer paid any attention to him. Huang Gang, however, smiled and said, "Han Shaofeng, shouldn't you pay your rent?" Han Shaofeng replied nonchalantly, "What can I do if I don't have the money?" Upon hearing this, the two henchmen immediately flew into a rage, rolling up their sleeves as if to attack. Huang Gang, however, stopped them, saying amiably, "We're all after money, there's no need for violence." But Han Shaofeng saw through the calculation in his eyes. Sure enough, Huang Gang changed the subject. "I have a younger sister who doesn't have a boyfriend yet. If you're willing to be my brother-in-law, I'll waive the rent, and I'll even give you a big gift when we get married." Han Shaofeng laughed immediately after hearing this. He was supposed to ignore the school beauty, Deng Lingxue, and choose Huang Gang's 200-pound sister. Without even thinking, he refused outright. "Sorry, I won't agree." Huang Gang's face instantly darkened. "Think carefully about the consequences of offending us," his two henchmen added. "Either agree, or don't blame us for being impolite." Han Shaofeng spoke calmly. "Do you know who I am? If you touch me, the consequences will be severe." This startled the three men, who then burst into laughter. "You! Aren't you just someone who owes rent?" Huang Gang even poked his shoulder. Just then, a commotion arose outside the door, and a group of security guards rushed in, wielding stun guns. The leader looked at Han Shaofeng and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Han Shaofeng?" Huang Gang and his two companions were stunned, thinking he had committed a crime, and some even gloated. But the next second, the security guard's words completely dumbfounded them. "Mr. Han, we are here to deliver your property certificate." Soon, a large box was carried in, filled with property deeds for the entire building. Han Shaofeng quickly glanced through them, confirmed they were all correct, and his last trace of doubt vanished. He said calmly, "Since these houses are all mine, why should I need to pay rent for living in my own place?" Huang Gang and his two companions were completely stunned, their faces instantly turning incredibly ugly. The arrogant men from just moments before were now speechless. Han Shaofeng continued, "You altered my house without permission. How are you going to settle this score?" The moment the words left his mouth, the security guards surrounded Huang Gang and his two companions. "Dare to touch Mr. Han's house? You're asking for death." Without another word, the group attacked, beating the three men until they were begging for mercy, their arrogance completely gone. They then realized that they had just provoked the true owner of the entire building. Han Shaofeng didn't bother to look at them anymore, and casually said, "You'd better restore things to their original state as soon as possible, or you'll face the consequences." After saying that, he turned and left, with the security guards respectfully seeing him off. To everyone else, he was already a reclusive tycoon, yet he still had to go to work, as if he were simply experiencing life. But Han Shaofeng had no time to think about any of that. Today was his first day working at Hanyang Group. In the past, he might have been nervous, but now he just smiled casually. "Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well go take a look." Han Shaofeng doesn't have a car yet, but that doesn't stop him from going out. He took a taxi directly to Hanyang Group. On the way, the system's voice sounded again. The admission notice is being upgraded. Current position, Level 1 salesperson, Level 2 staff member in the sales department. His position was rising so high that he was a little stunned. Han Shaofeng wondered to himself, if the system were to upgrade further, would the entire company become his? Lost in thought, he fell asleep in the traffic jam. When the driver woke him, the system notification sounded again. Current position, Sales Department Manager. Han Shaofeng was startled, never expecting that he would wake up as a department head. He even couldn't help but wonder if he would become the boss later on. However, he only thought about these things. Now he was in charge of the entire sales department, and he was quite curious about how the manager who interviewed him would react. Just as Han Shaofeng arrived at the company entrance, a familiar yet grating voice rang out. Didn't I tell you to arrive half an hour early? You're only just showing up now, and your attitude is terrible. It was Guiyang, the sales manager. Han Shaofeng recognized him immediately. He still had that arrogant demeanor. As he approached, he saw that the person being reprimanded was Dang Lingxue. She seemed surprised to see him, and explained in a low voice that she had been forced to be late because of traffic. Hearing this, Han Shaofeng was immediately annoyed. Being deliberately made difficult on his first day of work was clearly bullying a newcomer. He stood up directly and said, "Why are you punishing us? Just because we didn't arrive half an hour early?" These words immediately drew the attention of the surrounding interns, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. Guiyang's face darkened. Han Shaofeng, what right do you have to question me? From now on, you'll all have to work under me. Facing the pressure, Han Shaofeng didn't back down. Just because you're the manager, does that give you the right to bully people? These words instantly heightened the tension, and onlookers began to murmur among themselves, all thinking he had acted too impulsively. Guiyang was further enraged. I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. Just as the conflict was escalating, a clerk quickly approached and respectfully asked, Excuse me, are you Minister Han Shaofeng? His words silenced the entire room instantly. The clerk handed over the contract. After you sign it, you will be the Minister of Sales. Han Shaofeng glanced at it briefly, confirmed it was correct, and signed his name. Then he looked at Guiyang and smiled faintly. Sorry, I really am very capable. These words were like a slap in the face to Guiyang. Just moments before, he had been so arrogant. Now his face turned pale and then red, completely unable to accept this fact. Han Shaofeng was blunt. Manager Gua, weren't you very strict just now? Then set an example and clean the entire sales department. The scene erupted in an uproar. No one expected the plot to take such a turn. Guiyang gritted his teeth and protested. I'm the manager, why are you making me do this kind of thing? Han Shaofeng coldly replied. If you can't do it, then resign. Hanyang Group doesn't keep idle people. Upon hearing this, the surrounding employees echoed his sentiments, and their long-suppressed discontent finally erupted. Han Shaofeng, too lazy to pay any more attention, simply said, Finish before you leave work, or you'll have to work overtime. With that, he turned and left. Many of his colleagues' gazes towards him changed, especially some of the female employees who actively approached him. Guiyang stood there, his face grim, his eyes filled with resentment. He pulled out his phone and dialed the vice president's number, preparing to use the situation to retaliate. On the other side, Han Shaofeng was chatting with Dang Lingxue. She looked at him with curiosity. How did you do it? How did you suddenly become a minister? Han Shaofeng smiled wryly. You might not believe it, but I woke up one morning and this is how I am. Dang Lingxue thought he was joking and couldn't help but tease. So you're being kept by the female boss? Han Shaofeng followed up with a smile. Then why don't you be my girlfriend? His words made Dang Lingxue blush slightly, and she suddenly felt a little flustered. Isn't this too fast? She whispered, her heart beginning to waver. Once you miss this opportunity, you might not get another chance, beautiful lady. Think it over carefully. Han Shaofeng teased as he leaned closer. Dang Lingxue blushed slightly and hesitated, when a loud bang outside suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. Guiyang stormed in, furious. Han Shaofeng, I've checked your file. You have absolutely no experience. I doubt your abilities. His words caused an uproar, everyone staring at Han Shaofeng. he calmly replied. It's true you have no experience, but before you came here, did you consider playing the subservient role? Gui Yang's face darkened, but he dared not continue the confrontation, only sneering and declaring that the vice president would arrive shortly. Deng Lingxue was somewhat worried and whispered a reminder to him to be careful. Han Shaofeng, however, was unconcerned. Whatever tricks he has up his sleeve, I'll take them all. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone exclaimed that the vice president had arrived. Chao Guangping quickly appeared, his voice carrying a powerful aura. Who's so arrogant? Daring to disregard me? The crowd immediately swarmed around him, flattering him. Many opportunists switched sides, siding with the vice president and waiting to see Han Shaofeng get his comeuppance, but Deng Lingxue remained standing beside him. Han Shaofeng glanced at her and chuckled. Don't worry, even if you get fired, I'll still support you. His words made her blush even more. Chao Guangping walked up to her and said coldly, You don't stand up when you see a leader? Has no one taught you manners? Han Shaofeng stood up and said calmly, I'm afraid your neck won't be able to take it if I stand up. The height difference instantly dominated the room. Gui Yang immediately fanned the flames. A department head dares to speak to the vice president like that? Chao Guangping sneered. Firing you is too lenient. From now on, you'll be in charge of all the company's cleaning. A burst of laughter erupted around him, with everyone urging him to quickly bow his head and admit his mistake. Just then, a system notification sounded in Han Shaofeng's mind. Position upgrade complete, current position, chairman of Hanyang Group. He was slightly taken aback, then sneered inwardly. How harshly you mocked me just now, I'll make you pay for it all later. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Xia Pingchuan was reviewing the new employee's information. When he saw Han Shaofeng's name, he was stunned. He stared at the resume, his expression complex, and couldn't help but mutter. Finally, the time has come. Before his assistant could react, he had already ordered. Arrange it immediately. I need to see him. Just then, a phone call came in. The conflict in the sales department had escalated, and the vice president was recommending Han Shaofeng's dismissal. Xia Pingchuan was furious and slammed his hand on the table. Nonsense! Don't you know he's the real chairman? The assistant was completely stunned and hadn't come to his senses when Xia Pingchuan stood up. To the sales department, now! He even cancelled the meeting and led a group of senior executives straight to the sales department. Along the way, everyone was talking about it, thinking that someone had caused a big disaster and waiting to see a purge. Inside the sales department, Chao Guangping publicly berated Han Shaofeng, his tone growing increasingly arrogant, clearly having long disliked him. He coldly said, It's fine for a young man to be confident, but today I'll teach you some manners. Gui Yang immediately echoed him, leading the crowd and inciting others. The surrounding employees took sides, accusing Han Shaofeng of being a black sheep and demanding that he be kicked out of the company, and the scene briefly spiraled out of control. Deng Lingxue wanted to help, but Han Shaofeng gently shook her hand to stop her. He said calmly, No need to explain, let them talk. Anyway, it'll be their turn to be in trouble soon. Gui Yang was even more smug. Don't struggle, you're leaving today. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to let him go? Everyone turned around and saw a group of senior executives rushing in, with Chairman Xia Pingchuan appearing last. The atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. Chao Guangping hurriedly went to greet him, assuming the chairman had come to deal with Han Shaofeng, a smug look even on his face. However, the next second, Xia Pingchuan walked up to Han Shaofeng and respectfully said, Chairman, you're back. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, completely unable to believe what they were seeing. Han Shaofeng said calmly, You've worked hard all these years. His tone was like a superior acknowledging a subordinate. Xia Pingchuan then declared on the spot, Now that you're back, the company is being handed over to you. At this moment, everyone was completely shocked. Chao Guangping and Gui Yang turned pale, realizing they had kicked a hornet's nest. Han Shaofeng slowly walked towards Chao Guangping, his tone calm but full of pressure. You've been in this position for too long, you've gotten used to throwing your weight around, haven't you? I'll give you some face, pack your things and leave. Chao Guangping refused to argue, but was completely silenced by the question. Should I call security? And could only leave with his head down. Then, Han Shaofeng looked at Guiyang and ordered, "Get him out of here too." Guiyang panicked completely, begging for mercy repeatedly, but was still dragged away by security guards, a truly pathetic scene. After the two were cleared, the wind direction at the scene instantly reversed, and everyone changed their tune to praise them, as if nothing had happened. Han Shaofeng ignored these people and walked up to Deng Lingxue, announcing directly, "From today onwards, you will be the sales manager." Deng Lingxue was stunned and repeatedly refused, feeling that she was not up to the task. But Han Shaofeng said firmly, "Since it's been decided, then it's settled. The company should also have a fresh start." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the appointment was quickly approved. Then, Han Shaofeng unexpectedly said to Xia Pingchuan, "You should be the chairman. I won't interfere." He didn't intend to be bound by the company. After all, with the system in his possession, his future was far more than this. Xia Pingchuan nodded in agreement, while Han Shaofeng appeared remarkably casual, showing no interest in company affairs. Deng Lingxue watched all this, deeply moved. Her once unassuming classmate now stood at the top, so composed. She secretly resolved to become even more outstanding, so that she would be worthy of standing beside him. Meanwhile, Han Shaofeng had already left the company, but her image lingered in his mind. "I wasn't qualified before, but things are different now." He decided to prepare a formal pursuit, flowers, dinner, nothing could be omitted. Just then, the system chimed again. "Your membership badge is being upgraded. Current level, God of Flowers." Han Shaofeng was taken aback, then smiled. He was going to buy flowers anyway, so he decided to go to the top-tier flower shops in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This time, he was going to go all out. "Your card has received 3.87 million. Han Shaofeng stared blankly at the balance, unsure whether it was rent or dividends, but he quickly stopped worrying about it. He sighed. "Having money can be a hassle." He then decided to buy flowers first before considering buying a car. He quickly arrived at Flower Story on the pedestrian street, a place with an exquisite environment and excellent service, one of the top flower shops in Suzhou and Hangzhou. As soon as he entered, the shop assistant greeted him warmly. He immediately stated his purpose. "I want to buy a bouquet of flowers to confess my feelings to a girl." The shop assistant patiently explained the meanings of roses, lilacs, and other flowers. But Han Shaofeng felt they were too ordinary and lacked substance. "Do you have anything more upscale?" he asked directly. Just then, a gasp rang out from the crowd as a golden flower caught everyone's attention. It was the new variety, Golden Hennessy, priced at 1 million, and known as the King of Flowers. Han Shaofeng was also drawn in and was about to speak when a young man in a suit beat him to it. "I'll buy these flowers," he said arrogantly. The waiter explained. "Only Flower Tales Premium members can purchase them." The young man immediately flashed his Flower Tales membership card, drawing gasps of amazement from those around him. Just when everyone thought he was about to win over the flower, the waiter added, "That's not enough. You have to be a member of the Flower God." Even the young man was stunned. He asked reluctantly if it could be done, only to be told that the boss had to issue them personally, and the quantity was extremely limited. An awkward silence fell over the room, and he simply turned to Han Shaofeng and mocked. "You want to buy them? Go ahead and do it." Han Shaofeng laughed. "How about we make a bet? I'll buy it, and you kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. The young man was enraged and immediately agreed, then offered the same condition in return. A crowd gathered, eager to see what would happen. Just when everyone thought Han Shaofeng was just being stubborn, he pulled a card from his pocket and handed it over. It was a membership card with a 6-pointed angel design printed on it. The waiter exclaimed in surprise, "God of Flowers!" The entire room erupted in excitement. This was a top-tier member, a symbol of status and prestige. The previously arrogant young man's expression changed drastically, while Han Shaofeng merely glanced at him calmly. "Remember what you just said?" Han Shaofeng's words were like a heavy slap across Zhang Tailang's face. Just moments before, he had been arrogant and boastful, but now his face turned pale and then red, and he stood frozen in place. "I, Zhang Tailang, am the eldest son of the Zhang family. How dare you ask me to kneel before you? He said through gritted teeth, his tone filled with anger, but clearly lacking confidence. Han Shaofeng's words pressed relentlessly, leaving Zhang Tailang with no way out. He had made the bet himself, and now it was impossible for him to go back on his word. Zhang Tailang gritted his teeth and yielded. Brother, don't make me lose face in front of so many people. I'll give you whatever money you want. But Han Shaofeng shook his head directly. I don't want the money. I'll accept the consequences of my bet, or I'll post it online. These words completely shattered Zhang Tailang's last hope. His face turned pale, and he could only grit his teeth and lower his head. I'll kneel. After saying that, he knelt down in front of everyone and said with difficulty, Woof, woof, woof. This scene caused an uproar, and Zhang Tailang wished he could disappear into the ground. The once high and mighty eldest son of the Zhang family had now been humiliated in public, and he clearly wouldn't swallow this insult. But Han Shaofeng ignored him completely and turned back to continue selecting flowers. Please add some more expensive flowers for me. There's only one golden Hennessy, it's a bit monotonous. The shop assistants immediately surrounded him, cautiously inquiring about his budget. Without hesitation, Han Shaofeng replied, 999 roses, the more extravagant the better. This number shocked everyone around him once again. The shop assistant responded excitedly, saying not only could they deliver, but they would also arrange a private luxury car service. Han Shaofeng nodded, left his address, and prepared to give Deng Lingshui a truly stunning surprise. As for the golden Hennessy flower, he simply took it with him. Just then, the system voice sounded again. Petals are upgrading. Current level, budding bud. Petals continue to upgrade. Current level, 85-point goddess. Han Shaofeng was taken aback. This upgrade path was clearly a bit outrageous. He couldn't help but complain. 85 points is considered a goddess? But soon, he became somewhat expectant. Could it possibly continue to evolve? Just as he was pondering, the system notified him again. Upgrade complete. You have gained the favor of the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This statement stunned Han Shaofeng. The most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou? That sounded too exaggerated. But the next second, a roar suddenly came from outside the flower shop. A bright red Ferrari drifted to a stop, exuding an aura of power. The car door opened, and a woman in a black blazer stepped out. She was tall and perfectly proportioned, with exquisitely beautiful features that were almost flawless. The moment she appeared, all eyes in the entire flower shop were drawn to her. My God, look! It's Yinting, the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou! A passerby recognized her at a glance and exclaimed in surprise. People around her turned to look, and the scene suddenly became lively. Many people wanted to approach her, but were stopped in their tracks by her powerful aura. Yinting walked on coldly, recalling her father's words. Even if not for yourself, you should consider the Yin family. A woman will marry sooner or later. The Qin family is a good match. What's wrong with that? She had devoted herself to the Yin family all these years, hoping one day to control her own destiny and choose the person she loved, instead of being arranged by her family. She knew very well that she would never accept such an arranged marriage. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. Since you're forcing me, then I'll choose for myself. Yinting stopped and glanced around. She had come here because it held her memories, and she had a feeling that it might bring a turning point. As she pondered, her gaze suddenly fell on a man inside the flower story shop. His focused and serious expression instantly drew her attention. At first glance, Yinting was captivated. His temperament and appearance were exactly her ideal type. After a moment's thought, she quickly made her decision. She bit her lip and whispered, Okay, he's the one. Then she pushed open the door and entered, her presence making even the flowers in the shop pale in comparison. Han Shaofeng looked up and saw her, and couldn't help but pause, a slight smile playing on his lips. Truly worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The words caught in his throat. In his eyes, a woman like her was almost impossible to find. He nodded politely, but inwardly he was already prepared. She was likely here to see him. Yinting walked straight up to him and stopped 3 steps away. This distance was both safe and subtle, instantly making the atmosphere tense. She looked at Han Shaofeng, her eyes bright, and bluntly said, "Little brother, I've got my eye on you." Her words silenced the entire flower shop. Han Shaofeng was speechless for a moment, but Ying-ting didn't stop. "So, come with me." After saying that, she grabbed his hand and turned to leave. Although Han Shaofeng didn't know what she was going to do, he remembered the system notification and didn't resist. The two left the flower shop like that. The people behind him erupted in an uproar. "Isn't that a bit too direct? Could she really be Ying-ting? That kid is so lucky!" Before long, the two were already seated in a bright red Ferrari. Han Shaofeng looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Ying-ting uttered 2 words calmly. "Starry Night." Her tone was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Han Shaofeng didn't react for a moment, but Ying-ting had already stepped on the gas, and the sports car sped away, making him feel that she was being a little too hasty. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Starry Night Hotel. Only then did Han Shaofeng realize that this was the most luxurious couples hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Miss, isn't this a bit too fast?" They'd barely met, and already they were in a place like this. It was outrageous. Ying-ting, however, didn't seem to care and simply told the receptionist, "Give me the highest class room." She handed over her bank card, and everything was quickly arranged. The two were led into the room, and Han Shaofeng was still somewhat dazed. Ying-ting, however, had already begun unbuttoning her clothes, her movements swift and efficient. Her perfect figure was gradually revealed, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Han Shaofeng's throat tightened, but he still managed to say, "Stop, this is too fast." 2 hours later, Han Shaofeng lay on the bed. Recalling everything that had just happened, he still felt somewhat unreal. But when he looked at the warm body beside him, he knew clearly that it had all happened, and the room was filled with an ambiguous and warm atmosphere. Not long after, Ying-ting slowly opened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at him. "You're awake?" she asked softly, but quickly regained her composure. To her, although it had all happened suddenly, it had been natural, and she felt no regret whatsoever. Han Shaofeng nodded, somewhat hesitantly. "About what happened just now, He wanted to say something to make amends, but Ying-ting interrupted him. Her expression was serious. "This was my own choice, no one will blame you." Her tone was crisp, with her usual decisiveness. Han Shaofeng still felt a little guilty, so he casually took out a golden flower and handed it to her. "This flower is for you. It's our first meeting, so I don't have anything else to give you." He had originally intended to give it to Deng Lingxue, but he changed his mind at this moment. Ying-ting took the flowers and was slightly taken aback. "Jin Xuanni? Flowers worth millions?" She didn't usually like such extravagant things, but when Han Shaofeng presented them to her personally, she felt a strange stirring in her heart, unable to tell whether it was surprise or emotion. "What, you don't like it?" Han Shaofeng asked. Ying-ting immediately shook her head. "No, I like it very much." Her expression was slightly melancholy. "It just reminded me of some unhappy things." Her emotions stirred a sense of pity in Han Shaofeng. Such an outstanding and strong woman, yet she too had unspeakable troubles. He couldn't help but become serious, wanting to understand her more. Ying-ting spoke softly. "Then let me tell you about my situation." Just then, a notification suddenly sounded in Han Shaofeng's mind. "A restless hare is upgrading." He was taken aback, but quickly regained his attention, temporarily ignoring this strange system notification. Han Shaofeng looked at her, his tone firm. "Don't worry, I will help you." Although he wasn't sure exactly what he could do, having the system in hand gave him more confidence and the urge to try. Ying-ting visibly relaxed after hearing this, thanked him softly, and rested her head on his shoulder. Han Shaofeng was initially a little uncomfortable, but considering how intimate they were, he gradually felt at ease and silently let her lean on him. But then Deng Lingxue's image suddenly appeared in his mind. What about her now? This question left him speechless, so he could only suppress it for the time being. Ying-ting quickly regained her composure, stood up, and said, "Let's pack up and go out." Seeing Han Shaofeng's surprise, she added, "My family will be here soon if we stay any longer." After saying that, she looked at Han Shaofeng, her tone serious and confident. "You will definitely have many women around you in the future, but I will be the most important one." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned closer to him and gently kissed his cheek, with a hint of possessiveness and satisfaction. Han Shaofeng stood there, his heart filled with complex emotions. Whether that moment truly constituted love, he couldn't say for sure. But one thing was clear to him: he had to become stronger. Only by becoming strong could he control everything. As soon as the two stepped out of the room, a group of well-trained security guards stood outside, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. The leader said in a deep voice, "Young miss, the head of the family wants you to come back with us." Ying-ting snorted coldly. "I know what to do." But as soon as she finished speaking, the security guards rushed straight towards Han Shaofeng, clearly with ill intentions. Ying-ting's face darkened, and she shouted sharply, "What do you want? He's my man. Anyone who dares to touch him will be punished." "Humph, what are you doing, miss?" The patriarch gave instructions. "Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed without mercy." These words concerned the reputation of the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Han Shaofeng's sudden appearance directly disrupted the balance, and in the eyes of these bodyguards, he had become someone who had to be eliminated. "No, you can't do this." Ying-ting stepped forward, blocking their way, her tone angry and resolute. The situation was clear: she would not allow them to make a move. Han Shaofeng, however, remained calm. He had long since realized that these people were utterly unreasonable. The bodyguards were about to make their move, but Ying-ting stood in front of them, preventing them from doing so. At this moment, one of the bodyguards pointed at Han Shaofeng and sneered, "What kind of man hides behind a woman? If you have the guts, come out and fight me." His tone was full of provocation. Ying-ting's heart tightened. These people were all professionally trained. If they made a move, Han Shaofeng would surely die. She urged in a low voice, "You go quickly, leave this to me." But just then, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. "Upgrade of hair strand complete, mastering Thunder Fist, advancing to Grand Master." The sudden notification startled him, but soon he felt a surge of heat within his body, power rapidly filling his entire being, and his entire state completely changed. Han Shaofeng clenched his fist, feeling more confident. "Since he's provoked us, let's grant his wish." He looked up at the bodyguard, and when their eyes met, the bodyguard's heart inexplicably raced, and he felt an indescribable sense of pressure. Han Shaofeng smiled faintly. "You said it yourself, I'm giving you a chance." The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "You want to challenge me?" Everyone around thought it was ridiculous, but Han Shaofeng retorted, "What, you don't dare? If you don't dare, then get lost." Ying-ting panicked a little. She was worried and confused. She whispered, "Don't be silly. You can't beat them." Han Shaofeng waved his hand, his tone relaxed but firm. "How will you know if you don't try? Don't worry, you should trust me." The bodyguard, already impatient, sneered, "You're asking for death." With that, he charged forward, his fist carrying a powerful gust of wind as it aimed straight at Han Shaofeng. The surrounding bodyguards sneered, all believing that this one punch would end the fight. But in Han Shaofeng's eyes, his opponent's movements were full of flaws. He didn't even look at them for long, but turned to the side, raised his hand, and threw a punch directly at them. The power of his punch was swift and decisive, without any hesitation. With a loud bang, the bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. The one who had been sent flying was the very bodyguard who had attacked, while Han Shaofeng was completely unharmed. Han Shaofeng stopped, acting as if nothing had happened, and turned to Ying-ting, saying, "I'm leaving now. Contact me if anything comes up." With that, he left gracefully, leaving everyone in shock. Ying-ting snapped out of her daze, her heart churning with emotions, and her fondness for Han Shaofeng deepened. His strength and composure gave her a strong sense of security for the first time. Yet she couldn't help but wonder, how did he do it? At this moment, the bodyguards finally came to their senses, their faces changing drastically. Grandmaster. He was a Grandmaster just now. And it was the Thunderclap Fist, a nearly lost martial art, and a Grandmaster level figure actually appeared in it. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and finally someone asked in a low voice, "Should we report this to the family head?" "Patriarch, there's something I need to discuss with you." At this moment, in the Yin family, Patriarch Yin Tianan looked at the visitor with some confusion. The necessary reports had already been completed, and the young man with Yin Ting had left. The matter seemed to be settled. He didn't understand what could possibly change at this point, so he frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened this time?" The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, then recounted everything that had happened in detail. After listening, Yin Tianan frowned, his expression showing surprise and inquiry. He whispered, "Is this kid really that powerful?" Everyone nodded repeatedly, but deliberately omitted the key word, Grandmaster. "Then, Master, what do we do now?" the subordinate asked tentatively. Yin Tianan was conflicted. He didn't object to his daughter having someone she liked, but he didn't want the other person to be just a nobody with no background. He said coldly, "Our Yin family is a prestigious family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and my daughter is the most beautiful woman. Ordinary people are not good enough for her." No one dared to interrupt, but they all waited for his decision. Yin Tianan quickly ordered, "Investigate this kid's background. If he has connections and potential, leave him for now. If he has nothing..." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. That coldness sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Someone whispered a suggestion. "How about we observe first?" Yin Tianan nodded, without giving a clear answer. He had also hesitated about his daughter's happiness, but he quickly suppressed the thought. Yin Ting's marriage could not be as casual as that of ordinary people. He sighed. "Let's leave it at that for now. You proceed according to plan." Everyone nodded in agreement, but they were still apprehensive. After all, they had witnessed Han Shaofeng's abilities firsthand. He was a Grandmaster-level figure, a master of the Thunderclap Fist, renowned for his offensive prowess. To actually fight him would be tantamount to suicide. Inside the Yin Group office, Yin Ting blushed involuntarily as she recalled her previous experiences. The 2 hours she spent with Han Shaofeng, in particular, left her deeply moved. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His physical abilities are incredible, and his strength is terrifying. He can easily defeat even the Yin family's bodyguards. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that she might actually be falling for him. Originally, she just wanted to find someone to appease her father and express her feelings. But now, she couldn't help but ask herself, could it be that I've fallen for him? But the next second, she suddenly realized she hadn't even left the other person's name or contact information. How could I be so stupid? Why didn't I think of that? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed and even regretful she became. She sighed softly. I don't know when I'll see him again. But she quickly cheered up. Before that, I have to make myself better. This usually calm and assertive businesswoman was now like a young girl in the throes of first love, filled with anticipation for their next meeting. She even had a vague feeling that Han Shaofeng was more complex than she had imagined. In short, let's focus on developing the company well first. She took a deep breath, her resolve gradually hardening. If that person truly had an extraordinary background, perhaps her father wouldn't object. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and made a call. Hello, I need you to help me investigate someone But she stopped mid-sentence, unable to even provide basic information, only able to vaguely describe Han Shaofeng's appearance. The person on the other end of the line quickly responded. Don't worry, miss, we will find out as soon as possible and report back immediately with any news. Han Shaofeng was still somewhat disoriented as he recalled what had just happened. Not long ago, he had knocked down a 1.8-meter-tall, nearly 200-pound man with a single punch, something he had never dared to imagine before. But more frustrating than all of that was that he hadn't finished get-off work yet. The flowers had already been ordered and would be delivered after he finished get-off work. He was also thinking about whether he should buy a car while he was at it. He felt that he was now quite wealthy and should have a car. There happened to be a large shopping mall near his home, so he decided to go there to pick out clothes first, and then think about buying a car. For clothes, he chose an Italian brand suit, picked out a Gucci belt, and bought 2 of each so he could alternate wearing them. The whole trip cost him less than $1 million. Han Shaofeng looked at the bill with some surprise. How come it only cost so little? He still had a budget of over $1 million yuan, which he could use to buy a car. There were quite a few cars to choose from at this price point, including BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and even entry-level Maseratis. But after thinking about it, he felt unsatisfied. These are too common, nothing amazing. Just as he was hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Your Babella toy car is being upgraded to a giant mountain bike. Han Shaofeng was stunned. Toy cars can be upgraded? And directly become giant bikes? The entry-level model costs over 1,000 yuan. He couldn't help but mutter. That's several hundred times more expensive now. It was a bit outrageous, but better than nothing. But then another thought popped into his head. He was going to deliver flowers to Danglingxue later, and he was going to ride his mountain bike there. That image would be a little awkward. Just as he finished buying clothes and was about to return to his apartment complex, the voice in his mind rang out again. Upgrade complete. Currently, it's a Shelby limited edition supercar. Han Shaofeng was stunned, thinking he had misheard. A Shelby limited edition supercar, less than 10 in the world, each worth hundreds of millions, and this car had become his? Before he could fully process the news, he saw a group of people gathered around something, discussing it animatedly. That car has a nice design, it must cost over 200,000 yuan, right? An elderly man guessed. The people around couldn't help but laugh. Old Zhang, this is a limited edition Shelby supercar, worth at least hundreds of millions, even a Ferrari can't compare. Everyone chimed in, their comments getting more and more exaggerated. Han Shaofeng rubbed his nose, thinking that the car really was his, though he had only just found out. Just as he was about to go over to explain, a stylishly dressed female internet celebrity walked over, her demeanor flamboyant. Looks like you all know, this car belongs to my boyfriend. Everyone was taken aback, and someone couldn't help but ask. Isn't your boyfriend a small business owner? How can he afford a car like this? The female internet celebrity was momentarily embarrassed, but quickly laughed and said, We broke up a long time ago. Now it's my responsibility to handle it, so please don't break it. As she spoke, she took out her phone and started taking pictures like crazy. While live streaming, she said, My darlings in the live stream room, please give me some more tips, and I'll show you my boyfriend who drives a sherbet. The people around her listened with some skepticism, but they had already begun to echo and praise her. Han Shaofeng couldn't stand it any longer and coughed twice before speaking. I don't remember having a girlfriend like you. His words instantly silenced the room. The female internet celebrity glanced at him, her face full of disdain. What do you want? Have you taken a fancy to me? Han Shaofeng said helplessly. I'm not interested in you, but you're blocking my way. This car is mine. With that, he opened the car door, got in, and started the engine in one swift motion. With a roar, the supercar shot off like an arrow. Everyone present was completely stunned, and then quickly heard the female internet celebrity's voice from behind. Honey, wait for me. In the sales department office of Hanyang Group, Danglingxue sat at her workstation, her heart slightly pounding. Recalling everything that had happened today, she felt like she was dreaming. If it weren't for Han Shaofeng's intervention, none of this would have been possible. She couldn't help but ponder repeatedly in her mind. Who exactly is Han Shaofeng? The more she thought about it, the stronger her curiosity about this person became, and she even had a faint desire to learn more about him. The two were actually students at the same university, but in different departments, and only occasionally met in general classes. Later, she deliberately inquired about Han Shaofeng, and her roommates even encouraged her to confess her feelings, but Danglingxue never took that step. She couldn't explain why, only feeling that it was better to let things take their natural course. Perhaps, this kind of encounter can be considered a kind of fate. Thinking of this, a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. In particular, Han Shaofeng's principled and dignified demeanor when facing those people made him seem exceptionally different from others, leaving a deep impression on her. However, Danglingxue quickly regained her composure and murmured to herself, Let's do the job well first. Since Han Shaofeng had given her this opportunity, she wanted to prove herself rather than depend on others. She doesn't crave luxury. Instead, she hopes to continuously improve herself. Even if she does end up with Han Shaofeng, she hopes to be a help to him, not a burden. Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly, and she felt a little embarrassed. Why did I suddenly think of these things? She even worried that Han Shaofeng might laugh at her if he found out. However, she decided to put matters of the heart aside for now. Right now, they were both superior and subordinate, as well as alumni, and there would be many opportunities in the future, so she wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the parking lot outside Hanyang Group, a frivolous-looking young man stood there. This was Mo Yang. Mo Yang looked at the people beside him, his tone tinged with suspicion. Is what you're saying true? His subordinates nodded hurriedly, and handed him a secretly filmed video. Mo Yang took the picture and glanced at it, his expression instantly changing. The woman in the picture caught his eye. She was more outstanding than any he had ever dated before. A greedy smile curled at the corner of his lips. In that case, it's my turn to make a move. The people around him immediately echoed, flattering him and saying that this would be a piece of cake for him. Mo Yang raised his head, his face full of confidence, and chuckled softly. This woman, I'm determined to have her. He clenched his fist, as if victory was already assured. Just then, his subordinate reminded him. Young master, she's here. Mo Yang immediately perked up and looked in the direction of the person. A tall figure walked over from a short distance away. The moment Mo Yang saw Deng Lingxue, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but whisper. She's even prettier in person than in the videos. Deng Lingxue, having just finished get off work, seemed much more relaxed. It was her first day at work, and although busy, she thoroughly enjoyed the experience. She didn't see Han Shaofeng again until she got off work, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Where did he go? Is he too busy? This feeling surprised even herself. Just then, a supercar suddenly stopped in front of her, and a strange man got out of the car with a frivolous smile on his face, making her instinctively uncomfortable. Mo Yang, holding a large bouquet of roses, walked directly to her and said, My name is Mo Yang, and the Mo group belongs to my family. I like you be my girlfriend. A crowd instantly gathered around him. Some exclaimed how romantic it was, some envied his status, and some even lamented that they would have said yes long ago. Faced with all this, Deng Lingxue only felt disappointment. Subconsciously, she hoped this person was Han Shaofeng, but reality clearly wasn't. Without the slightest hesitation, her tone was calm yet firm. I'm sorry, we're not familiar with each other, and I'm not interested in you. If that's all you wanted to say, then I'm sorry, I refuse. Deng Lingxue's face immediately turned cold. She only had Han Shaofeng in her heart, and had no interest in anyone else. So her response was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Mo Yang, however, was not giving up. He confidently blocked her way, his tone brimming with superiority. Don't rush off. You may not know my capabilities. If you become my girlfriend, you'll be the young mistress of the Mo group in the future. I've even prepared roses for you. It's a very sincere gesture. After listening, Deng Lingxue simply replied, Sorry, I don't like it. Her attitude remained firm and unmoved. Just then, several luxury cars slowly pulled up, and people in suits got out and opened the doors. The cars were overflowing with flowers, a rather extravagant scene. The leader walked up to Deng Lingxue and said respectfully, Miss Deng, these are flowers from Mr. Han. Please sign for them. Upon hearing the name, Mr. Han, Deng Lingxue's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. She was almost certain that this person was Han Shaofeng. In contrast, Mo Yang's face instantly turned ugly. His flowers, in both quantity and quality, were completely outclassed, and his resentment grew even stronger. Mo Yang snorted coldly, unable to hold back his anger. I'd like to see who dares to compete with me. His tone was full of annoyance and defiance. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from not far away. So arrogant, don't you know if your face hurts now? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and the speaker was none other than Han Shaofeng. His appearance startled many present, especially those from the Hanyang group, who immediately recognized the mastermind behind the scenes. His aura instantly dominated the room. Mo Yang sized up Han Shaofeng, feeling even more displeased. Not only was the other man more handsome, but he was also far more extravagant. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "So it's you who dares to steal the woman I've set my sights on? Do you know who I am?" Han Shaofeng chuckled, his tone relaxed. "Why should I know who you are?" His words left Mo Yang speechless. He then looked at Deng Lingxue, his tone serious. "She's the person I like, and my feelings for her are genuine. Who do you think she'll choose?" Deng Lingxue had already walked to his side, a smile on her face, and answered without hesitation. "Of course I choose you." The answer was straightforward, leaving no suspense. This scene made Mo Yang's face turn ashen, while Han Shaofeng turned around indifferently and looked at him. "Now why don't you get lost?" The surrounding employees started to jeer. "Aren't you leaving yet? Do you really think you can compare to our chairman? Just because you have a little money doesn't mean you're all that. What a joke." The whispers rose and fell, and Mo Yang's face turned pale and then red. He was completely humiliated and could only grit his teeth and leave. But he already harbored a grudge against Han Shaofeng. Halfway there, he suddenly came to his senses. He's the chairman of Hanyang Group? Upon receiving confirmation, Mo Yang's expression darkened further. He lowered his voice and told his subordinates, "Go back first, find out all about him. I can't touch him now, but there's always a way." His tone was ruthless. Just as they were about to leave, Han Shaofeng suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute, is there something you've forgotten?" Mo Yang was taken aback, his heart sinking. Did he have to apologize on the spot? Left with no other choice, Mo Yang could only lower his head and apologize. He was seething with anger, but dared not lash out. After all, Han Shaofeng's status was undeniable, even surpassing that of his father. He spoke softly, but Han Shaofeng coldly replied, "Speak louder, I can't hear you." Mo Yang gritted his teeth and raised his voice. "I'm sorry." This time, Han Shaofeng was finally satisfied. He originally wanted to continue humiliating him, but seeing Deng Lingxue beside him, he was too lazy to delay any longer and simply said, "Since you've apologized, then get lost." Mo Yang left with a sense of relief, but his hatred only intensified, and he secretly vowed revenge. Han Shaofeng, however, was completely unconcerned, even chuckling. "I thought he was so powerful, but he's just a spineless coward." After saying this, he dismissed the onlookers. As the employees left, they cheered. "Goodbye, Chairman! Goodbye, Manager Deng! Should we call her Chairman's wife from now on?" The atmosphere was lively with everyone talking at once. Deng Lingxue blushed, looking exceptionally charming. Han Shaofeng opened the car door and said casually, "Let's go, get in." Deng Lingxue nodded and got into the passenger seat. He looked at her and couldn't help but smile. "You look especially beautiful today." Deng Lingxue felt sweet inside, but pretended to be calm. The atmosphere in the car was awkward. Deng Lingxue suddenly asked, "Does this count as a date?" Han Shaofeng followed up, "So you've agreed to be my girlfriend?" She was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Seeing her silence, Han Shaofeng laughed and said, "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." She was about to retort when he added, "If you say something, I'll take that as a yes too." Deng Lingxue couldn't help but laugh, and the tension in her heart dissipated. After a moment of silence, Deng Lingxue mustered her courage. "Actually, I've liked you for a long time." This was the first time she had expressed her feelings like this. Han Shaofeng nodded. "I know, I feel the same way." Their relationship was now completely clear. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. "Laptop upgrade in progress. Current level, an exquisite signature." Han Shaofeng was stunned, realizing that things weren't over yet, so he could only put it aside for the time being. He snapped out of his reverie and asked, "Where are we going next?" Deng Lingxue said softly, "You decide." Han Shaofeng had considered taking her to the Starry Night Hotel, but then felt it was too hasty and hesitated. Just as he was pondering, the system prompted again. "Upgrade complete. You have acquired shares in Snow Love and become the largest shareholder." Han Shaofeng's heart skipped a beat. This was a catering brand with a market value of 2 billion. He looked at Deng Lingxue. How about we go to Snow Romance? Deng Lingxue hesitated. The prices there were very high, and she was worried about being misunderstood as vain. But Han Shaofeng smiled and comforted her. One meal won't bankrupt me. We should celebrate properly today. Let's celebrate our first day as boyfriend and girlfriend. These words completely swayed Deng Lingxue, a smile spreading across her face as she finally nodded in agreement. She also wanted to see what this rumored restaurant was really like. The car stopped in front of Snow Romance restaurant, only to find it packed with people. Some complained. We came to eat but there are no seats. Others lamented. It's expensive, but it's so popular, we can't get a reservation at all. The scene was chaotic. When Han Shaofeng heard Deng Lingxue say she wanted to leave, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, more people would make things more interesting. He laughed and said, Why leave? It's just that there aren't enough seats. Others can't, but you can. Listen to me. Deng Lingxue blushed slightly at his words, and before she could react, Han Shaofeng stepped forward and said to the door, Excuse me, let's go in for dinner. The two's good looks quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Someone couldn't help but advise, Young man, don't bother. This place is already full. Paying more and pleading won't help. Han Shaofeng nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for reminding me, but I'm neither paying more nor asking for favors. Upon hearing this, everyone around him became interested and stared at him, wondering what other solutions he had. Just as the waiter was about to stop him, Han Shaofeng simply pulled out his ID card and handed it over. He said casually, My name is Han Shaofeng. Tell your manager I brought my girlfriend to dinner. This move immediately caused a burst of laughter. Others hand out business cards, he just pulls out his ID card. That's outrageous. Someone even joked. If he can get in like that, I'll live stream myself eating shit. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. Deng Lingxue felt a little embarrassed and said softly, Shaofeng, maybe we should just forget about it. She didn't care whether he ate or not, but she didn't want him to be laughed at. Han Shaofeng, however, remained confident. Don't worry, they'll be out soon. This method might not work for others, but you can see it. He even winked at Deng Lingxue. Although Deng Lingxue was puzzled, seeing his certainty, she didn't say anything more. Not long after, a man who looked like a manager hurried out and went straight to Han Shaofeng. The two exchanged a glance, while the surrounding people waited to see a spectacle. But the next second, the manager respectfully said, Mr. Han, this lady, please come in. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Some exclaimed, This works too. Some even tried to go in, only to be coldly told to get lost. They couldn't understand why Han Shaofeng was invited in while they were almost kicked out, even though they all gave their names. They felt incredibly aggrieved. Once inside the restaurant, Deng Lingxue finally couldn't help but ask, Shaofeng, how did you do that? She looked at him with curiosity. Han Shaofeng smiled and said casually, Because this Snow Romance restaurant is mine. He said it very naturally. Even he himself was somewhat surprised, having inexplicably become the owner of this shop. The only price he'd paid was probably the upgraded laptop. Deng Lingxue stared at him for a long time, but couldn't discern anything, finally shaking her head. Never mind if you don't want to talk about it. Let's eat. Clearly, she thought it was a joke. Han Shaofeng was a little helpless, so he could only smile and say, Okay, order whatever you want, don't be shy. Deng Lingxue's eyes lit up, and she excitedly ordered a few dishes, but most of them were vegetarian. Han Shaofeng added directly, One of each of the signature dishes on the menu, and make the portions smaller than what I just ordered. The manager immediately responded, Yes, Mr. Han, please wait a moment. Chapter 21 It's alright, just kick him out. Deng Lingxue subconsciously looked at Han Shaofeng, a sweet and happy expression appearing on her face. After all, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, the only downside is that if we order so many dishes at once, won't we be able to finish them? How is working at Hanyang Group? Is there anything you're not used to? Or if you have any difficulties, just tell me and I'll help you. When Han Shaofeng looked at Deng Lingxue, he waved his hand decisively. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Deng Lingshue's cheeks flushed slightly. Actually, upon closer reflection, there's nothing particularly difficult about it. Besides, everyone treats her very well. It's okay, I'm fine. Deng Lingxue looked at Han Shaofeng and answered softly. As for Han Shaofeng, he just smiled faintly and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Here, Han Shaofeng, while looking around, didn't forget to speak to the person in front of him. However, there is something I really want to tell you. That is, you look really beautiful today. Deng Lingxue herself was still there, preparing and waiting for Han Shaofeng to say something. But now, Han Shaofeng's action made Deng Lingshue's cheeks turn even redder. Oh, where? Deng Lingxue felt her cheeks were about to burn. Especially when she thought about these things, she suddenly had a feeling. That is, without realizing it, I seem to have started to be influenced by Han Shaofeng little by little. The whole process was quite good. Meanwhile, inside the Snow Romance private room, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat there. Looking at the scene before him, he felt utterly bored. This is really not interesting at all. Can any of you think of a way to have some fun? This man is named Jiang Tang. He is the owner of a company with assets exceeding 100 million yuan. I originally thought that coming to Snow Romance for dinner would lead to some unexpected encounter. We should at least bring a beautiful woman along, that would make it much more interesting. But now, after coming to Snow Love, I'm starting to regret it. If I had known that Snow Romance was such a formal event, I should have gone somewhere else. But at that moment, Jiang Tang spotted a beautiful woman. This woman is very beautiful. Even though Jiang Tang had seen so many women, he had never met one more beautiful than her. This piqued Jiang Tang's interest. I didn't expect it to be that private room? Alright, then I'll snatch her away. Jiang Tang felt that he was determined to have all of this. However, Jiang Tang had only just arrived. At this moment, Jiang Tang pushed open the door in front of him. What came into view was a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was very beautiful. Jiang Tang found the dishes, especially those that were right in front of him, to be excessive. I came here by myself just to eat a little something. But now, these two people in front of me are eating better than I am? With that in mind, Jiang Tang went straight to the beautiful woman. And that beautiful woman was none other than Deng Lingxue. Who are you? How did you get in here? After all, she was having a perfectly fine meal with Han Shaofeng, so why did someone suddenly appear? Undoubtedly, this made Deng Lingxue very unhappy. However, Jiang Tang wouldn't think that way here. He's just here to see the beautiful women. If he has the chance to win one of them, that would be wonderful. As for other things, they are not that important to Jiang Tang at all. My beauty, I was only drawn here by your beauty. Is this all you eat? Jiang Tang was initially a little stunned. After all, he had ordered so many dishes at once, how much would it cost? But when he realized that these were just the most basic dishes. In fact, Jiang Tang felt a slight disdain for Han Shaofeng. You invited a beautiful woman out to dinner, and this is all you got to eat. No matter how I look at it, this kid doesn't seem to be that reliable. Since that's the case, then let me show off my skills and demonstrate to her what a true master of picking up girls is all about. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Shaofeng looked at Jiang Tang with displeasure. After all, if you think about it carefully, what exactly are the consequences of this matter? This is beyond doubt. At this moment, Jiang Tang simply smiled and said, Kid, if you don't have money, don't try to treat beautiful women to dinner like other people do. Beautiful lady, my name is Jiang Tang, and I would like to get to know you. I hope you can give me a chance. As Jiang Tang spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the person in front of him. Clearly, Jiang Tang thought that winning over the beautiful woman in front of him should be a sure thing this time. After all, Jiang Tang had done the same thing before. If you accept the business card, then there is a great chance of success. Sure enough, Deng Lingxue reached out and took the business card. Jiang Tang was overjoyed and almost cheered. But the next moment, Dang Lingxue gently tore the business card in front of her to shreds. What? How dare you do this? Jiang Tang was furious when he saw this. This whole thing is just so infuriating. But Dang Lingxue remained very calm. What's wrong? Is there anything else? If not, sir, you'd better hurry up and leave. However, when Han Shaofeng saw this, he almost couldn't help but laugh. This guy who suddenly appeared is quite interesting. However, by doing so, he was essentially humiliating himself. Of course, Han Shaofeng didn't think there was anything wrong with this. It's alright, just kick him out. What's going on? Jiang Tang had prepared many things to say to Deng Lingxue. But now, before he could even say it out loud, this is what happened. Even Jiang Tang was now extremely annoyed and looked over. How could you do this to me? Do you know who I am? Jiang Tang roared as he spoke to the person in front of him. However, Jiang Tang had only just spoken when... However, Han Shaofeng didn't take it seriously at all. I don't care who you are. I can't speak for other places, but this place is mine. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Jiang Tang immediately found it amusing. Haha, your place? You must be joking. You wait, I'll show you right now what happens when you offend Jiang Tang. As Jiang Tang spoke, he took out his phone and made a call. Chapter 22. You and him, get out of here together. What happened? Luo Fei glanced over instinctively and couldn't help but say something. As Luo Fei finished speaking, Jiang Tang's face was filled with an indescribable excitement. Manager Luo, this is what happened. This kid is causing trouble here, and he even dared to steal my woman. Jiang Tang's words were sincere and heartfelt. However, this brought a smile to Luo Fei's face. He had been worried about this for a while. After all, he's just a small manager now. If Luo Fei were to curry favor with a big boss like Jiang Tang, wouldn't the benefits he would receive be substantial? Perhaps, we can take this opportunity to go further. Therefore, when Luo Fei saw this, he became more and more excited. Here, Luo Fei subconsciously looked around. At this moment, Luo Fei's eyes were filled with anger, and he went straight to Han Shaofeng and slammed his fist on the table. So it was you who dared to steal Boss Jiang's woman? With Luo Fei acting this way, Deng Lingxue never expected that such a thing would happen. So at that moment, Deng Lingxue looked over and answered very directly. Sorry, I don't know him at all. Also, this is my boyfriend. We were eating here, and he's the one who's bothering us. After Deng Lingxue finished speaking, Han Shaofeng was actually very happy. After all, Deng Lingxue has now actually admitted that she is Han Shaofeng's girlfriend. In Han Shaofeng's view, this alone is enough to show that the hardship was already quite good. Seeing Han Shaofeng and Deng Lingxue as so affectionate, Jiang Tang was instantly filled with rage. How can this be? How can such a beautiful woman be with Han Shaofeng? She should belong to herself. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tang looked at what was in front of him again and spoke very directly and frankly. I know, but it's unnecessary. How much money do you want to leave her? Just name your price, and I'll give it to you. As Jiang Tang spoke, Deng Lingxue's heart skipped a beat. She never expected these guys to be so shameless, to say such things. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was sizing up what was in front of him. Han Shaofeng sighed helplessly. Sigh, why was I so stupid? No matter how much money you offer, I will never leave her. Besides, are you trying to compete with me to see who has more money? And that manager over there, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? After Han Shaofeng uttered these words, he became even more casual. However, as Han Shaofeng surveyed the scene before him, Luo Fei paid even less attention to what was happening there. I don't care who you are, I just know that you've offended an important guest you shouldn't have. Get out of here right now! Luo Fei pointed at Han Shaofeng, becoming increasingly excited as he spoke. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, just smiled faintly. It seems these two are in cahoots, and they even dare to speak to me in that tone. In retrospect, Han Shaofeng should have taught them a lesson. You're finished. Han Shaofeng glanced at Luo Fei and calmly uttered these words. Luo Fei was very puzzled. What did these words mean? Why did he say that he was finished? Moreover, Luo Fei is perfectly fine right now. But not long after, a manager walked in from outside. This person was Luo Fei's superior, the person in charge of Snow Love. Boss, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. When Luo Fei looked at this person, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. General Manager, what did you just call him? Boss? If that's really the case, then this whole thing is incredibly absurd. At this moment, even Luo Fei was at a loss for words. Even Jiang Tang was completely dumbfounded. Originally, the plan was to put some pressure on Han Shaofeng and make him back down. However, Jiang Tang never imagined that Han Shaofeng was actually the owner of Snow Love. Deng Lingshua's eyes lit up when she looked at Han Shaofeng. I never expected it to be true. I thought you were lying to me. Previously, when Han Shaofeng said he was the owner here, Deng Lingxue thought he was joking. But now I realize that what Han Shaofeng said was absolutely true. However, as Han Shaofeng looked around, a playful smile appeared on his lips. That's right, so you and him, get out of here. We at Snow Romance don't need such low-quality customers or such employees. Han Shaofeng's attitude was very resolute, which made Jiang Tang look ashen-faced. How could he not know? Although he appears to be quite wealthy. However, if you really compare him to Han Shaofeng, the gap is still quite large. Therefore, unless Jiang Tang does something reckless, he would never dare to disturb Han Shaofeng under any circumstances. But now, by some terrible twist of fate, he has already done such a thing. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at what was in front of him. Han Shaofeng felt absolutely nothing was wrong with the current situation. However, Luo Fei still needs to try and win over Han Shaofeng. Boss, I'm sorry, I had no idea before. Ignorance is no excuse, please forgive me this time. Jiang Tang, too, was filled with regret. Why was he so fixated on beautiful women? Now he's messed with someone he can't afford to offend. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, said to the people around him, if we have any cooperation with them, let's put it all on hold. After all, his character isn't very good, and his company isn't doing well either. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the general manager next to him nodded repeatedly. Jiang Tang and Luo Fei, on the other hand, were immediately kicked out by the security guards who had already arrived. After doing all this, Han Shaofeng turned to Deng Lingxue beside him and said something. I'm so sorry, I was planning to treat you to dinner today, but this happened instead. Upon hearing Han Shaofeng's words, Deng Lingxue rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Han Shaofeng. It's okay. Actually, I think it's fine the way it is. In fact, Deng Lingxue truly felt that way. However, Han Shaofeng remained calm. Okay, then I'll take you back first. Deng Lingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still spoke to Han Shaofeng. Shaofeng, you need to be careful. I heard that the Luo family is after you. Chapter 23. This kid, let's test him. You mean the Luo family? When Han Shaofeng looked at Deng Lingxue, he was slightly curious. After all, Han Shaofeng wasn't really clear about these things. However, Han Shaofeng knew that since Deng Lingxue had already said that, so this matter is most likely true. In fact, Deng Lingxue had already heard some news about this before. Therefore, Deng Lingxue felt it was necessary to tell Han Shaofeng. Moreover, it might be because the two of them had just started dating. Deng Lingxue didn't want to separate from Han Shaofeng so soon. Yes, the Luo family in the third tier. I don't know how I notice you, but anyway, be careful. After Deng Lingxue finished speaking, Han Shaofeng's face lit up with a smile. Whether it's the Luo family or others, does Han Shaofeng really need to be afraid of them? Upon closer examination, it becomes clear that none of it was necessary at all. However, Deng Lingxue was still very curious about what was in front of her. Shaofeng, what are your plans next? Deng Lingxue knew how powerful the Luo family was, so she was actually quite worried about Han Shaofeng. Han Shaofeng, however, raised his eyebrows slightly. How could he not understand such a thing? It's all right, don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Han Shaofeng waved his hand in front of him, appearing very calm and casual. This kind of thing might be quite difficult for others. But in Han Shaofeng's eyes, it was nothing to mention. However, even if they continue to cause trouble now, they are still not enough to win. Just you wait and see the show. Han Shaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly, his face revealing an indescribable confidence. After all, Han Shaofeng had already thought of this beforehand. But right now, Han Shaofeng doesn't have any good solutions either. At that point, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. However, Han Shaofeng wasn't worried at all. Let them do whatever they want, because in the end, the result will be the same anyway. Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke casually. What a joke! Han Shaofeng has a system. Could it be that Han Shaofeng is afraid of these things? Upon closer examination, it becomes clear that these things simply do not exist. Okay, I believe you. Now that I'm your girlfriend, you have to tell me if there are any problems. When Deng Lingxue looked at Han Shaofeng, her beautiful eyes were filled with a determined look. However, as Deng Lingxue acted this way, Han Shaofeng suddenly thought of someone. And this person was none other than Yin Ting. After all, even if she was reluctant to admit it, something that shouldn't have happened still occurred between Han Shaofeng and her. Han Shaofeng, however, could not possibly ignore all of this. Right now, Han Shaofeng is still very troubled. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Han Shaofeng felt that since he had already made such a big mistake. For now, I'd better not dwell on this matter. However, there was one thing Han Shaofeng knew. That's the Luo family. They're definitely trying every possible way to deal with Han Shaofeng. At this moment, Luo Wangjin was listening to the news reported by the people around him. Young master, our people planted in Snow Love have been kicked out. And that man named Han Shaofeng is the owner of Snow Love. After the people around him finished speaking, Luo Wangjin felt quite displeased. After all, this was a game of chess that he had arranged himself. Originally, it was almost time to close the net. However, unexpectedly, this happened halfway through. If we don't find a solution now, then, in the end, people will probably regret it. Let's test this kid first. If he is sensible enough to join the Luo family, then everything will be much easier to discuss. If he doesn't agree, then teach him a lesson. As Luo Wangjin spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. After all, this is something that we still have to be wary of, given the current situation. Meanwhile, the other guards of the Luo family around Luo Wangjin were eager to try their luck. Young master is right. Our Luo family is large and powerful. Why is he making excuses to join us? In that case, I think we should take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Let's see how things go. If he agrees, great. If not, then we'll grant his wish. As they looked ahead, these people all spoke to the person in front of them. And the more they talked, the more excited they became. Although Luo Wangjin was very happy to hear these words. But now Luo Wangjin felt even more anxious. He was extremely eager to resolve this matter. If this problem cannot be solved, then he will inevitably have to show off his skills. What do you think are the chances of this kid joining us? Looking at the people around him, Luo Wangjin couldn't help but ask. Actually, the people around me don't know either. However, since Luo Wangjin has already said so, he can only rely on what he has guessed so far. Let's begin here, and slowly conduct our own analysis. Actually, young master, I think that even if he now owns the Hanyang Group and Snow Love, but he is still very passive right now. If we want to take action against him, he won't be able to hold on. He went over these matters with his subordinates. Luo Wangjin suddenly realized that he had nothing to worry about anymore. Anyway, I already completely control everything now. At that time, all you need to do is put a little pressure on the other party. Now we'll see what he does. But no matter what he does, it's all within our expectations. Luo Wangjin was very pleased with himself. He felt that if he continued to carry out his plan, things would be fine. Do we even need to say what the outcome will be then? It will definitely be a great victory, and then I will be able to completely take over everything without any problem. What you all said is very good. In that case, let's wish each other great success. When Luo Wangjin got to this point, the people around him were very expectant. After all, if the situation here can be resolved, they can actually reap significant benefits. So in their view, this is perfectly acceptable to do. Luo Wangjin, on the other hand, had a burning light in his eyes. Very well, but no matter what, I'm going to make this kid suffer a terrible death. Chapter 24. Those who don't know what's good for them are you. The next day, Han Shaofeng returned to Hanyang Group. Originally, Han Shaofeng did not want to come. However, there was nothing that Deng Lingxue had told Han Shaofeng before. Let Han Shaofeng know that these things are definitely not as simple as they seem. In short, whatever happens, now that we're here. So now, the key thing for Han Shaofeng is naturally to completely resolve these issues. Looking at what was in front of him, Xia Pingchuan was extremely respectful. Chairman, what brings you here? Han Shaofeng waved to Xia Pingchuan. It's nothing, I'm just here to take care of some things, you don't need to worry about me. Besides, didn't I already say that you are the chairman? After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Xia Pingchuan felt even more moved. However, Xia Pingchuan continued speaking. Boss, in that case, I'll go to the meeting now. Please feel free to call me if anything comes up. Xia Pingchuan's words only made Han Shaofeng find it more interesting. However, for the time being, Han Shaofeng really doesn't need Xia Pingchuan's help with anything. Therefore, Han Shaofeng quickly sent Xia Pingchuan away. I don't know when they will arrive. Let's take a look at Hanyang Group's accounts while we have this opportunity. Han Shaofeng searched on the computer. To be honest, the accounting problems of Hanyang Group are crystal clear. Therefore, Han Shaofeng could naturally see the overall situation of the company. Currently, Hanyang Group is developing quite well. However, at this moment, Han Shaofeng noticed that someone was deliberately targeting Hanyang Group. Not long after, an assistant came to Han Shaofeng. Boss, the Luo family wants to see you outside. After the assistant finished speaking, Han Shaofeng found it amusing. Just now, I was trying to figure out when they would arrive. Unexpectedly, they arrived so soon. What's going on? Are they so eager to come and die? Of course, Han Shaofeng didn't have time to dwell on these things. However, since we've already met here, so it's time to put an end to this matter that needs to be resolved. So Han Shaofeng waved his hand and said, Okay, let them in. Not long after, the Luo family's representative arrived. A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie. However, the moment he looked at Han Shaofeng, he instinctively felt a sense of contempt. After all, Han Shaofeng is just a young man in his 20s. So in his view, they were actually quite easy to fool. But just as this man was preparing to say something, Han Shaofeng was very straightforward. Just say what you have to say, or you can just get lost. Anyway, Han Shaofeng didn't want to have too much contact with them. So Han Shaofeng is currently indifferent to all of this. But in front of Han Shaofeng, the middle-aged man looked at Han Shaofeng and smiled arrogantly. Hello, Mr. Han, I am a representative of the Luo family. Our young master wants you to join our Luo family. If you join, we'll all be family. Otherwise then. The middle-aged man in front of him spoke to Han Shaofeng. The threat it carries is self-evident. As for Han Shaofeng, he didn't think there was anything wrong with the current situation. Are you done talking? If you are, then get out of here. Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke casually to the person in front of him. The middle-aged man in front of him had originally intended to give Han Shaofeng a hard time. But then I suddenly realized that this didn't seem to be of much use. So at this moment, the middle-aged man sneered and said, Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Our Luo family is giving you face by recruiting you. If you agree now, we can give you something. If you don't agree, there's only one outcome, certain death. The middle-aged man spoke confidently to Han Shaofeng. This made Han Shaofeng find it increasingly amusing. The ones who truly don't know what's good for them are you. Go back and tell the person behind you to watch out. Han Shaofeng's face revealed an indescribable determination. After all, this is something that is very obvious to Han Shaofeng. At that moment, the middle-aged man in front of Han Shaofeng snorted. You're courting death. Just wait and see. After saying that, the middle-aged man got up and left. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was looking for a solution. One of your garments is undergoing a major upgrade, and the current effect has shaken the morale of some members of the Luo family. Kindness? What's going on? Is the morale of some members of the Luo family wavering? Can this be upgraded as well? However, from this perspective, Han Shaofeng didn't seem to suffer any real loss. Since that's the case, then Han Shaofeng will just have to wait, even if it doesn't really have any impact. At this moment, Luo Wangjin closed his eyes, still waiting for news. However, at this moment, a man in his 40s came to Luo Wangjin's side. Young master. Luo Wangjin glanced at him, looking completely at ease. How's it going? After Luo Wangjin finished speaking, the person next to him wiped the sweat from his forehead. Young master, things have gone wrong. As the person next to Luo Wangjin spoke, Luo Wangjin's expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected it to turn out this way. However, here, Luo Wangjin gritted his teeth, and a flame seemed to be constantly rising in his heart. No matter what, it's necessary to resolve this matter thoroughly. What an ungrateful bastard, daring to refuse me. No one has ever been able to refuse me before. Since he has refused me, then I'll find a way to deal with him. Luo Wangjin waved his hand in front of him, appearing very casual. After all, how should he actually handle such a situation? Its existence is beyond question. Everyone around Luo Wangjin turned to look at what was in front of them. Other things are nothing at all. However, he felt that he absolutely had to teach the other party a lesson. Call a bunch of men and teach this guy a lesson. Remember, be decisive. Upon hearing Luo Wangjin's words, those around him nodded in agreement. These are Luo Wangjin's usual techniques. How could they not understand? However, now that we've made up our minds to do this, so in itself, such a thing is not a big deal at all. Han Shaofeng, let's see what you can do. Chapter 25 is completely useless. A single stubborn strand of your hair is working hard to upgrade. Current status, you have gained the loyalty of 2 devoted guards. Han Shaofeng was originally enjoying himself here. But seeing this all of a sudden was something Han Shaofeng himself hadn't expected at all. However, after thinking about it for a while, Han Shaofeng suddenly realized that the current situation was actually not bad at all. After thinking it over carefully, Han Shaofeng realized that he didn't actually take the Luo family seriously. Why should I have to bow down and submit to you after all the hard work I put into this? Do you think you have a big face? Han Shaofeng couldn't help but find it amusing as he watched. After all, this is completely useless. And right now, Han Shaofeng is secretly pondering this. Could I suddenly level up and take over the entire Luo family? For some reason, after thinking about these things, Han Shaofeng suddenly began to feel a sense of anticipation. In short, let's put other things aside for now. But now, if you dare to provoke me, then don't blame me. As Han Shaofeng thought about this, he suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. Even Han Shaofeng himself couldn't explain what was going on. But soon after, a group of people stood there holding iron bars. It looks like it's eyeing something covetously. Han Shaofeng sized up the people in front of him and raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong? Judging from your expressions, are you planning to attack me? The leader found Han Shaofeng's words increasingly amusing. Kid, don't blame us. If anyone's to blame, it's you. You offended someone you shouldn't have. After saying that, the man walked up to Han Shaofeng, gripped the stick in his hand tightly, and struck Han Shaofeng hard. His face was filled with an indescribable excitement and agitation. Clearly, they felt that they could completely control Han Shaofeng. As for Han Shaofeng, he looked around and seemed completely indifferent. How could such a thing possibly cause Han Shaofeng any difficulty? Despite this, Han Shaofeng looked at this scene with an even wider smile. Then, Han Shaofeng stepped forward, grabbed the man's stick with one hand, and punched him hard in the abdomen. In front of Han Shaofeng, the man clutched his abdomen, staring at Han Shaofeng in disbelief. How could you? Originally, they thought that taking this opportunity to teach Han Shaofeng a lesson would be an extremely simple matter. But now, things have turned out differently than they expected. All of this has come unexpectedly. Before long, all of these people were taken down by Han Shaofeng. So, what are you all capable of? Han Shaofeng clapped his hands lightly, seemingly unconcerned about the current situation. But at that moment, that voice rang in Han Shaofeng's mind again. Upgrade complete, and you have gained the loyalty of 30 Luo family guards. Kindness? Han Shaofeng glanced sideways, looking at the person in front of him with a slightly puzzled expression. Why did they suddenly give him 30 guards from the Luo family? Moreover, there is a very high probability that these people were sent by the Luo family. However, Han Shaofeng didn't care about any of this. The key issue now is how to solve these problems. It looks like he should be nearby. Then I might as well wait and see what he says before making any decisions. As Han Shaofeng thought about these things, he looked into the distance again, his smile growing even wider. After all, Han Shaofeng naturally knows what's going on here and what to do. Meanwhile, Luo Wangjin was still quietly waiting there. Luo Wangjin didn't take Han Shaofeng seriously at all. Humph, I'll wait and see if this kid really has the ability. Luo Wangjin was still talking there, but not long afterward. Before him stood a group of disheveled and wretched-looking people who had arrived directly. When Luo Wangjin saw these people, he couldn't even believe his eyes. What's going on here? Luo Wangjin subconsciously asked the question in front of him. One of them, standing in front of Luo Wangjin, kept his head down, not daring to look Luo Wangjin in the eye. Young master, I'm sorry, our mission has failed. What? Upon hearing these words, Luo Wangjin and his guards were all stunned. What kind of rhythm is this? It's too exaggerated. Yeah, is this Han Shaofeng really that amazing? If you asked me, since he won't agree, then let's just get rid of him. The people around them were all talking at once. After all, for them, such a matter should never be taken lightly, no matter what. Luo Wangjin, on the other hand, had a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Good, fortune favors the bold. Since this kid won't agree, then come with me, I'll take him down myself. Luo Wangjin's words made the others start to worry. After all, this is murder. Is it really a good idea to do this? But now, Luo Wangjin doesn't really care about all that anymore. Does it really matter if it looks like this? Actually, it's completely unnecessary. A hint of mockery flickered in Luo Wangjin's eyes. His gaze fell upon what was in front of him, and the smile on his face grew even wider. However, Luo Wangjin's attitude was very firm. A man of small capacity is no gentleman. A man without ruthlessness is no true man. A true man acts decisively and resolutely. As Luo Wangjin uttered these words, those around him became increasingly astonished. But then I thought about it again, and realized that this is exactly how things should be. Young master, he's over there. Beside Luo Wangjin, one of his subordinates pointed into the distance, and said boastfully. Luo Wangjin, on the other hand, had a hint of mockery in his eyes. How could he possibly not understand something like this? Therefore, at this moment, Luo Wangjin's smile grew even stronger. Han Shaofeng, you're dead. Get him! Capture him! Luo Wangjin waved his hand and said it very decisively. Upon seeing this, the people around Luo Wangjin rushed forward and quickly arrived in front of him. In their view, handling this matter is a sure thing at this point. These are nothing at all. Han Shaofeng, let's see where you run this time. Chapter 26. You're the one who's going to your death. At this moment, Han Shaofeng was somewhat stunned. What's going on? Are you saying you're going to kill me? Han Shaofeng was completely baffled. What should Han Shaofeng say in response to this sudden change? After all, this pace came completely unexpectedly. But Luo Wangjin, standing before him, had a mocking glint in his eyes. Especially now, Luo Wangjin's smile is even more pronounced. Originally, I didn't want to do this. But now, why are you rejecting me? Those who reject me will only die. Luo Wangjin seemed to have completely taken control of Han Shaofeng's life and death, and he became increasingly excited and agitated. In fact, how could Luo Wangjin have known? If Han Shaofeng wanted to kill him now, it would be an easy task. But at this moment, Han Shaofeng still shrugged. Why bother? There shouldn't be such deep hatred between us. But now, why are you doing this, of all people? Han Shaofeng's words caused Luo Wangjin to frown. Especially considering Han Shaofeng's current state, Luo Wangjin felt that Han Shaofeng was simply faking it. However, Han Shaofeng didn't feel anything at all here. Alright, that's settled then. I'm leaving now. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he planned to leave from there. However, Luo Wangjin, who was standing in front of him, had no such intention at all. At this moment, Luo Wangjin looked around, his smile growing even wider. This is getting interesting, but right now, as far as I'm concerned, you're just throwing your life away here. Stop wasting your breath on him, attack and kill him. Luo Wangjin's words signaled to those around him to quickly deal with Han Shaofeng. The people around him immediately stepped forward, but instead of attacking Han Shaofeng, they pinned Luo Wangjin down. This move completely stunned not only Luo Wangjin, but even Han Shaofeng. What on earth is going on? Even I can't figure it out. Han Shaofeng's gaze shifted slightly, instinctively falling on what was in front of him, and he couldn't help but ask. As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Luo Wangjin roared. What are you trying to do? You've arrested the wrong person, you know that? However, Luo Wangjin was like this, regarding the present situation. The Luo family guards spoke with serious expressions. Because you provoked Mr. Han. We've all had enough, so we've decided to join Mr. Han's team. The guard in front of them spoke in a serious tone. At this point, Luo Wangjin roared. Let go right now! Let me tell you, I am a member of the Luo family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Luo family will never let you go. Han Shaofeng stood there, finding it extremely funny. Your Luo family really thinks too highly of yourselves, doesn't it? Don't talk about the strength of your Luo family. In my opinion, even if I kill you, it won't matter. Han Shaofeng waved his hand dismissively, and spoke very casually. At this moment, one of the guards beside Han Shaofeng nodded emphatically. Okay, boss, we know what to do. After speaking, the guard swung his knife at the person in front of him. The speed was so fast that Han Shaofeng was completely dumbfounded. It's almost unbelievable that something like this could happen. Han Shaofeng was just casually mentioning it here. Who would have thought that his newly recruited subordinates would take action without saying a word? For a moment, Han Shaofeng was almost unable to recover from the shock. This pace is simply too exaggerated. Don't worry, boss, this is what we should do. Boss, please don't hold a grudge about this. Even his bodyguards didn't forget to do the same to Han Shaofeng. However, what Han Shaofeng saw now made him extremely depressed. You've all said everything I have to say, now what should I say? However, looking at the situation before him, Han Shaofeng knew that no matter what he said now, it would be completely useless. At this moment, Han Shaofeng's gaze sharpened as he looked around, and he suddenly realized something. Doing this now might not be such a bad thing. Now that they've jumped out early, it's a huge advantage for my next plan. Han Shaofeng found it increasingly amusing the more he thought about it. Other things that make me angry are not a big deal. But the Luo family will definitely continue to target Han Shaofeng. If necessary, we must find a way to get rid of them. Han Shaofeng was somewhat puzzled by these thoughts. Right now, everything seems to be going well, But the question is, where do we even begin? Han Shaofeng felt increasingly confused. Boss, at this point, the Luo family will definitely do whatever it takes to deal with you. If you asked me, why don't you strike first and take over the Luo family directly? After his bodyguard finished speaking, Han Shaofeng found it exaggerated. Moreover, this pace seems to have come a bit too fast. Really, do we have to do this? Han Shaofeng was now at a loss for words. Looking back, what did the other party do? It's nothing more than that they want to take action against Han Shaofeng. As a result, before the other side could even make a move, they were killed by their own people. And now, Han Shaofeng is going to deal with the Luo family? What did Han Shaofeng do? At most, he has a single, tenacious heir that's trying to upgrade itself. And that's how it all ended? Thinking of this, Han Shaofeng sighed helplessly. Sigh, tell me, why bother? Why did you have to provoke me at this time? However, Han Shaofeng knew that what his bodyguard said made a lot of sense. Lead the way, destination, the Luo family. Han Shaofeng now intends to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. As for the Luo family, let them slowly become history. Your paper is undergoing a major upgrade and is currently occupying a market share in the Luo family. Seeing this, Han Shaofeng became even more excited. Is one of the Luo family's markets now under Han Shaofeng's control? Thinking about it this way, Han Shaofeng felt a little eager to try. Very well, in that case, let's all work harder and make sure to resolve this matter today. As Han Shaofeng watched, the smile on his face grew even wider. Because now, even Han Shaofeng's piece of paper is starting to be upgraded. I wonder what it will ultimately become. Or is it possible to completely take over the entire Luo family? Chapter 27 This enmity is irreconcilable. The head of the Luo family, Luo Huayan, has already learned of this matter. But the more this happened, the more moved Luo Huayan became. How is this possible? When Luo Huayan looked at what was in front of him, his face was filled with disbelief. Even he himself didn't know what to do at this moment. My son is dead? As the head of the Luo family, Luo Huayan was completely unable to remain calm at this moment. After all, this matter came unexpectedly. Luo Huayan even wondered to himself, who was responsible for all of this. But the Luo family guards beside him, upon seeing this scene, subconsciously said something. Young master has been investigating a man named Han Shaofeng recently. Did he do this? Thinking of this, Luo Huayan's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that the final result would turn out like this. This was the first time Luo Huayan had ever disliked someone named Han Shaofeng. Although he had never met Han Shaofeng. Go immediately and find out where this Han Shaofeng is. This enmity is irreconcilable. I must kill him with my own hands, otherwise I will not be able to quell the hatred in my heart. At this moment, Luo Huayan's gaze shifted, landing on what was in front of him, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more pronounced. Meanwhile, everyone around Luo Huayan turned to look at them. Just as they were about to agree, one of them received a phone call. The person picked up the phone and listened to a few words spoken on the other end, and was quite surprised. What did you say? Okay, I understand. At this moment, Luo Huayan looked at the man with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? What happened? The person who had just hung up the phone looked at Luo Huayan and spoke directly. Patriarch, Han Shaofeng is coming this way. What's going on? Luo Huayan's brows furrowed slightly. He really hadn't expected this. It took Luo Huayan a while to come to his senses. I didn't expect that. I hadn't gone to see him yet. This kid, he's delivered himself right to our doorstep. A hint of mockery flickered in Luo Huayan's eyes. In front of Luo Huayan, the people around him looked at each other, all staring in his direction. Now it's time for Luo Huayan to give the orders on how to resolve this matter. Get ready immediately. I'm going to make sure Han Shaofeng dies a horrible death. Luo Huayan practically shouted these words. The others around Luo Huayan nodded in agreement. They were certainly aware of this. Therefore, what to do next is of paramount importance. However, there was one thing that surprised Luo Huayan. That's Han Shaofeng, who actually built such a career in such a short time. This made Luo Huayan vaguely feel that this person was not simple. In short, no matter what, you killed my son, and I will tear you to pieces. A murderous intent flashed in Luo Huayan's eyes. Humph, damn bastard. This time, you're finished. Luo Huayan watched and talked. Meanwhile, Han Shaofeng didn't feel nervous at all. He originally had only a dozen or so bodyguards around him. And now, the number of bodyguards around him is starting to increase. We're getting closer and closer to the Luo family now. Han Shaofeng was still observing, wondering if the upgrade was over yet. Why is there still no news? What kind of upgrade will it get? But no matter what, I'm guaranteed to make a profit. After all, it was originally just a piece of paper, but now that it has been upgraded to this level, Han Shaofeng is quite looking forward to it. Boss, the Luo family's house is just ahead. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, the bodyguards around him couldn't help but say something to him. After listening to his bodyguard finish speaking, Han Shaofeng glanced sideways and nodded in their direction. Okay, I understand. Han Shaofeng's actions only fueled the excitement of his bodyguards. They didn't know how Han Shaofeng planned to handle this matter. While Han Shaofeng was still in a daze, that voice suddenly rang in his mind. Upgrade complete. Current status, 70% loyalty from the Luo family. Han Shaofeng rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. Is this for real? However, based on the system's past behavior, Han Shaofeng knew that this matter was not only true, but also highly likely to be true. But Han Shaofeng didn't have time to think about that, because he had already arrived at the Luo family's residence. Meanwhile, Han Shaofeng's loyal bodyguards were all talking to him. Boss, you stay here and we'll take care of it later. Yes, please wait a moment, we will get these things sorted out soon. As Han Shaofeng's bodyguard finished speaking, Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, found it very interesting. In fact, Han Shaofeng really wanted to know how many people were on his side. Wait a minute, I'll go take a look. Anyway, Han Shaofeng is very skilled now. Therefore, dealing with these people in front of him was naturally a piece of cake for Han Shaofeng. The bodyguards around Han Shaofeng were getting anxious seeing him like this. Boss, how can this be? You are of such high status, what if? The bodyguard beside him hadn't finished speaking. But when the Luo family guards saw Han Shaofeng, his face revealed a look of joy. Boss, I never expected it to be you. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Thank goodness you've finally arrived. What's going on? A dark line appeared on Han Shaofeng's forehead. However, Han Shaofeng's bodyguards admired him immensely. No wonder he's their boss. He recruited these people so easily. However, now is not the time for them to talk about these things. Rather than that, it would be better to take advantage of the present moment, break in, and resolve these issues completely. That is the most important thing. At this moment, Han Shaofeng became somewhat curious. How many of you are left? Han Shaofeng's main question was, how many people were still on his side? But one of the Luo family guards in front of him spoke to Han Shaofeng with great conviction. Boss, you can rest assured. We are all your people. As long as you give the order, we will immediately work together to capture Luo Huayan. Seeing the people around him doing the same thing, Han Shaofeng knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Luo family should already be under his control. Actually, when Han Shaofeng thought about it carefully, it seemed that he hadn't done anything wrong. If we really have to express our gratitude, let's thank Han Shaofeng's piece of paper. It was its persistent upgrades that led to this result. But for now, let's go and arrest them first. Let's go, let's set off. Chapter 28. How did he die? Master, something terrible has happened. Han Shaofeng has broken in. At this moment, a guard from the Luo family rushed in a hurry. While running, he didn't forget to talk to the person in front of him. As the Luo family guard finished speaking, a surge of murderous intent welled up in Luo Huayan's heart. Let's leave other matters aside for now. But the more Luo Huayan looked at it, the more excited he became. What are you all doing? He's here, and you didn't even try to stop him. In Luo Huayan's view, even if Han Shaofeng came, it would be impossible for him to arrive so quickly. And if he is given this time, then when all the guards of the Luo family gather, that will be the time. Then, when the time comes, wouldn't resolving this matter be a sure thing? However, the people around Luo Huayan shook their heads at him when they saw him like this, and said very seriously, Patriarch, we would like to stop them. The problem is, everyone has already sided with him. We have no one left to stop us now. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Luo Huayan. There was no such situation before this. And now, this has suddenly come out of nowhere. The more Luo Huayan looked at it, the more he felt he had to find a solution. No, you guys need to get ready quickly. No matter where you bring in manpower, get this matter resolved first. I want Han Shaofeng to die a horrible death. Luo Huayan was still talking when he suddenly felt a pain in his body. He turned around again, only to find someone next to him stabbing him. Luo Huayan was stunned, as were the others. And this person said smugly, You want to mess with my boss? Let me tell you, you'll never succeed in this lifetime. As soon as the man finished speaking, Luo Huayan regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have called someone himself. Now Luo Huayan is bleeding profusely and will soon collapse, never to rise again. His breath vanished in an instant. What do we do? Kill him quickly. The Patriarch is already dead, what's the point of killing him? Yes, rather than doing that, why don't we all just go and pledge allegiance to Boss Han? As they spoke, those who had initially harbored any hope for Luo Huayan now completely gave up. Judging from the current situation, most of the Luo family members have sided with Han Shaofeng. What are they still trying to do? All they're doing is dragging Luo Huayan down with them. Strange, why is there no sound at all here? Or are they brewing some big move? The bodyguards around Han Shaofeng looked like they were loyal and dedicated to protecting him. However, Han Shaofeng doesn't need their protection at all. Moreover, Han Shaofeng knew that 70% of the Luo family members had now sided with him. The remaining 30% are only for those who are courting death. Otherwise, the minority shall submit to the majority. If they don't obey, then we can cripple them anytime, anywhere. This is absolutely not a joke. When Han Shaofeng led the group there, they found that the cleaning had already begun. Anyone who disobeyed orders was dealt with. Han Shaofeng was somewhat surprised to see this. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Where is the head of the Luo family? Wasn't he here to settle accounts with me? I'm already here. As Han Shaofeng spoke, a bodyguard came to his side. Boss, Luo Huayan is dead. As he spoke, the bodyguard pointed to the middle-aged man being carried away in the distance. He's already dead? Han Shaofeng was puzzled. This situation was rather unusual. However, Luo Huayan's death is no big deal. It has little to do with Han Shaofeng. Well, if he's dead, then we'll deal with him. I'll leave the matters concerning the Luo family to you. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, his bodyguards nodded repeatedly. They had always believed that if they followed Han Shaofeng, he would never treat them unfairly. As expected, things have turned out exactly as predicted. The bodyguards who used to follow Han Shaofeng have now become the people in charge of the Luo family. In terms of compensation, there will definitely be an improvement. Boss, won't you check the accounts first? It's important to know that the Luo family's accounts are a major expense. Now that all of these belong to Han Shaofeng, it's natural for him to take care of them. But Han Shaofeng genuinely had absolutely no interest in any of these things. If Han Shaofeng had used this time, he could have gone out to find Deng Lingxue or Yin Ting. Okay, I won't look at it. I have a general idea of what's going on. As for this place, I'm leaving it to you. Don't let me down. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the others nodded emphatically. At this moment, Han Shaofeng hesitated, wondering what he should do. Suddenly I have so much, I want to live a simpler life. Han Shaofeng was thinking to himself, when a notification sounded in his mind. Your pair of Li Ning sneakers have been upgraded, your current style is at its peak, and you have earned the title of Heartthrob. Kindness? A heartthrob? And it was obtained using a pair of sneakers? If that's the case, then Han Shaofeng should definitely go out for a stroll. Behind him, the bodyguards watched Han Shaofeng leave, filled with mixed emotions. I didn't expect the boss to trust us so much. It seems we need to work even harder to repay him. Haven't you noticed that the boss seems different than before? Yes, she has a very elegant demeanor. It's our great fortune to be able to work with a boss like her. In short, everyone must continue to work hard and absolutely not tarnish the boss's reputation. After these people finished speaking, Han Shaofeng had already left. However, Han Shaofeng was still pondering what to do next. Or should we go find Deng Lingxue later? Han Shaofeng thought this suggestion was excellent. However, just as Han Shaofeng was still thinking, a voice came from not far away. Beautiful lady, you are so gorgeous. Being her boyfriend would be such a wonderful thing, wouldn't it? Beauty? Boyfriend? Happy things? These things don't seem to have anything to do with each other at all. However, when Han Shaofeng looked over, he suddenly froze. Through the shop window, I saw a stunningly beautiful woman, a 90 out of 100, sitting there gracefully. Her posture was so elegant and graceful. Even though Han Shaofeng already had two beauties by his side, he was still slightly tempted at this moment. Since I have nothing else to do, I'll go take a look. Han Shaofeng pondered silently as he slowly stepped forward and opened the door to the coffee shop. However, the moment Han Shaofeng opened the door, his gaze fixed on something not far away. The woman remained seated, her gaze occasionally glancing at Han Shaofeng, as if hinting at something. Han Shaofeng walked straight over, but before he had taken more than a few steps, someone called out to him. Handsome guy, are you here to see me? Chapter 29. Go ahead and name your price. Seeing this woman like this, Han Shaofeng was actually full of disdain. Even with makeup, this woman only scores 80 points. After removing the makeup, I don't know what I look like. However, she seemed quite confident, sitting there upright, dressed in expensive designer clothes, looking every bit the wealthy and proud heiress. Oh, you're talking to me? Han Shaofeng turned around, a hint of curiosity on his face, and couldn't help but ask. Wang Huihui nodded, crossed her arms, and looked at Han Shaofeng, speaking directly. Is there anyone else here? There weren't many customers in this coffee shop. But we can't say there were no other people, can we? Especially after Wang Huihui finished speaking, all the people around Han Shaofeng glared at her angrily. Hey beautiful, that's going too far. That's right, we didn't do anything to you, so why are you being so ruthless? Actually, if you asked me, it's definitely because the beautiful girl is interested in him, and not us. The onlookers around were all talking about it. Wang Huihui smiled and walked up to Han Shaofeng. At that moment, when Wang Huihui looked at Han Shaofeng, a playful smile appeared on her face. That's right, I'm a person with high standards. In my eyes, a man who is not good enough is not even human. Go ahead and name your price. As long as you can afford it, I can pay it. Wang Huihui's arrogant demeanor made the people around her grit their teeth in hatred. They hadn't expected Wang Huihui to say something like that. However, they still looked at Han Shaofeng with envy. After all, Han Shaofeng has an outstanding temperament, and he certainly doesn't seem to be able to compare with them. Han Shaofeng, of course, knew what Wang Huihui meant. But Han Shaofeng didn't think he needed to agree to anything Wang Huihui said. Therefore, Han Shaofeng's gaze fell on Wang Huihui, and the smile on his lips grew even wider. That's interesting, but why should I agree to it? In Han Shaofeng's view, he has just taken over the Luo family and his development momentum is very rapid. It seems there's absolutely no need to bother with a woman like that. If it were the one sitting inside, then perhaps Han Shaofeng would be somewhat interested. But Wang Huihui didn't think so. Because my Wang family is rich and powerful, and I am also good-looking. I think we're the perfect match, what do you think? Wang Huihui's words only made Han Shaofeng chuckle even more. At this moment, Han Shaofeng no longer wanted to pay attention to Wang Huihui and walked straight inside. Just then, the woman sitting inside slowly stood up and walked towards Han Shaofeng. The two locked eyes, and the woman suddenly spoke. The phrase, "A match made in heaven," doesn't seem quite right for you. And I think I'm a better match for him than you are. The moment the woman spoke, it was so captivating. As she finished speaking, the onlookers around her were all astonished. Wow, the goddess has spoken! Why do I feel a flutter in my heart? Actually, that's how I see it now too. As these people continued to speak, they became increasingly excited as they talked. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, remained very calm at this moment, calmly observing everything before him. The woman smiled and walked up to Han Shaofeng, taking his arm with one hand. Let's go. Without many words, just 3 simple words, Han Shaofeng was deeply moved. In fact, Han Shaofeng had no idea how long it had been since he had felt this way. However, now, a faint smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. Okay. As soon as Han Shaofeng said these words, everyone in front of them turned to look at them. Undoubtedly, this was something that, to be precise, came completely unexpected to them. Han Shaofeng didn't seem to care about any of this at the moment. However, Wang Huihui felt that her face was turning pale and then flushed. Especially what just happened, without a doubt made Wang Huihui feel extremely ashamed. But Han Shaofeng was the man she had her eye on, so how could she let him be taken away by another woman? Although this woman was much prettier than Wang Huihui. Stop right there! Wang Huihui looked at the woman in front of her, and pointed at her. Han Shaofeng found it interesting and watched, eager to see what she would do. Beside Han Shaofeng, the woman turned to look at Wang Huihui, her smile growing even wider. What you up to? These words left Wang Huihui completely stunned. For some reason, these words made her feel very insecure. It was as if an invisible pressure was coming towards her. These are things that Wang Huihui cannot tolerate. So at this moment, Wang Huihui bit her lip and looked ahead. At this moment, Wang Huihui spoke very decisively. He's the man I've set my sights on, how can you just take him away like that? And do you even know who I am? As Wang Huihui spoke, she appeared extremely proud. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was quite helpless. This Wang Huihui seems to have a very high opinion of herself. Han Shaofeng didn't know how to explain these things. But the woman beside Han Shaofeng didn't care about any of that. Not only that, she also coldly said, Wang Huihui, Wang Qianshan's daughter. After saying this, Wang Huihui was quite pleased with herself. I didn't expect you to actually recognize me. Those around them were quite surprised to hear this. My God, is she the daughter of that big boss Wang Qianshan? I heard Wang Qianshan is very rich and very domineering. Of course, just look at this beautiful woman and you'll understand. Now, all sorts of rumors are circulating. Wang Huihui smiled proudly. Since you know who I am, then I believe you should know what to do. After I marry this handsome guy, I will invite you to my wedding. As Wang Huihui spoke, it was as if she were bestowing a handout upon everyone around her. However, Han Shaofeng was very frustrated. That's too arrogant of him. He doesn't even say anything yet. Chapter 30. Pack your things and get out. At this moment, Wang Huihui still wore an indescribable smug expression. After all, what should be done next? In fact, Wang Huihui understood this quite well. But the woman pulled out her phone and made a call. Hey Wang Qianshan, your daughter has offended me. That's right, pack your things and get her out. After the woman finished speaking, she hung up the phone cleanly and decisively. Then, the moment she looked at Han Shaofeng, her eyes were bright and clear, making her look exceptionally charming and beautiful. However, Wang Huihui was dissatisfied. Who do you think you are? You made a pretentious phone call and expect me to get lost? As Wang Huihui spoke, she came closer, intending to make her move. Just then, Wang Huihui's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, I saw that the call was from Wang Huihui's father, Wang Qianshan. Upon answering the phone, Wang Huihui exclaimed, "Hello, Dad, why are you calling? I just..." A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Daughter, pack your things and leave Suzhou and Hangzhou immediately." "What's going on?" Upon hearing this news, Wang Qianshan was stunned and could hardly believe his ears. "They actually want me to leave Suzhou and Hangzhou? Dad, what's going on? I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere." Wang Huihui suddenly became a little anxious. Because now, she doesn't want to leave like this. But on the other end of the phone, Wang Qianshan sighed. "Alas, I didn't want this either. You've messed with someone you can't afford to offend. If you don't leave, our entire Wang family will be finished." "What?" These words surprised Wang Huihui even more. What kind of person has such great power? She looked at the woman next to Han Shaofeng. She was the only one who made the call. Could it be that she was the one who did it? "Dad, who exactly is that person?" At this moment, Wang Huihui still seemed unwilling to give up, and picked up the phone to ask. But then that voice came from the other end of the phone. "That woman's name is Tang Lingwei." Just then, Tang Lingwei took Han Shaofeng's arm and walked straight outside. "All right, let's go." Han Shaofeng looked at this scene with some doubt, but still nodded in this direction. Other matters are none of Han Shaofeng's concern. As for the woman beside him, her identity remains unknown. Behind him, the people around him began to discuss the name. "My goodness, Tang Lingwei, the chairperson of Datang International. Yes, it's that woman. No wonder. Although Wang Qianshan is powerful, he is still far inferior to that woman. That was so satisfying. Wang Huihui is so arrogant. It looks like she'll be leaving Suzhou and Hangzhou soon. Of course, with her attitude of looking down on everyone, she deserves all this." The people around were all gloating and talking about it. Wang Huihui was furious, but she also knew that she no longer possesses the pride she once had. Since Tang Lingwei asked her to leave, she was determined to leave no matter what. Otherwise, the entire Wang family would be completely wiped out. At that moment, the voice rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. "Your shirt is constantly being upgraded. Currently it's a small restaurant." Han Shaofeng and Tang Lingwei locked eyes. Actually, Han Shaofeng suddenly didn't know what to do. Just now, it was because of that woman that Han Shaofeng and Tang Lingwei got together. But now that there are only two of them left, what should they do? Watching movies, shopping, eating out? Actually, Han Shaofeng thought that since everyone was so tired, he should go to a nearby hotel and book a room so that everyone could get some rest. That's a possibility. "Thank you for what you did earlier." Although Han Shaofeng could indeed resolve this matter, it was ultimately Tang Lingwei who had to step in. Therefore, Han Shaofeng naturally wanted to express his gratitude. As for Tang Lingwei, she didn't seem to notice anything amiss. "It's all right. You were in trouble just now, how could I not lend a hand? I think that if a handsome guy like you gets into trouble, no one will stand idly by." As Tang Lingwei finished speaking, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Although the fragrance was so pleasant, Han Shaofeng still smiled. "I don't know how I can help you. Otherwise, I always feel like I owe you something, and I feel very uncomfortable." What Han Shaofeng said is true. The hardest thing to bear is the favor of a beautiful woman. Therefore, unless it's an unreasonable request, Han Shaofeng will definitely agree. Of course, if things go too far, then Han Shaofeng should be given some mental preparation. After all, this is Han Shaofeng's first time, so he might be a little nervous. Tang Lingwei smiled and smiled at Han Shaofeng. "Is everything you're saying true? Is there any truth to this?" Han Shaofeng and Tang Lingwei locked eyes. Han Shaofeng wanted to glean something from Tang Lingwei's face. However, Han Shaofeng was soon disappointed. Because Tang Lingwei was behaving as before, as if she couldn't be affected at all. But Tang Lingwei, standing before him, smiled and said, "Wait a minute, I need your help. I'll pretend to be my boyfriend." Tang Lingwei spoke these words very softly. However, what Han Shaofeng heard gave him a certain feeling. Such a glorious and arduous task has been entrusted to me. How could I not be able to complete it? Of course, this is simply impossible. But Han Shaofeng felt a little curious. I don't know how I'm supposed to pretend to be your boyfriend. Or rather, how far have things progressed? Han Shaofeng needs to take into account the actual situation and cooperate well with Tang Lingwei. Otherwise, this whole thing will be exposed sooner or later. Tang Lingwei, on the other hand, found what Han Shaofeng said quite interesting. But here, Tang Lingwei reached out and took Han Shaofeng's arm. For now, this is the first step, but if we perform well, we'll see how things go. Tang Lingwei's smile deeply moved Han Shaofeng. Han Shaofeng had never expected Tang Lingwei to be so proactive. However, Han Shaofeng was puzzled as to why this holiday and the New Year were not observed. Why did Tang Lingwei ask Han Shaofeng to pretend to be her boyfriend? Does this mean I'm going to take her home to meet my parents? Han Shaofeng couldn't guess the reason. But just as Tang Lingwei and Han Shaofeng were at that moment, a man's voice came through. Tang Lingwei! What are you doing? Chapter 31. Otherwise, what can you do? This man was in his early 30s. He was dressed in a sharp suit and wore black-rimmed glasses. She was dressed like a fashion elite. However, for Han Shaofeng, this is the kind of person he dislikes the most. He always acts so self-important, which makes Han Shaofeng find him incredibly annoying. Moreover, Han Shaofeng could actually sense a hint of hostility in his eyes. Of course, Han Shaofeng didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But he went straight up to Han Shaofeng. Boy, you're not good enough for Lingwei. His words were filled with anger. However, Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him with great interest. For Han Shaofeng, this was truly absurd. Oh, so you're saying you're good enough for Lingwei? Han Shaofeng couldn't stand this kind of self-righteous guy. Before even understanding the situation, they suddenly started criticizing. However, Han Shaofeng is not someone to be trifled with. Now that the other party has come looking for trouble, Han Shaofeng finds it increasingly amusing. That's enough, Renfei. I've told you many times, we're not a good match. Tang Lingwei subconsciously looked in front of her and spoke directly. Meanwhile, Han Shaofeng took the opportunity to size up Renfei. Renfei's forehead creased with annoyance. Especially now, all these things are directed at him. As for Renfei, he did not answer Tang Lingwei's question. He turned his attention to the other side, targeting Han Shaofeng. Kid, name your price. How much will it take to get you out of Lingwei? Renfei waved his hand, looking like he was very rich. But Han Shaofeng found it funny. Name your price, how much will it take for you to get out of our sight? Han Shaofeng's attitude was very firm, and he didn't even bother to discuss it with Renfei. After all, with a beautiful woman in front of you, wouldn't backing down at this moment disappoint her? However, Renfei's face turned pale and then flushed. Clearly, Han Shaofeng had dealt him a heavy blow. However, Renfei still couldn't help but say it now. Kid, you're ruthless. Lingwei, this guy is too rude. He's not a good match for you. Renfei looked at Tang Lingwei, still wanting to try his best here. However, as Tang Lingwei said these words, it is clear that Tang Lingwei does not agree with this at present. Thank you, but I think it's fine as long as it's suitable. Please leave. I don't want to see you again. After Tang Lingwei finished speaking, she got up and prepared to leave. At that moment, several people rushed up. Young master, what's wrong? These people came up to Renfei and spoke to him. Renfei pointed at Han Shaofeng and said, Clean up this garbage for me. Don't get in the way, I'm with Lingwei. Renfei's words caused all the people around him to flock towards Han Shaofeng. Clearly, in their eyes, Han Shaofeng was nothing at all. Sir, our young master said he would like you to leave. We hope you will cooperate, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. As they approached, a burly bodyguard spoke. At this moment, Tang Lingwei saw this and couldn't help but feel anxious, wanting to say something to them. But Han Shaofeng turned around and gave Tang Lingwei a faint smile. Don't worry, I'll handle these things. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Tang Lingwei felt a warmth in her heart for some reason. But Ren Fei became increasingly dissatisfied. Especially when he saw Han Shaofeng, who was more handsome and had a better temperament than him. This made Ren Fei even more dissatisfied. Why waste so much breath on him? Let's fight! As soon as Ren Fei finished speaking, the people around him stepped forward, intending to attack Han Shaofeng. In Ren Fei's opinion, Han Shaofeng was doomed this time. However, the leader was about to attack Han Shaofeng. However, before he even arrived, Han Shaofeng, without saying a word, directly and decisively threw a punch, fiercely striking this side. Caught off guard, the man was knocked down with a single punch. Everyone else was completely stunned. They hadn't expected that Han Shaofeng was actually a martial arts expert. However, even so, there is no doubt about what should be done next. At that moment, Ren Fei gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Let's all go together and take him down. I'll reward you handsomely." Although Han Shaofeng's display of strength startled Ren Fei. However, Ren Fei felt that there was still some hope. Let's give it our all now. Even if we fail, it won't be a big deal. Tang Lingwei was even more worried. Actually, she didn't know what was going on either. However, when she thought about how confident Han Shaofeng had been just now, even Tang Lingwei couldn't help but think to herself at this moment. Could it be that he really has a way to deal with this? Although Tang Lingwei couldn't explain it, she became increasingly surprised as she looked around. Because those bodyguards who were so arrogant just moments ago were now all lying on the ground. Looking at Han Shaofeng, he stood there as if none of what had just happened had made any difference to him. All of this seemed to be just tickling Han Shaofeng. Ren Fei looked at Han Shaofeng with a bewildered expression. His confidence has completely vanished. After all, Han Shaofeng's previous strength had completely intimidated him. Even now, if he had any more courage, it wouldn't be enough here. No, don't come any closer. As Han Shaofeng approached, Ren Fei retreated repeatedly, speaking to Han Shaofeng. Han Shaofeng didn't want to say much to Ren Fei, and went straight to him. Following Han Shaofeng's actions, a smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. Humph, you seem to have no sense of propriety. After doing so much, can't you even offer an apology? Han Shaofeng's actions infuriated Ren Fei. Humph, kid, let me tell you, don't mess around. I'm a shareholder of Datang International. If you dare to do this, then don't blame me. Ren Fei was about to say something to Han Shaofeng. But Han Shaofeng slapped him on the head, making Ren Fei dizzy. As for Han Shaofeng, he didn't seem to think anything of it. At this moment, after being hit a few times by Han Shaofeng, Ren Fei originally intended to put up a stubborn resistance. But later on, he lowered his head. No, please don't hit me. I surrender. I'll apologize, okay? As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Apologize first, and we'll get through this ordeal later. But Han Shaofeng pointed to the ground and said, Sure, kneel down and apologize. Chapter 32: A Transformation, Becoming the Second Largest Shareholder. How dare you expect me, a shareholder of Datang International, to kneel down and apologize to you? At this moment, Ren Fei, standing before me, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Fine, if you don't apologize, then I won't be polite and I'll break your legs. Han Shaofeng glanced at Ren Fei in front of him, raised an eyebrow, and spoke directly to him with a hint of cynicism. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Ren Fei actually started to worry. After all, he's genuinely afraid of someone like Han Shaofeng who doesn't play by the rules. If he says he's going to break his own leg, then there's a very high chance he will. No, I'll kneel. Ren Fei knelt down directly in front of Han Shaofeng and then sincerely apologized. Tang Lingwei had never liked Ren Fei to begin with. If it weren't for the fact that he was also a shareholder of Datang International, Tang Lingwei wouldn't have paid any attention to him at all. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this now, Tang Lingwei felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This is the perfect partner. I feel very safe in his presence. For some reason, Tang Lingwei suddenly thought of these things at this moment. Seeing Ren Fei like this, Han Shaofeng no longer felt embarrassed. Han Shaofeng waved his hand and said to the person in front of him, "Alright, you can get lost now." Ren Fei felt as if he had been granted a pardon and thanked Han Shaofeng repeatedly. He really didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. After all, even Ren Fei couldn't withstand Han Shaofeng's terrifying methods. After Ren Fei left, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upgrade complete. Current status: second largest shareholder of Datang International, owning 25% of Datang International's shares. Then came a series of prompts. Looking at these contents, Han Shaofeng simply found it hard to believe. Did he become the second largest shareholder of Datang International so easily? But Han Shaofeng always felt that he had heard this name somewhere before. But why can't Han Shaofeng remember anything? Ren Fei, who spoke earlier, seemed to say that he was from Datang International. This Datang International is really amazing. I'm so tired of hearing about it. Han Shaofeng muttered to himself here. Not far away, Tang Lingwei was making a phone call. Originally, she didn't need to deal with these things. But now, the situation here is rather unusual. This forced Tang Lingwei to go back and deal with the situation, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the problem is, Tang Lingwei was somewhat unwilling to just go back like that. Or how about we take this handsome young man back with us? As Tang Lingwei thought this, a hint of anticipation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was unaware of these things. I just felt that Tang Lingwei looked a little strange being here all by herself. Just as Han Shaofeng was still pondering what was going on, Tang Lingwei's beautiful eyes flickered, and when she looked at Han Shaofeng, she suddenly came to her senses. Hey bro, something's happened at the company. I was wondering if you have time to come with me. When Tang Lingwei looked at Han Shaofeng, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness. As for Han Shaofeng, he figured there was nothing else to do at the moment. There's nothing wrong with going there directly with Tang Lingwei. Previously, when those people were discussing it, Han Shaofeng didn't hear what they were saying. Therefore, Han Shaofeng has no idea what Tang Lingwei's company actually is. Chairman. As Tang Lingwei and Han Shaofeng got out of the car, they heard a voice coming from not far away. Following his gaze, Han Shaofeng could immediately see the 4 characters, Datang International. Then take into account how they addressed Tang Lingwei. Han Shaofeng suddenly realized something. The chairman of Datang International was Tang Lingwei. Okay, everyone gather in the conference room, I need to call a meeting. Tang Lingwei spoke very seriously to her assistant. Upon seeing this, Tang Lingwei's assistant nodded in agreement repeatedly. Han Shaofeng, however, seized the opportunity to ask with suspicion. Are you the largest shareholder of Datang International? Han Shaofeng hadn't expected this. Tang Lingwei nodded. That's right. Actually, the reason I came back this time is because a major event happened at Datang International. Well, how should I put it, this matter is also related to me. As Tang Lingwei walked and talked, Han Shaofeng finally understood the whole story. It turns out that Datang International's development over the years has not been so good. Therefore, the other shareholders began to have opinions about Tang Lingwei. They are ready to join forces and try to force Tang Lingwei to relinquish her position as chairperson. Among them, the 3rd shareholder was the most vocal. But I really didn't expect that she would be the largest shareholder. And I, surprisingly, am the 2nd largest shareholder. Under these circumstances, Han Shaofeng was very curious to know what else those people outside the 3rd shareholder could manage to stir up. However, Han Shaofeng was not worried about this. By the way, what do you have to worry about? I see you seem to own 30% of the shares. Han Shaofeng felt that if Tang Lingwei tried to make an effort, then, the odds of winning should be pretty good. Thinking of this, Han Shaofeng looked at Tang Lingwei. But Tang Lingwei couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, it's not as simple as you think. If that's really the case, then that's good. After Tang Lingwei finished speaking to Han Shaofeng looked on with curiosity. What's wrong? Is there something else going on here? Sigh, you don't know, although I own 30% of the shares, the second largest shareholder hasn't been in the company for a long time. No one knows where he went, and those outside the third shareholder plan to take this opportunity to join forces. By the time Tang Linghua finished speaking, Han Shaofeng already had a general idea. However, Han Shaofeng didn't think they had any chance. At least for now, Han Shaofeng has complete control over everything. So now all we need to do is find a second shareholder and get his support. Then, wouldn't you still be in charge of Detang International? Han Shaofeng spoke his mind. He originally wanted to tell Tang Linghua that he was the second largest shareholder of Detang International. But Han Shaofeng suddenly realized something. That is, all of this cannot be revealed so early. Otherwise, it would be very detrimental to Han Shaofeng's next plans. Therefore, Han Shaofeng decided to observe for a while before making a decision. In short, now, when necessary, it's best to do something. Anyway, I'm the second largest shareholder of the company, so if I can help, I will. Chapter 33, Giving them a show of force. Detang International, Conference Room. Many people gathered here. After all, Tang Linghua had already said that there would be a meeting later. Among these people sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. This middle-aged man is named Jiang Sherdong, and he is the third largest shareholder of Detang International. He was the one who planned this. When Jiang Sherdong looked at this place, he waved his hand and said something. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this? As soon as Jiang Sherdong said these words, those around him immediately understood. Their original intention in responding to Jiang Sherdong's call was to resolve this matter. Currently, Detang International is not in a particularly good position, and its largest shareholder, Tang Linghua, only holds 30% of the company's shares. As for the second largest shareholder, they haven't appeared in public for many years. Many of them even suspected that Jiang Sherdong had hired someone to kill the second largest shareholder. They felt that following Jiang Sherdong had all sorts of advantages. Therefore, they are now expressing their opinions here. Actually, I think what Mr. Jiang said is very good, and I agree with it. Yes, look at all the trouble that has happened since the company was handed over to that girl. These may not be the most important things. I think the most crucial point is that the company must be in our hands. As the people around him began to chatter, Jiang Sherdong felt quite smug. In his view, since things have progressed to this point, so it's safe to say that everything is absolutely certain now. What everyone said is very true. I agree with that. Jiang Sherdong looked at the crowd in front of him and couldn't help but speak. Jiang Sherdong then compiled a large amount of information. These are the development status and problems that have emerged of Detang International over the years. After doing all this, Jiang Sherdong looked at everyone. So, as long as you all support me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. When she gets here, let's all give her a good beating. As Jiang Sherdong spoke, he looked at the crowd in front of him. And when these people looked over, they revealed a tacit understanding. After all, everything seemed to them to be going incredibly smoothly. At this moment, Jiang Sherdong felt a surge of pride. It seemed to him that Detang International would soon be his for the taking. In fact, Jiang Sherdong has been planning for so long, and we will soon see the results. How could he not be happy? Here, the conference room door was suddenly opened. The person walking towards us was Tang Linghua. The moment Jiang Sherdong saw Tang Linghua, a playful smile appeared on his face. However, Tang Linghua noticed that there was another person standing behind her. And this person was none other than Han Shaofeng. Chairman Tang, what's going on? You called this meeting, but who is he? As Jiang Sherdong uttered these words, Tang Linghua turned to look at Han Shaofeng, a smile appearing on her face. She is my boyfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around fell silent. These people were stunned for a moment, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief as they looked at what was in front of them. But at the same time, they began to have deep doubts. In this situation, what does it mean to suddenly say these things? Tang Linghua, this is Detang International. Why are you showing off your love like this? Go home. But this isn't the place for you to show off. Jiang Shidong looked at Han Shaofeng and spoke to them without any politeness. Jiang Shidong's actions brought a smile to Han Shaofeng's face. With Han Shaofeng's keen eyesight, it was obvious that the real troublemaker was this man. However, Han Shaofeng didn't actually feel that there was anything wrong with it. Slowly, Han Shaofeng looked around without saying a word, but someone stood up beside him and spoke with great displeasure. Get out of here, you're not welcome here. As soon as the man finished speaking, Han Shaofeng showed no mercy, stepped forward, and threw him over the shoulder. Han Shaofeng's actions surprised everyone. Clearly, they had no idea that Han Shaofeng would be so ruthless. However, thinking about this, they began to feel lingering fear again. In just a moment, they realized that the fall must have hurt terribly. If they were to speak, they would definitely suffer a terrible fate. Even Tang Linghua didn't expect Han Shaofeng to do this. Shaofeng, you! Tang Linghua looked at Han Shaofeng in front of her, opened her mouth, and was about to say something. However, Han Shaofeng stepped forward and his gaze fell on the crowd in front of him. I am Linghua's boyfriend, but I am also her bodyguard. If any of you dare to bully her, don't blame me. Actually, Han Shaofeng's actions just now were partly due to luck. If these people really make a move, then Han Shaofeng definitely won't be able to hold out. If Han Shaofeng knew Kung Fu at this time, that would be great. As Han Shaofeng thought about these things, he couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, we were too passive in our approach. Tang Linghua looked around at the crowd with some curiosity. He's my bodyguard, do you still have any objections? Tang Linghua hadn't expected Han Shaofeng to perform so well. The people around looked at each other and began to talk. Otherwise, let him get involved. After all, he doesn't have much influence over us. Yes, otherwise, if things really escalate, it would make us seem like we're being unreasonable. Since you've all decided this way, then let's do it your way. As they spoke, these people began to talk. Tang Linghua, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. All right, since that's the case, let's discuss the company's future development directly. Tang Linghua knew that they would definitely use this opportunity to launch an attack. But now that Tang Linghua has brought it up, she doesn't intend to pretend nothing happened. As for Han Shaofeng, a voice then rang in his mind. Your one of the restless fingernails has been upgraded. Current status, Master of all martial arts. Kindness? They even gave out a reward? Moreover, this reward seems pretty good. Now, a glimmer of anticipation arose in Han Shaofeng's heart. If a fight really breaks out later, then Han Shaofeng won't have to worry so much. Chapter 34 already explained it. Why don't you believe it? Alright, since there are no objections, I'll say something. Manager Zhang, Wang Jin, Manager Liu, your department has been losing money year after year. Don't you have any explanation for this? All of the names Tang Linghua mentioned have some problems. Tang Linghua had given them opportunities before. But now it's clear that for them, how should this kind of thing be resolved? In itself, there is no doubt about it. As for Tang Linghua, she looked at what was in front of her while the people around her were talking amongst themselves. What do these things have to do with us? We're just carrying out the company's decisions. That's right. If that's really the case, then I think it's your decision as chairman that's problematic. Of course. As the chairman, all you do is shirk responsibility. Is this what a chairman should be doing? This made the people around them even more excited. However, to Han Shaofeng, it always seemed like these people were arguing while buying vegetables at a market. Originally, I was somewhat drawn to such a large company. But looking at it now, it's nothing special. Han Shaofeng couldn't help but sigh, pondering the matter silently in his heart. However, Han Shaofeng's actions here were discovered by Jiang Shidong. Jiang Shidong felt that he could no longer find an opportunity to cause trouble with Tang Linghua. Since that's the case, why not turn the tables and direct all the criticism at Han Shaofeng? Kid, what are you laughing at? Do you think what we're saying is funny? Jiang Shidong's gaze shifted, focusing all his attention on Han Shaofeng. The others also looked at each other in bewilderment. Tang Linghua thought to herself, this is bad. I never expected these people to be so shameless. That's enough, what do you want to do? After Tang Linghua finished speaking, someone approached her, and no one knew who it was. However, before the person could get close, Han Shaofeng stood there and blocked the person who suddenly attacked. What's wrong? You can't win an argument, so you resort to violence? I'm a professional when it comes to getting things done. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he performed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending the man flying. The scene was in complete chaos. Tang Linghua also has her own loyal followers. However, they were outnumbered and outgunned, and slowly began to crumble here. But now, with the appearance of Han Shaofeng, everything is completely different. Since they launched their attack suddenly, for Han Shaofeng, fighting one person or fighting a group was the same as fighting. Actually, they're pretty much the same. Those who follow the chairman, stand on my side. Hurry up, or the fighting will start. Han Shaofeng's words caused the few people in the conference room who followed Tang Linghua to choose to stand on his side. Han Shaofeng spared none of those who had no choice, whether they were neutral or followed Jiang Shidong. Before long, all of them were taken down. Jiang Shidong was no exception, because he was the one who started the trouble, and Han Shaofeng beat him the most severely. After doing all this, Han Shaofeng clapped his hands. I've said so much, why won't you all believe me? Han Shaofeng acted casually, but Tang Linghua's admiration for him was palpable. After all, Han Shaofeng is indeed very capable. Jiang Shidong, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. Tang Linghua, you're really ruthless to let your boyfriend come and beat us up. You just wait, at this time tomorrow, we'll hold a shareholders meeting and kick you out. Jiang Shidong's words caused Tang Linghua to feel extremely uncomfortable. Humph, Jiang Shidong, come on then, we're not afraid of you. Yeah, remember to bring more people, or you'll get beaten up again. Haha, well said. In fact, to deal with these people, we need to be thorough. Now, after these people finished speaking, Tang Linghua sighed. Alas, it's a pity that we only have 30% of the shares. It's important to know that most of those shareholders did not choose to support Tang Linghua. Even if one chooses to support it, it is completely negligible. Tang Linghua holds 30% of the shares, while Jiang Shidong holds 20%. Then, he can persuade others to support him, and then there really won't be anyone who can stand against him. Don't worry, what if the second largest shareholder supports you? Han Shaofeng looked at Tang Linghua in front of him and spoke very calmly. In fact, Han Shaofeng himself is the second largest shareholder. Of course, Han Shaofeng felt it was better to leave some suspense in this matter. If we were to say it so rashly, then ultimately, it would be somewhat of a disaster. Tang Linghua pondered it for a while, and it seemed to make sense. However, the second largest shareholder has always supported me. But he has been missing for many years. Everyone says that Jiang Shidong has taken care of him. After Tang Linghua finished speaking, even Han Shaofeng was startled. Seriously? That's brutal. So, the original owner of the shares in Han Shaofeng's possession is most likely dead? However, Han Shaofeng didn't have time to think about these things. Right now, the most urgent task is to think of a way to deal with Jiang Shidong's matter first. This kind of person is vicious and wicked. If we just kick him out, wouldn't that be too lenient with him? Han Shaofeng felt that since they were going to do it anyway, they might as well do it thoroughly. Having figured this out, Han Shaofeng felt increasingly smug. Just then, the voice rang in Han Shaofeng's mind again. Upgrade complete. Item obtained. Evidence of wrongdoing by shareholders of Datang International. Upon receiving this news, Han Shaofeng's face lit up with a smile. It's true that whatever you think about you can get. These are exactly what Han Shaofeng needs right now. Now that it has been delivered to Han Shaofeng. Then you can't blame Han Shaofeng for being impolite next. Thinking of this, Han Shaofeng turned to Tang Linghua and said, I'll go out for a bit. If anything happens, remember to call me. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Tang Linghua became even more anxious. Oh, you're going out now? Tang Linghua knew that after what had just happened, the other party would definitely seek revenge. Since they have already decided to retaliate, then, putting aside everything else, there will definitely be no shortage of things targeting Han Shaofeng. Therefore, Tang Lingwei was very worried about Han Shaofeng's safety. However, here, Han Shaofeng waved his hand and smiled calmly at the person in front of him. It's nothing, just a small matter, no need to worry about it. Don't worry, they'll be dead when I get back. Chapter 35. You say, on what grounds? The moment Han Shaofeng walked out of Datang International. But then he felt a murderous aura sweeping over him. Perhaps it's because he has just mastered martial arts. Therefore, their senses are also stronger than others. As Han Shaofeng looked into the distance, he noticed a voice coming from that spot. That's him! Get him! As the sound rang out, people rushed towards Han Shaofeng from all directions. As for Han Shaofeng, when he looked at these people, a playful smile appeared on his face. As Han Shaofeng gradually examined what was in front of him, he remained remarkably calm. Are you trying to harm me? But don't regret it! Han Shaofeng's words were actually a warning to these people. However, following his gaze, Han Shaofeng saw a familiar figure. That person was one of the people in the meeting room earlier. Moreover, this person happened to be among the information that Han Shaofeng obtained. I never expected to run into you here. In that case, there's nothing more to say. As Han Shaofeng uttered these words, a faint smile appeared on his face. The people around Han Shaofeng found him increasingly troublesome. They weren't involved in what happened in the meeting room earlier and didn't know how terrifying Han Shaofeng was. But an expert's skill is immediately apparent. They now have a clear understanding of this. This is incredibly powerful. They now genuinely believe that Han Shaofeng is incredibly strong. After all, they have received professional training. But these 20-odd people were also carrying stun guns. Surprisingly, they couldn't do anything to Han Shaofeng. Looking at Han Shaofeng, he stood there, completely calm, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Han Shaofeng's face was filled with a playful smile. The more this is the case, the more Han Shaofeng feels it's time to settle accounts with that person. Wait here, I'll be right there. Originally, these people were thinking of taking advantage of this opportunity to completely subdue Han Shaofeng. But now, when they tried to target Han Shaofeng, only then did they realize how terrifying Han Shaofeng was. Especially now, they were completely caught off guard. After settling everything, Han Shaofeng headed straight for the distance. Jiang Alfeng, who was still standing there with a smug look on his face, slowly lowered his head. What's going on? Jiang Alfeng is one of the small shareholders of Datang International. He is supporting Jiang Sherdong in this matter. However, he also hated Han Shaofeng, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, so he gathered his men and planned to teach Han Shaofeng a lesson. But now, instead of teaching Han Shaofeng a lesson, they haven't done anything to him. Their own men, however, were taught a lesson by Han Shaofeng. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, didn't have time to dwell on these things with Jiang Alfeng. Han Shaofeng gently placed one hand on Jiang Alfeng's shoulder, his expression quite amused. Do you really need to go to such lengths to see me? If there's anything you want to say, just say it. I'll give you that chance. Han Shaofeng's words were like a slap in the face, hitting him hard right in front of him. Even Jiang Alfeng was at a loss at this moment. Jiang Alfeng didn't know what to say about this. Alright, I'm not going to waste any more words with you. You own 3% of the shares. Hand them over. Seeing Jiang Alfeng like this, Han Shaofeng waved to him and said something. As soon as Han Shaofeng said those words, Jiang Alfeng couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, on what grounds? You think you can get me to hand over my shares just because of a few words? Who do you think you are? Jiang Alfeng was confident that at worst, he would just get a good beating from Han Shaofeng. If he were to hand over his shares, it would be as if he were out of his mind. Otherwise, why would Jiang Alfeng do something so foolish? However, this is how Jiang Alfeng is. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, said directly, I have dirt on you. If you don't believe me, think about what happened in the west of the city 3 years ago. It happened 5 years ago in the suburbs. Every additional word Han Shaofeng spoke was a blow to Jiang Alfeng. Even more sweat poured down his forehead. Stop talking. These are all things Jiang Alfeng had done before. Moreover, all of this was done flawlessly. After all, those who knew the inside story were all killed. Therefore, Jiang Alfeng felt that everything should be fine. But the question is, how did Han Shaofeng find out? But upon closer reflection, he realized that all his confidence was utterly useless in the face of Han Shaofeng. I have said all? Han Shaofeng shrugged, appearing completely indifferent. However, Jiang Alfeng in front of him didn't dare to think that way at all. Because he knew that Han Shaofeng was willing to bring up such a thing. This means that Han Shaofeng actually has many ways to solve this problem. At this moment, Jiang Alfeng knew that Han Shaofeng would not let it go so easily. What exactly do you want? When Jiang Alfeng looked at Han Shaofeng, he gritted his teeth and said to Han Shaofeng, "It's very simple, it's the shares you hold." Since Jiang Alfeng had already brought it up, Han Shaofeng didn't bother with formalities and went straight to the point. Jiang Alfeng roared, "Impossible! Do you know how much 3% of the shares are worth?" Han Shaofeng hadn't really thought about these things. However, I estimate it should be several hundred million. But are these things really that important to Han Shaofeng? Without a doubt, this is really nothing. Because Han Shaofeng did not intend to give the other party 300 million yuan directly. Transfer your shares to me, and I can give you 5 million up front. Then I'll give you an extra sum of money. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Jiang Alfeng gritted his teeth. He was pondering what Han Shaofeng had said. However, Jiang Alfeng also knew that even if he didn't agree now, it would be of no use. Judging from Han Shaofeng's expression, he is determined to succeed in this matter. Jiang Alfeng still felt a sliver of hope. How much more evidence like this do you have? This is the most important thing. Han Shaofeng knew that Jiang Alfeng was still not quite giving up. However, given this situation, Han Shaofeng should still reveal a little something. I have everything that belongs to everyone in Detang International. With Han Shaofeng's words, Jiang Alfeng finally gave up completely. Okay, I understand. I agreed to transfer the shares to you. Ignore Chapter 36, launch an attack directly. Why hasn't Jiang Alfeng arrived yet? At this moment, Jiang Shidong seemed a little anxious as he spoke. After Jiang Shidong said these words, the others around him became very worried. Could it be that Tang Lingwei targeted Jiang Alfeng? But then again, it seems unlikely that such a thing could happen. Humph, ignore them, just launch an attack. Jiang Shidong spoke to the person in front of him. The others, however, were quite surprised. Jiang Alfeng must have something to take care of. Tomorrow, let's gather everyone together and deal with this matter. As Jiang Shidong uttered these words, the people around him exchanged bewildered glances. Actually, from their perspective now, how could they not understand such a thing? However, the more this is the case now, the more they actually know it. Success or failure hinges on this one move. But Dongji, I think that kid is going to be tough to deal with. Should we make some arrangements in advance, just in case things go wrong? As people around him reminded him, Jiang Shidong realized that there was some truth to the matter. However, Jiang Shidong was not worried. Do you all think this matter is really that simple? Jiang Shidong looked at what was in front of him, suddenly smiled, and asked the person in front of him. The others were even more impressed after Jiang Shidong finished speaking. That's true, they were far too careless this time. That's why this situation occurs. And by tomorrow, they will have acquired Detang International. So even if Han Shaofeng is incredibly skilled, what kind of trouble can he possibly cause? Thinking about it this way, they immediately felt much better. However, Jiang Shidong still said, After I take over Detang International, I want Tang Lingwa to stay with me for a month. As for that kid, break all his arms and legs, then throw him out. Jiang Shidong gritted his teeth and spoke with burning anger. As Jiang Shidong uttered these words, the people in front of him were increasingly moved. Leaving aside other matters for now, everyone else nodded in agreement. That's right, Tang Lingwei is a beauty, But what will she be after we take over Detang International tomorrow? At that point, won't we be able to say whatever we want? As long as he's not the chairman of Detang International, then what we do is up to us, isn't it? As they watched, everyone nodded in agreement, not forgetting to say something. As these people finished speaking, Jiang Sherdong nodded. Yes, that's definitely true. However, what to do next is entirely up to everyone. The others nodded in agreement. Tang Lingwei felt a sudden surge of nervousness. Even Tang Lingwei herself didn't know why things had turned out this way. Han Shaofeng had only been gone for a short while, but Tang Lingwei already missed him. He said he was going out for a while, but now, I don't know how he is. Tang Lingwei was still thinking when the door outside opened. Tang Lingwei was very worried. She was afraid it was Jiang Sherdong. But once she saw it clearly, all her worries vanished. Han Shaofeng, are you alright? What Tang Lingwei said didn't seem like a big deal to Han Shaofeng. What could possibly be wrong with me? Han Shaofeng's words reassured Tang Lingwei somewhat. However, Tang Lingwei was still very curious. What exactly did Han Shaofeng do when he went there? Did you just go for a casual stroll? Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, approached several shareholders and obtained equity transfer agreements. At this moment, Han Shaofeng took out the equity transfer agreement. Look, what's this? Looking at the equity transfer agreement in front of her, Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. Of course she could tell what it was. But the question now is, how exactly did Han Shaofeng obtain all of this? How exactly did you do that? At this moment, Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Han Shaofeng and suddenly asked a question. As Tang Lingyue spoke, Han Shaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, it's about reasoning with them. Actually, I've discovered that what they didn't understand at first, they gradually came to understand as I explained it to them. When Han Shaofeng said these words, he appeared very calm. But Tang Lingyue's face was full of disbelief. Why should people reason with you and then compromise? You didn't attack again, did you? Tang Lingyue was so excited to see Han Shaofeng like this. However, Han Shaofeng waved his hand repeatedly. What a joke, how could I possibly lay a hand on them? Besides, I'm not that kind of person. Although Han Shaofeng said this now, Tang Lingyue was still deeply moved. However, Tang Lingyue felt that these shares were actually of little use to her. Moreover, Han Shaofeng obtained these through his own abilities. In that case, it's best to give these shares to Han Shaofeng himself. Since you obtained these, they are yours. After Tang Lingyue finished speaking, Han Shaofeng glanced at her slightly. Are you sure it really belongs to me? That's not what Han Shaofeng wanted to say. The real reason is that Han Shaofeng is now the second largest shareholder of Detang International. The shares he held were only 5% less than Tang Lingyue's. Now, all these scattered shares are being handed over to Han Shaofeng. Then Han Shaofeng's shareholding would exceed that of Tang Lingyue. At that time, Han Shaofeng will be the chairman of Detang International. But Tang Lingyue didn't think too much about it. Well, anyway, you've been running around doing all this, so even if you haven't done anything special, you've certainly put in the effort. You will take these shares and work with me to manage Detang International well from now on. Tang Lingyue looked at Han Shaofeng with an expression that said, I value you highly. Seeing Tang Lingyue like this, Han Shaofeng felt a sense of helplessness. I wonder if I should tell Tang Lingyue about this. I always feel that it might be better to say it out loud. If I don't say it, won't it be very awkward later? Okay, you'll find out then. Han Shaofeng was helpless, but he still kept talking. Tang Lingyue glanced at her watch, then pulled Han Shaofeng up and left. Come with me somewhere. Where to? Bar! Going to a bar? Han Shaofeng had a feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. What are you doing at a bar so late at night? What if you drink too much and do something bad? That would be terrible. Chapter 37. Can you bear it? Tang Lingyue went straight to the Star Moon Bar. It's been a long time since I've been here. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. After Tang Lingyue finished speaking, Han Shaofeng smiled slightly. He was naturally happy to see this happen. However, with Han Shaofeng doing this, a playful smile appeared on his face at this moment. The more this is the case, the more Han Shaofeng feels that he still absolutely needs to keep an eye on this matter. From the moment he entered, Han Shaofeng noticed that at least one pair of eyes were staring at them. To be precise, they were watching Tang Lingwei, who was standing next to Han Shaofeng. After all, she was so charming and beautiful. Why did you choose this place? After Han Shaofeng and Tang Lingwei sat down and ordered drinks, Han Shaofeng asked curiously. Beside Han Shaofeng, Tang Lingwei couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, I don't really know either. Maybe it's because there are unforgettable memories here. The friends I knew back then brought me here. After Tang Lingwei finished speaking, Han Shaofeng smiled slightly. So that's where you came from, searching for memories. Since that's the case, Han Shaofeng probably already understands. However, Han Shaofeng didn't find any of this strange at all. But what really caught Han Shaofeng's attention were the people watching from not far away. Have you ever considered that this place is actually not safe? Han Shaofeng looked at Tang Lingwei, his smile growing even wider. Tang Lingwei smiled slightly and shook her head. That's how bars are. I just came here to drink. I didn't think about anything else. As Tang Lingwei finished speaking, Han Shaofeng's smile deepened as he looked at what was in front of him. However, now that Tang Lingwei has said so, Han Shaofeng believes that his guess was indeed correct. It seems that these people are very likely after Tang Lingwei. However, there should be some of their people among them as well. As Han Shaofeng thought this, the glass of wine was already in front of him. Boss! At this moment, in a private room, one of his men ran over quickly and spoke excitedly to a man in his 30s. After saying this, the man looked at the person in front of him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Just say what you need to say. The man looked ahead, waved his hand, and spoke very decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates excitedly exclaimed, Boss, I just saw a woman outside. This is her picture. As he spoke, one of his men took out his phone. Du Kai took the photo and looked at it, his eyes immediately lighting up. He hadn't actually anticipated this at all. However, such a beauty is extremely rare to see. Therefore, when Du Kai saw this, his eyes were filled with an indescribable excitement. In fact, Du Kai has probably already figured out a clue. However, Du Kai didn't seem to care about any of that. Not only that, but in Du Kai's eyes there was even a sharp glint. Don't you think it would be incredibly boring if we couldn't win over such a beautiful woman? When Du Kai finished speaking, the people around him became excited. Is Brother Kai planning to make his move now? Great, we absolutely support it. Of course, do we even need to say it? For a woman like that, it's only natural to win her over, otherwise life would be so boring, wouldn't it? The people around them kept talking over this side of the street. In fact, Du Kai felt the same way. However, upon seeing this, Du Kai couldn't help but say something. But now, let's get back to the point. Since we've already decided to do this, then putting everything else aside, that kid is really an eyesore. After Du Kai finished speaking, those around him immediately understood. So the two of them left, intending to get rid of Han Shaofeng. At this moment, Han Shaofeng sat there, contemplating these matters. He knew absolutely nothing. However, there is one thing that Han Shaofeng actually finds increasingly clear and obvious the more he thinks about it. That's it now, all of this is laid out before us. Han Shaofeng, meanwhile, kept his eyes fixed on what was in front of him, his smile growing ever wider. Wait a minute, someone's coming to cause me trouble. Han Shaofeng's words caused Tang Lingwei, who was standing beside him, to have a strange look in her beautiful eyes. How is that possible? Actually, Tang Lingwei couldn't explain it either. But not long after, someone came up to Han Shaofeng. One of them patted Han Shaofeng on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, Brother, our boss would like to invite you over for a chat. Chat? I'm afraid that these people are just chatting, and what they really want to do right now is to come and deal with Han Shaofeng. However, Han Shaofeng didn't think there was anything wrong with such a thing. Slowly, as Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him, he simply waved his hand and said, "Have your boss come see me." Since we're looking to chat with Han Shaofeng, it's better to have him come over in person. Han Shaofeng's attitude has already provoked these people. At this moment, all these people looked at Han Shaofeng, their faces filled with rage. "Damn it, you bastard, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." One of them gritted his teeth and spoke to Han Shaofeng. After saying that, he threw a punch with great decisiveness. However, just as this punch was about to strike Han Shaofeng, Han Shaofeng held it tightly. Han Shaofeng looked at the person in front of him with a smile, and the smile on his lips grew even wider. "What, is that all you've got?" As Han Shaofeng spoke to the person in front of him, he realized that he was actually quite clear about the situation. The more obvious it seems, the more important it is to figure out what to do next. In fact, Han Shaofeng naturally understood this quite well. "Let go of me." After the man finished speaking, Han Shaofeng slapped him on the head. Let go." "I'll let go. Can you handle the consequences?" The slap knocked the man to the ground, while the other man was kicked far away by Han Shaofeng. After doing all this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. "Sigh, it's nothing special." Chapter 38. I'm worried you can't handle it. Upgrade complete. Current status, owner of Star Moon Bar. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Han Shaofeng's face showed even more confusion. Are these things serious, or are they jokes? However, judging from the current situation, this is most likely true. Beside Han Shaofeng, Tang Lingwei subconsciously asked, "Han Shaofeng, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Han Shaofeng simply waved his hand at those in front of him. "I'm fine, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Han Shaofeng spoke the truth. After all, he looked to be in really good shape right now. However, Han Shaofeng noticed that someone was walking towards them from not far away. This person was Du Kai. Du Kai was originally there, intending to win the heart of the beauty. However, upon hearing the news of his subordinate's failure, Du Kai was very displeased, so he rushed over immediately. Du Kai wanted to get revenge for his men. At this moment, Du Kai's gaze fell upon what was in front of him, his eyes gleaming with a burning intensity. "Who dares to hit even one of my men, Du Kai's men?" When Du Kai spoke to them, his arrogant and overbearing attitude was utterly detestable. At this moment, Han Shaofeng remained quite calm. "Are you talking about those two bastards? If so, then I was the one who hit him." Han Shaofeng's words were very direct. This further fueled Du Kai's anger. When has Du Kai ever encountered something like this? At this moment, he even wished he could tear Han Shaofeng to pieces. "Haha, kid, since you've admitted it so readily, that's good. You hit my man, what are you going to do about this? You need to provide a solution." When Du Kai spoke to Han Shaofeng, his attitude made it seem as if he didn't care about any of this at all. However, Du Kai's actions brought a faint smile to Han Shaofeng's face. Despite this, Han Shaofeng's smile grew even wider. "I'm worried you can't handle it." Han Shaofeng's statement now is natural and based on his own confidence. However, after Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Du Kai found it quite amusing. "Haha, did you all hear that? What did this kid say again?" He actually said, "I can't afford it." When Du Kai spoke to them, Han Shaofeng didn't think much of it. However, Du Kai's subordinates couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. "Of course, this kid is just asking for death. Everyone knows how powerful Brother Kai is. Why waste so much breath on him? If you asked me, we should take advantage of this moment and cripple him first. Of course, otherwise, what would we all be doing here for no reason?" As these people finished speaking, the scene unfolded before them. They wished they could take action against Han Shaofeng. However, Han Shaofeng remained completely unmoved. These people showed a very firm attitude. However, in Han Shaofeng's eyes, all of this was actually far from enough. Looking at what was in front of him, Han Shaofeng smiled faintly. I'll give you 10 minutes to call everyone you can, and then I'll send you on your way. Han Shaofeng's behavior only made Du Kai find it more and more amusing. Haha, what kind of joke are you playing on me? Besides, do you think all this talking to me will be of any use? As Du Kai's gaze fell on Han Shaofeng, a smile appeared on his face as he spoke. With Du Kai's words, Han Shaofeng completely disregarded them. Even Tang Lingwei could sense the difference in Han Shaofeng. However, Tang Lingwei felt a surge of curiosity. But can he really do it? After all, these things are no laughing matter right now. Actually, Tang Lingwei couldn't quite put her finger on what to say next. However, when I think back to how I first met Han Shaofeng, and then consider what's happening now, I realize. This made Han Shaofeng realize that things might not be so simple. At this moment, as Han Shaofeng watched the scene, the smile on his face grew even wider. Don't worry, have some faith in me. These words were spoken to Tang Lingwei. However, to Tang Lingwei, it seemed as if Han Shaofeng was hinting at something to her. Du Kai, on the other hand, was very displeased. He increasingly felt that Han Shaofeng and Tang Lingwei were just showing off their affection. Therefore, he was naturally very unhappy. Humph, I don't want to say any more to you. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll just send you on your way. As soon as Du Kai said those words, his gaze shifted and landed on Han Shaofeng. With a wave of his hand, Du Kai's men swarmed towards Han Shaofeng. Clearly, they couldn't wait any longer. However, seeing them like this, Han Shaofeng didn't actually feel any impact at all. Just by taking a closer look at what was in front of him, Han Shaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Since you're so determined to die, then I'll grant your wish. You can make your move now. As Han Shaofeng spoke to those in front of him, the people around him immediately swarmed forward. It must be said that the speed of these people is astonishing. Even Du Kai was puzzled. Weren't these people from Star Moon Bar? Why were they coming after him? At this moment, Han Shaofeng seemed to notice Du Kai's confusion, so he looked around and asked, Who am I to you? After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him shouted in unison. Boss. What, boss? Tang Lingwei was quite surprised. She had never expected that Han Shaofeng would be the owner of this place. If that's the case, then wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes held an indescribable charm. Du Kai, on the other hand, was incredulous. No, how is this possible? How could you be the owner here? This news was like a bolt from the blue for them. However, Han Shaofeng remained calm. What's impossible about that? Stop wasting your breath on them, give them a good beating, and then throw them out. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him nodded and immediately began to attack without saying a word. Not long after, a series of shrill screams echoed from the area. Chapter 39. So, it's just such a coincidence. Have mercy! Please spare me! I promise I'll never do it again! Du Kai kept begging Han Shaofeng for mercy. However, in Han Shaofeng's view, actually, he doesn't take these things too seriously at all. After all, in Han Shaofeng's eyes, since these people had already provoked him, he naturally wouldn't be too polite to them. At this point, Han Shaofeng felt that staying here was pointless. Alright, let's go. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Tang Lingwei obediently followed beside him. However, Tang Lingyue's reaction surprised Han Shaofeng somewhat. She hadn't actually anticipated this. Why did Tang Lingwei become so docile and obedient after I suddenly revealed my identity? These events left Han Shaofeng suddenly unsure where to begin. Back in the car, Han Shaofeng looked at Tang Lingwei beside him. What's wrong with you? Why do you always seem to be acting a little strange? Han Shaofeng's gaze fell on Tang Lingwei, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. What's wrong? Do I look really strange? As Tang Lingwei spoke to them, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly hilarious. After all, what exactly does this point represent next? These things alone are becoming increasingly apparent. Despite this, Han Shaofeng himself is actually very calm here. Even so, I actually find you quite amusing right now. Han Shaofeng's actions caused a hint of tenderness to flicker in Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes. She seemed to have made up her mind. Han Shaofeng, I. Tang Lingyue's behavior aroused Han Shaofeng's slight curiosity. Especially when Han Shaofeng turned around and looked in front of him, Tang Lingyue slowly approached him. At this moment, the entire car was filled with an indescribable gentle atmosphere. The more this was the case, the more astonished Han Shaofeng appeared. Isn't this too fast? 2 hours later, Han Shaofeng looked at Tang Lingyue beside him, and she blinked at him. Every move she makes is full of charm. However, Han Shaofeng found these things increasingly interesting. Actually, don't you feel like we're being taken advantage of by doing this? Han Shaofeng looked at Tang Lingyue beside him and couldn't help but smile. However, even if you feel you've been taken advantage of now, it's too late. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Tang Lingyue gently straightened her clothes. When looking at Han Shaofeng, Tang Lingyue didn't forget to say something. Actually, I should thank you. Tang Lingyue's words made Han Shaofeng glance at her slightly. He pointed to himself, and then looked at Tang Lingyue. You mean thank you? To be honest, Han Shaofeng didn't think he had anything that Tang Lingyue was particularly grateful for. In Han Shaofeng's view, this was completely unnecessary. Before her, Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes held an even stronger resolute expression. That's right, that's exactly it. Actually, we've known each other for a long time. As Tang Lingyue recounted the story in detail, Han Shaofeng gained a deeper understanding of these matters. So that's how it is. When Tang Lingyue was in college, her family was not particularly wealthy, so she thought about working at Xingyue Bar. At the time, she was being harassed by customers, and it was Star Moon Bar that agreed to let her work there. He also gave Tang Lingyue a sum of money so that she could complete her studies. Later, she received another investment, which enabled Tang Lingyue to establish Detang International and quickly develop it into a company that cannot be underestimated in Suzhou and Hangzhou. And behind all of this, there is the presence of Star Moon Bar. So that's why you did this. Previously, Han Shaofeng didn't quite understand. But now, Han Shaofeng suddenly seemed to understand, or even comprehend, something. However, given the current situation, the more complicated things become, the more interesting it is for Han Shaofeng to think about them carefully. Okay, actually it seems like we haven't done enough yet. As Han Shaofeng spoke, a smile appeared on his face, even in the current situation. What's not enough? When Tang Lingyue saw Han Shaofeng like this, a hint of shyness appeared in her beautiful eyes. And so, the rest of the time continued with the previous tenderness and romance, filling the entire car with beautiful music. At this moment, however, Jiang Shidong felt increasingly displeased the more he thought about it. This incident made him very eager to get rid of these problems. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell the hatred in my heart. However, after careful consideration, Jiang Shidong felt that even if this matter was eventually accomplished, Han Shaofeng would still be a difficult kid to deal with. Therefore, Jiang Shidong asked the people around him. By the way, how are you all doing with the things I asked you to prepare? When Jiang Shidong spoke to those in front of him, it drew the attention of everyone around him. One of them nodded to Jiang Shidong as he spoke. Don't worry, boss, we've all taken care of everything. Moreover, this time, they've all brought in experts. When the people around him spoke to Jiang Shidong, it made Jiang Shidong's eyes burn with an indescribable fervor. After all, they were quite clear about how to deal with this issue. Looking at what was in front of him, Jiang Shidong's face now showed a playful smile. This is getting interesting. In that case, what should we do next? I think we can give it a try any time. As Jiang Shidong looked at what was in front of him, his smile grew even wider. Clearly, the more Jiang Shidong thought about how to deal with this, the clearer it became in his mind. Now, in terms of shares, we far surpassed them. And next, as long as I defeat that kid again, I think there won't be many problems. After Jiang Shidong finished speaking, the people around him became even happier. These things, in reality, are completely under control. Thinking about it carefully, it actually doesn't have much of an impact. Very good, now that everyone thinks so. Then you all, hurry up and make the arrangements. Chapter 40. Come on, who's afraid of who? Nothing was said that night, and the next morning, Han Shaofeng even had a slight smile on his face. After all, how exactly should this kind of thing be resolved? In truth, how could Han Shaofeng not know the answer? Looking at what was in front of him, Han Shaofeng's face now wore a playful smile. What's wrong? You seem very nervous. After yesterday's close encounter with Tang Lingle, Han Shaofeng's relationship with Tang Lingle has rapidly warmed up. Tang Lingle blushed slightly. However, he reacted very quickly. Actually, of course I'm nervous. Even though you got those shares, our chances of winning are still too small. I'm very worried that they might turn against us. When Tang Lingyue's beautiful eyes flickered and she looked at Han Shaofeng, she couldn't help but say something. However, Han Shaofeng was actually quite indifferent to it. It's okay, come on then, who's afraid of who? And you must have faith in me, I have already arranged everything. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him found the matter increasingly interesting. Those around them, seeing this, all spoke with a sense of utter defiance. Don't worry, Chairman, we will definitely support you. Of course, let them come if they want. That's right. Even if they come, we don't need to be afraid of them. The others around Han Shaofeng were talking excitedly. In fact, Han Shaofeng didn't feel that anything was wrong at all. Don't worry, everything is under my control. You don't need to worry about these things. Han Shaofeng reiterated that this gave Tang Lingle, who was standing next to him, a different feeling. If she hadn't known that Han Shaofeng's true identity was the owner of Xingyue Bar. So now, Tang Lingle wouldn't feel there's any problem. Perhaps he really does have a way. Tang Lingle blinked her beautiful eyes twice, turned to look at Han Shaofeng, and thought to herself. But just then, a security guard rushed in. Chairman, something terrible has happened. All the shareholders have arrived. Tang Lingle had actually considered this matter before. However, now that Han Shaofeng is supporting her, Tang Lingle is not worried at all. It's alright. Since they're coming, these are things that can't be avoided. In that case, bring it on. When Tang Lingle looked at what was in front of her, her face revealed an indescribable seriousness. After all, Tang Lingle would have to face this kind of thing sooner or later. So, as things stand now, she doesn't really care. Han Shaofeng had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. And just now, Han Shaofeng had already dialed that number. I reckon there would be plenty of people willing to resolve this matter by then. However, in that case, there's no need to worry too much about these things. In short, since we've already met here, let's just go and resolve things here. Enough talk, let's go! Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke to the person beside him. The people around them were still somewhat worried. But now that they'd been told this, they feel even more indifferent. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. Instead of dwelling on these things here, we should take this opportunity to do something first. Alright, stop worrying about it, they're here. As Han Shaofeng spoke, everyone turned to look. Not far away, Jiang Shidong walked at the very front. The others followed behind him, looking very confident. However, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly interesting. I'll let you have your way for now, and you'll be smug for a while. You'll soon find out what the word regret means. While Han Shaofeng was thinking to himself, Jiang Shidong was extremely arrogant. You're here. I thought you were going to buy plane tickets and run away. As Jiang Shidong spoke, Han Shaofeng couldn't help but laugh. If you didn't run away, why would I need to run away? The two of them seemed to be locked in a fierce battle. However, Tang Lingle spoke seriously. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. After Tang Lingle finished speaking, everyone else sat down. Since a shareholders' meeting is to be held this time, it is naturally urgent. Meanwhile, the others around Jiang Shidong were talking amongst themselves. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, we are all on your side. That's right, this time, you'll definitely become the chairman of Detang International. Of course, when Mr. Jiang leads us together, Detang International will reach a whole new level. This hasn't even started yet, but look at the people in front of me. Those who don't know the details might think that the shareholders' meeting of Detang International has already concluded successfully. Jiang Shidong has been officially elected as the new chairman. However, Han Shaofeng didn't think much of these things when they were in front of him. Since you all want to see this so much, then the election for the new chairman of Detang International will officially begin. After Tang Lingwa finished speaking, the people around her began to vote. I support Mr. Jiang. I also support Shidong. As these people continued to talk, Jiang Shidong waved his hand, looking completely confident of victory. But at that moment, an untimely voice rang out. I support Chairman Tang. That voice belonged to none other than Jiang Alfeng. At this moment, Jiang Shidong was very surprised. Jiang Alfeng, what are you up to? How dare you support Tang Lingwei? As Jiang Shidong spoke, Han Shaofeng couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Trying to intimidate me? But isn't it wrong to resort to intimidation when you can't compete with others? As Han Shaofeng spoke, Jiang Shidong wanted to say something more, but in the end he held back. In his view, even if a few people defected, it wouldn't have a significant impact. Haha, I don't care. Since you need it so much, then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Shidong waved his hand and spoke to them. No matter how you look at it, his shareholding is higher than Tang Lingyue's. Tang Lingwa was very nervous. What should she do? Now that we've come this far, what should we do next? At this moment, Tang Lingwa didn't have much confidence left. But Han Shaofeng stood up and said, I support her. Chapter 41 Actually, I am the second largest shareholder. What did you say? You support it? What's the point of your support? Jiang Shidong was very proud of these things. The people around were startled when they heard the sound. I wondered if something unexpected might happen. But now, looking at it, they suddenly realized that the whole thing was completely unnecessary. The way things are now makes them feel that it was all just a farce. However, even now, while they are still secretly pondering these things in their hearts. At this moment, Han Shaofeng continued speaking. Actually, I am the second largest shareholder. Initially, many shareholders thought it was just a joke. Upon hearing these words, he laughed even harder. They never expected that Han Shaofeng would also have the ability to tell jokes. And surprisingly, he told such a joke. This left them speechless. However, Han Shaofeng remained remarkably calm here. Tang Lingwei, who was standing beside him, was quite surprised. Shaofeng, is everything you're saying true? Are you really the second largest shareholder? Tang Lingwei only had a slight suspicion in her heart. So, at this moment, Tang Lingwei subconsciously looked at Han Shaofeng and couldn't help but ask. Han Shaofeng nodded emphatically upon seeing Tang Lingwei's reaction. That's right, I am indeed the second largest shareholder of Detang International. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Tang Lingwei began to have a sliver of faith in her heart. However, Tang Lingwei was still quite curious. But is that really the case? In fact, Tang Lingwei doesn't even know where to begin. However, Jiang Shidong couldn't stand it anymore. After saying all that, you're just pretending to be clueless. However, it's time to stop here. Jiang Shidong stood up, looking as if he was ready to pronounce judgment on everything at any moment. However, this is the case with Jiang Shidong. Now, Han Shaofeng smiled faintly in front of Jiang Shidong. But after telling me all this, do you really think it will be of any use? So you'd rather not believe it, and thus begin to deceive yourself? Han Shaofeng's words made the others laugh. In their eyes, Han Shaofeng was indeed just toying with them. This made them very unhappy. This guy sounds so convincing. I'd love to see how he proves he's the second largest shareholder. That's true. They dress very plainly, but they insist on making themselves sound so amazing. In short, let's not waste any more time talking to him. Since that's the case, I think there's really no need for us to say so much to him. At this moment, the people around them all spoke up to each other. As they finished speaking, Han Shaofeng felt increasingly that this scene was utterly ridiculous. Haha, that's quite interesting. But you want to see, don't you? Then I'll prove it to you. Judging by the time, it should be about time. Han Shaofeng was speaking when, not long after he finished, a knock came from not far away. Everyone's gaze turned towards the distance. A man in his 30s walked towards this side. When the others saw this man, they were still confused. Because someone has already recognized his identity. It's Attorney Kim from the top law firm. After all, they deal with these people frequently, so naturally, they are very clear about such matters. However, they couldn't explain why Kim Jong-yang had come here. However, at this moment, Jin Jingyang came to Han Shaofeng. When Jin Jingyang looked at Han Shaofeng, he spoke with utmost respect. Mr. Han, I am Jin Jingyang, a lawyer from the gold medal law firm. The share certificate confirming that you are the second largest shareholder of Detang International has been sent to you. As soon as Jin Jingyang finished speaking, the people around him widened their eyes in disbelief. This was completely unexpected. How could they have foreseen these things? At this moment, Jin Jingyang coughed lightly twice, and then spoke. Mr. Han, these are a few other equity transfer agreements, which I have also brought with you. As Jin Jingyang finished speaking, Han Shaofeng glanced sideways. Yes, thank you for your hard work. In fact, Han Shaofeng genuinely felt that these people had worked hard. After all, they resolved the issue here. For Han Shaofeng, he was actually relieved. At this moment, Han Shaofeng watched with a playful smile on his lips. Now you see, I really am the second largest shareholder of Detang International. Tang Lingwei, on the other hand, couldn't help but cover her mouth. She didn't know what to say. Previously, Tang Lingwei had been filled with doubts about this matter. But now that Tang Lingwei has witnessed it all, she has a completely different feeling. Even regarding this matter, Tang Lingwei increasingly felt that it seemed to be something far from simple. Jiang Shidong gritted his teeth. This incident was actually the biggest blow to him. How is this possible? You are actually the second largest shareholder. The second largest shareholder, isn't he dead? You should know that when Jiang Shidong took action to handle this matter, he did it without anyone noticing. However, unexpectedly, Han Shaofeng is now the second largest shareholder. Jiang Shidong's face actually wore a playful smile at this matter. Despite this, Jiang Shidong's expression shifted slightly, and he slammed his hand on the table. Let's go. Since things have come to this point, there's not much point in saying anything more. Rather than continuing to agonize over this now, it would be better to be decisive and leave here now. However, Han Shaofeng found Jiang Shidong's behavior amusing. Wait a minute, what do you think this place is, where you can come and go as you please? Han Shaofeng's words were like a sudden, hard slap on the spot. The people around them all turned to look in their direction. To be honest, they all really don't understand these things. What exactly is going on here? The people in front of them all looked over with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Han Shaofeng continued. Now I'll leave it to you all. As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, a group of constables rushed forward and arrived at the scene. Chapter 42. You should all be brought to justice. At this moment, a large number of constables suddenly rushed out. These people had been waiting in the wings for a long time, and they came directly here and arrested many people in the conference room. This was something none of them could have imagined. Jiang Shidong roared. What right do you have to arrest me? Jiang Shidong did so, but he looked more at Han Shaofeng. After all, the one who started this whole thing is none other than Han Shaofeng. I have already handed over the evidence of your crimes to the police. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Over the years you have been transferring Detang International's business to your own company to make huge profits. We're taking you away today. Your crimes are enough to make you spend the rest of your lives in prison. Han Shaofeng looked in front of him and suddenly spoke. The feeling that came from Han Shaofeng's words. It was as if suddenly, a hard slap came right in our face. Even now, these people had no idea this was happening. However, at this moment, Jiang Sherdong was dumbfounded, staring at what was in front of him. After a long while he sighed. Alas, I lost, we all lost. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, just smiled faintly. You should all be brought to justice, this is your fate. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people in front of him had nothing to say. Han Shaofeng's words have made things quite clear. As for them, they understood perfectly well. Their pride, however, is completely undermined here, and has been utterly destroyed. As for the other shareholders, they were filled with regret and remorse. Sigh, why did we get involved in this? It had nothing to do with us. Yes, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. What about our shares? Aren't we supposed to manage Datang International? Now, as they spoke to the people in front of them, they all kept talking to each other. At this moment, Han Shaofeng smiled faintly. Your shares will now be handled by us. As for you, whatever you have to say, we can talk about it later inside. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Tang Lingwei had no objections. At the same time, the way she looked at Han Shaofeng had completely changed. After all, if it weren't for Han Shaofeng, how could they have achieved such success? Shaofeng, thank you so much. At this moment, when Tang Lingwei looked at Han Shaofeng, her beautiful eyes were filled with affection, and she didn't forget to say something. Han Shaofeng couldn't help but smile. Is that all? That's not very sincere at all? As Han Shaofeng spoke, Tang Lingwei moved closer to him and lightly touched his cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water. After doing all this, Tang Lingui's face was filled with even more shyness. Then, Tang Lingwei spoke to Han Shaofeng in a voice that only she and Han Shaofeng could hear. Come to my house tonight, and do whatever you want. After Tang Lingwei finished speaking, Han Shaofeng didn't actually feel that there was anything wrong with this. However, Han Shaofeng felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction at that moment. Okay, actually, these are all things I should do. You don't need to be so polite. I believe that under Chairman Tang's leadership, the company will develop better and better in the future. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, those around him who supported Tang Lingwei began to express their opinions. Yes, we believe that too. Chairman Tang is good to us, and we all absolutely support him. Of course. Anyone who dares to be impolite to Chairman Tang is going against us. That was really dangerous. I never expected them to be like that. At that moment, all sorts of things were being said around us. Especially under these circumstances, these people became increasingly agitated as they spoke. Even if I don't say it like that, I always feel like I'm not quite satisfied. However, just as Han Shaofeng was about to get involved, a voice suddenly came from behind Han Shaofeng. Excuse me, who is Mr. Han Shaofeng? Upon hearing this, Han Shaofeng turned his head slightly, looking ahead, his curiosity growing stronger. Then, a faint smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. As he looked around, Han Shaofeng stepped forward. That's me. At this moment, Han Shaofeng noticed that a very beautiful woman had appeared in front of him. The moment Han Shaofeng saw her, he felt that she was very dashing and heroic. Wearing a well-fitting uniform, she exuded a unique aura. But while Han Shaofeng was looking at this place, the woman was also looking at him. Han Shaofeng was slightly puzzled. What was wrong? Why did they want to see him? Officer, how can I help you if you've come to see me? At this moment, Shang Guanyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Han Shaofeng, a smile appearing on her face. That's right, this matter has been resolved, but there are still some details to consider. We hope Mr. Han Shaofeng can come back with us to assist in the investigation. After all, this matter was handled far too quickly. It could even be said that the speed was so fast that it was almost unbelievable. However, looking at it now, this pace isn't necessarily a bad thing. At this moment, Han Shaofeng thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. After all, the official had done them such a big favor this time. Okay, don't worry, I'll be right back. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Shang Guanyan looked at him with a joyful expression. Although the expression was fleeting, Han Shaofeng still managed to capture it skillfully. What exactly made her so happy? Could this matter be related to Han Shaofeng? At this moment, Han Shaofeng thought about all of this. A playful smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. After all, Han Shaofeng already knew some of what was going on here. It seems there's something they need my help with. However, we don't know exactly what it is. In short, we'll find out once we go and take a look. As Han Shaofeng surveyed the scene before him, he was secretly pondering the matter in his mind. After Han Shaofeng and Shang Guanyan came out together, Shang Guanyan looked at Han Shaofeng and said, "Mr. Han's skills are indeed quite good. Coincidentally, I need your help with something. What do you think?" After Shang Guanyan finished speaking, Han Shaofeng became very curious. "I don't know, what exactly happened?" Chapter 43, Another Upgrade, 5 Elements Sect Master. "Oh, is that so?" As Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him, Shang Guanyan presented these things to him. Even Han Shaofeng couldn't believe it at this moment. However, it was Han Shaofeng who was observing these things. At this moment, a playful smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. Han Shaofeng has finally realized the problem. "However, according to what you said, those people are so powerful, why do they need me to come along?" After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Shang Guanyan took out a set of videos. This video is the very video of Han Shaofeng beating up those people before. When Han Shaofeng saw the video, his brows furrowed slightly. "How did you end up with this?" When Han Shaofeng saw this, Shang Guanyan smiled in front of him. "Actually, it was by chance that I got it, but that's not important." Seeing Shang Guanyan's reaction, Han Shaofeng didn't delve into it further. He just felt that it was all over. Somehow, the news that he was a martial arts master had been leaked. Now, it's highly unlikely that Han Shaofeng can keep a low profile. "So now, just tell me what you want to do." Han Shaofeng looked at Shang Guanyan in front of him, and waved his hand. Shang Guanyan clapped her hands. "Great! In that case, I would like to ask Mr. Han to join me in dealing with these people." "What's going on? Do you need Han Shaofeng's help?" "So, this must be quite dangerous. After all, no matter what, Han Shaofeng is just an ordinary citizen. This was a sudden and unexpected assignment of such a dangerous task." Suddenly, Han Shaofeng didn't know how to answer. However, in front of Han Shaofeng, Shang Guanyan did not forget to say something to him. "If Mr. Han can help resolve this matter in the future, then please feel free to ask for help if you need anything in the future. We, the business envoys from Suzhou and Hangzhou, are absolutely trustworthy partners for you, Mr. Han." After Shang Guanyan finished speaking, Han Shaofeng was somewhat taken aback. Han Shaofeng had not anticipated this at all. However, seeing how sincere Shang Guanyan was, "If we take this step, it won't be a loss." "Okay, I agree." Han Shaofeng nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. "Upgrade complete. Current status, Sect Master of the 5 Elements Sect." "What's going on? The leader of the 5 Elements Sect? What exactly happened?" Han Shaofeng was unaware of this, so he began to investigate. It turns out that the 5 Elements Sect was once a very powerful organization in the Suzhou and Hangzhou area. However, in recent years, it has slowly begun to decline. However, Han Shaofeng was increasingly puzzled as to why he would give this to him out of the blue. The more Han Shaofeng looked, the more puzzled he became. These things seemed to be beyond his comprehension. However, the other officers around Han Shaofeng became increasingly excited as they looked at him. "Great! Since even Mr. Han has agreed, I think we should be very confident in resolving this matter this time." "Of course. In fact, you don't even need to think about it to understand what we are facing this time." "I think so too. In short, no matter what, we all still have a great chance this time." As these people approached, they all spoke to each other. In fact, Han Shaofeng felt that deep down he was full of confidence. "It's alright, I just wonder how many people were involved in this operation?" Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him with some curiosity. After all, this was Han Shaofeng's first time participating in such an operation. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Therefore, Han Shaofeng still feels that it's better to ask first. However, after Han Shaofeng finished speaking, before him, Shang Guanyan's smile grew even wider, and when she looked at Han Shaofeng, her beautiful eyes held a hint of emotion. This time, including you, there are a total of 18 of us. 18? There are quite a few of them, and they all appear to be well-trained tolerators. I believe that dealing with ordinary people should not be a problem at all. Therefore, in Han Shaofeng's view, this operation was a sure thing. So now, Han Shaofeng casually asked, "And what about the other side? How many people are there?" "According to our intelligence, the other side should have 80 people." At this moment, Shang Guanyan tilted her head and thought for a while before speaking very seriously to Han Shaofeng. "What? The other side has 80 people? But they only have 18 on their side? Even if they are elite troops, how can they possibly fight?" Thinking of this, Han Shaofeng clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Everyone, I was just joking. Goodbye. How can this possibly continue? If it were just Han Shaofeng alone, then it would probably be alright. However, if Han Shaofeng were to bring these people along, to be honest, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning." However, Shang Guanyan seemed to have figured it out in front of Han Shaofeng, and said something to him. "Don't worry, I estimate it should be about right, we can handle it." At this moment, Li Bao held the wine in front of him in one hand and drank it all in one gulp. For him, no matter what, he wanted to enjoy a glass of fine wine here. In that case, it's actually a complete enjoyment. However, the more this was the case, the more Li Bao himself had already noticed a clue. Li Bao looked at what was in front of him and said, "You mean to say that someone has already noticed us here? And they're planning to attack us at any moment?" After Li Bao finished speaking, everyone around him nodded in agreement. That's for sure. After all, this information was obtained after a long investigation. Therefore, for them, this matter still absolutely needs to be resolved thoroughly, no matter what. Li Bao, on the other hand, looked around at what was in front of him, his face filled with a hint of murderous intent. "If that's true, that would be very interesting. I, Li Bao Yan, fear neither heaven nor earth. I am but a mere official. Did you really think I would take them seriously?" When Li Bao got to this point, it was clear that he didn't take it all too seriously. After all, once you think about it carefully, the truth of the matter is already there. As Li Bao did this, those around him were actually quite looking forward to it. "I wonder if these official business trips will bring me any surprises." Chapter 44. I always felt that danger lurked everywhere. As Han Shaofeng walked there, he felt increasingly uneasy. After all, the thought of the other side having 80 people while they only had 18 was quite daunting. Han Shaofeng still felt uneasy and asked them for their opinions. "By the way, this shouldn't be the first time you've carried out a mission like this, right?" Han Shaofeng looked at Shang Guanyan in front of him. He originally wanted to be patient, but now he couldn't help but ask. As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Shang Guanyan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "This is our first time. We've never had this experience before, which is why we asked you to come with us." Upon hearing Shang Guanyan's words, Han Shaofeng suddenly stopped in his tracks. The others were initially a little nervous. But now, seeing Han Shaofeng suddenly stop, they were actually a little confused. What on earth is going on with all this? Why did you stop at the slightest disagreement? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shang Guanyan looked at Han Shaofeng with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes and asked directly. As soon as Shang Guanyan said these words, Han Shaofeng looked over, and the smile on his face came to an abrupt end. "I always felt that danger lurked everywhere." Han Shaofeng felt that it was best to find an excuse to slip away first. Otherwise, stay here. Han Shaofeng always felt that something was going to happen. So now, with Han Shaofeng's words out, Shang Guanyan, standing in front of him, also expressed her agreement. "Yes, I feel the same way. It seems we all need to be more careful." As Shang Guanyan continued speaking, Han Shaofeng suddenly didn't know what to say. At this moment, Han Shaofeng always felt that Shang Guanyan might be afraid and therefore wanted to run away. However, Han Shaofeng felt that it was unlikely. However, when Han Shaofeng saw this, at this moment, Han Shaofeng frowned slightly. Because of this, Han Shaofeng had already vaguely sensed it. However, now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying so much? Since we're here, we might as well stay. I can't leave them behind. With this thought in mind, Han Shaofeng looked at the scene before him again, his expression becoming increasingly confident. However, as Han Shaofeng looked at the people in front of him, at this moment, Han Shaofeng remained remarkably calm. After all, starting from this point, Han Shaofeng himself had no idea what kind of impact it would have. Interesting, this is quite an interesting thing. But you guys are hiding so obviously, it'll get boring if you don't come out soon. Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him and suddenly spoke. A martial artist's sensory abilities are actually very strong. Han Shaofeng could vaguely sense that there were still quite a few people hiding here. So, after Han Shaofeng finished speaking, these people swarmed forward and arrived in the blink of an eye. In this sudden turn of events, dozens of people surrounded Han Shaofeng, Shang Guanyan, and the others. Shang Guanyan was at a loss for words. But she didn't know that Han Shaofeng was thinking about something. There should be more than 80 people here, right? Is your intelligence incorrect? Han Shaofeng turned to look at Shang Guanyan, whose brows furrowed slightly. Shang Guanyan had already seen through what was going on here. However, now, Shang Guanyan's face showed a look of sudden realization. Oh no, I know! They're the ones making the deal, so there are other organizations involved. What? Han Shaofeng was originally supposed to deal with 80 people, which was somewhat of a stretch. This is, of course, when you are with the people around you. However, now we have to deal with at least 100 people. This makes things even more difficult for Han Shaofeng. Not long after, a burly middle-aged man came out. The man walked forward with a smile on his face. His appearance even looked somewhat ferocious. Haha, that's quite interesting. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but why are there so few of you? As soon as the man finished speaking, the others became increasingly excited. Haha, yeah, there are so few people, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. I don't understand what they're doing. Do they really think they can do anything to us like this? I think they're actually quite funny, but it seems like it's not very effective. The people around them were all talking at once. In fact, it seemed to them that they had completely taken control of the situation. Han Shaofeng, however, seeing the state of these people before him, had already assumed a fighting stance. What you do? Shang Guanyan looked at Han Shaofeng with some curiosity. But Han Shaofeng didn't waste any words. Given the current situation, there's no way we can avoid it. Then let's be straightforward and just go for it. In any case, there's really no need to overthink this situation. Since that's the case, let's just be decisive and settle things once and for all. Li Bao couldn't help but find it amusing. Haha, you want to fight, huh? What do you have to offer me? I have so many people here, do you think you can take on just your numbers? As Li Bao uttered these words. At this moment, Li Bao looked at what was in front of him. A playful smile appeared on his face. The other Li Bao men also maintained the same attitude. However, after seeing this scene, Han Shaofeng knew that he couldn't escape. So he casually took out an iron ring from his person. This iron ring looks very nice, and everything about it seems to fit together perfectly. If used properly, such a thing can achieve twice the result with half the effort. So now, Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him again, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Now I guess I've made the best use of it, haven't I? In that case, let's settle things quickly between us. Han Shaofeng got into position, ready to make his move. But the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Li Bao was still standing there with a smug look on his face, but behind him, one of the men, holding a sharp blade, swiftly stabbed him into his body. Li Bao stared in utter disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Ah, you actually. The others were also very confused. However, Han Shaofeng noticed that the person who made the move looked very young. At this moment, he shouted and said directly, "Make your move!" As soon as these words were spoken, those who had been hiding in the crowd quickly turned on their former companions. Shang Guanyan was puzzled. What's going on? Is there some internal strife? Chapter 45. What? They're all my people? Such a thing is actually right before our eyes. Han Shaofeng felt increasingly bewildered as he looked at the screen. Is this an undercover agent you planted? Han Shaofeng often saw this scene in TV dramas, so he asked Shang Guanyan beside him. However, Shang Guanyan shook her head vigorously, just like a rattled drum. How is that possible? If that's true, how could she not know? So Shang Guanyan still said, I don't know either. For other official duties, the situation was even more perplexing. What exactly is going on? If anyone did it, they should come forward and admit it as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would really be living in constant fear. Otherwise, if they really thought that 18 people could take on 80, now that there should be over 100, wouldn't they feel guilty? But at that moment, the young man who had just resolved everything looked around and asked, So, is everything resolved? As he spoke, the people around him nodded. Throughout the entire process, they completely ignored Han Shaofeng and the others, as if they didn't exist at all. This was completely unexpected for Han Shaofeng. Could it be that we're wearing invisibility cloaks? The thought suddenly popped into Han Shaofeng's mind. But then I thought about it again, and realized that it seemed unlikely. Even if they were wearing an invisibility cloak, upon closer examination, this very fact seems to have a significant flaw. So now, Han Shaofeng doesn't really know how to answer. However, the more things were like this, the more Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him, and the more his smile deepened. Alright, bring it on, but you'd better just give us a quick and painless end. Anyway, things have gotten to this point now. It could never get any worse than it is now. Therefore, Han Shaofeng didn't take these things to heart at all. However, as Han Shaofeng did this, the young man in front of him walked straight towards Han Shaofeng. The officials were all terrified. What's going on? Are they planning to harm Mr. Han? How can we do that? Mr. Han came here to help us. We can't let him get hurt. In short, let's put all that aside for now and see things clearly before making a decision. But right before their eyes, these people all spoke to each other. Clearly, this was something these people hadn't anticipated at all. However, this is the time when these people are like this. The young man knelt down on one knee in front of Han Shaofeng. Sect Master, I've finally met you. After the young man finished speaking, the people around him also knelt down. Their faces were filled with indescribable excitement. However, this only made Han Shaofeng more and more confused. What's going on with all this? Could it be that they picked up the wrong script? That's just not how it should be. So now, Han Shaofeng was at a loss as to how to answer this question. However, it was right here, in front of Han Shaofeng. The young man spoke again. Sect Master, my name is Li Chang, and I am the leader of this team. We were undercover here before, just waiting for an opportunity. Now that we have met you, Sect Master, from now on, our 5-element sect will depend entirely on you. After Li Chang finished speaking, Han Shaofeng finally understood. What are all these my people? However, thinking about this, Han Shaofeng still felt somewhat fortunate. Surprisingly, it really is like that. Wouldn't you call this a case of, after passing through mountains and rivers and seemingly having no way out, a new village appears amidst willows and flowers? It should be said that those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune. Beside Han Shaofeng, Shang Guanyan watched this scene with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. After all, this situation has come as a complete surprise to everyone. I just casually asked someone for a favor, and I never expected that he would actually be a big shot. Although Shang Guanyan appeared calm, her heart was in turmoil. Even regarding these current matters, Shang Guanyan was at a loss for words. However, while Shang Guanyan was still in this state, the other constables all looked over. At that moment, the excitement on the faces of these officials was beyond words. "Captain, you're amazing! I didn't expect you to have figured it out so early. Is there even a question? Who is our captain? Does he not even know such a small thing?" But upon closer reflection, my admiration for our captain has only grown stronger. The other officials around him were all talking amongst themselves. Shang Guanyan, however, couldn't bear to tell them the truth. If Shang Guanyan were to reveal the truth, how disappointed they would be. Moreover, his towering and majestic image might leave a slight blemish in their minds. That's not good. So let's put other things aside for now. Since that's the case, let's just go with the flow. Anyway, that's all Shang Guanyan can do. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, didn't have time to dwell on these things. What exactly is this five-element sect? No, let's find a place first and discuss these things properly. In fact, even now, Han Shaofeng has no idea what's going on. Therefore, in Han Shaofeng's opinion, it's best not to say anything more for now. Once you figure it out, you'll have a general idea. In Han Shaofeng's view, however, such matters should be set aside for the time being. Right now, the most important thing is to resolve these current issues first. Otherwise, Han Shaofeng wouldn't want to discuss these matters with these officials. "Officer, now that we've finished here, I'll be leaving." Han Shaofeng looked at Shang Guanyan in front of him and said this. As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Shang Guanyan looked over. A slight smile appeared on her face. Originally, according to custom, Shang Guanyan was indeed supposed to bring Han Shaofeng along. However, Shang Guanyan is now quite worried. What if my subordinates find out about this and it damages my image? So Han Shaofeng coughed lightly twice, not forgetting to say something here. "Alright, let's not talk about anything else for now. In that case, thank you very much, sir." At this moment, Shang Guanyan waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. If you need anything in the future, remember to come to me anytime." Chapter 46. So, this important task is mine? Han Shaofeng followed Li Chang to their temporary settlement. However, although it was said to be a temporary resettlement site, in Han Shaofeng's eyes it was just a large factory. It has everything here, and most ordinary accommodations probably don't even meet these requirements. After Han Shaofeng sat down, Li Chang excitedly spoke to him. "Sect Master, our five-element sect was once a large sect, so glorious. But now, it has become like this. Therefore, Sect Master, you must now lead us to develop the five-element sect." As Li Chang spoke, Han Shaofeng became somewhat frustrated. "So, this important task is mine?" Han Shaofeng has no idea what's going on here, yet he is suddenly being told so much all at once. This left Han Shaofeng unsure where to begin. "I only know that the five-element sect is very powerful, but I don't know the specifics yet. So let's ask first." With this thought in mind, Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him again. At this moment, Han Shaofeng remained very calm. "I'm not familiar with the situation here. Could you all give me a brief explanation?" "Once you understand that, things will be much easier from here on out." Seeing this, Li Chang and the others began to introduce Han Shaofeng to him all at once. Actually, if they hadn't said that before, Han Shaofeng would never have known any of this. However, for Han Shaofeng now, after hearing what these people were saying, deep down, Han Shaofeng had only one feeling. That's the five-element sect now, it's really terrible. Currently, in terms of industry, they only have a few factories and a few shops at most. Isn't this just right? The way they are now, it seems to me that they are more inclined to become thugs. Han Shaofeng knew that this analogy was not particularly appropriate. However, they don't have any industries, but their strength is quite good. So this is actually the most suitable arrangement for them. "Sect Master, what should we do now?" Beside Han Shaofeng, Li Chang anxiously inquired. After all, what are the plans for this place going forward? Upon closer examination, this matter is indeed quite important and crucial. However, Han Shaofeng had already thought of it earlier. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, appeared very calm. "Actually, these are nothing. These are just small matters. Han Shaofeng waved his hand dismissively, appearing very calm, and spoke directly. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong? Is this okay? Han Shaofeng explained his plan, especially his idea of having them take control of the Luo family's businesses. This was something they hadn't expected at all. However, their eyes shone brightly, and their expressions showed great excitement. That's great. As expected of the sect leader, he even thought of something like this. Although the Luo family isn't particularly strong, things are better than nothing. Is there any need to say more? I believe that our Five Elements sect will soon achieve new glory. After all, the Five Elements sect was indeed very strong in the past. Therefore, they do not want to see the Five Elements sect continue to decline. Now that they've all arrived, it's natural that they hope to contribute their own strength to the Five Elements sect. As for Han Shaofeng, he didn't initially think that the Five Elements sect was anything special. But now, looking at it this way, Han Shaofeng thinks it's actually not a bad idea. If in the future there are any opponents that Han Shaofeng cannot defeat in a short time, then he can just hand them over to the Five Elements sect to deal with. Oh, right, there's one more thing I'd like to ask. How fast is your Five Elements sect recruiting new members? Han Shaofeng looked at Li Chang and asked curiously. It's important to understand that this is crucial for an organization when it comes to the onboarding of new members. After all, this is related to whether we can grow and expand from here. If the rate of new members joining increases rapidly, then the organization will grow and expand. In other words, if the number of new members is small, then the organization has little potential. Sect Master, this is our previous development trend chart. Please take a look. As if by magic, Li Chang produced a data chart and handed it to Han Shaofeng. I took it and examined it carefully. Originally, I didn't think anything would happen. But at first glance, Han Shaofeng just felt that this organization seemed to be quite strong. Moreover, the recruitment of these personnel is happening far too quickly. So you mean that as long as the money is in place, you can quickly become the number one in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Han Shaofeng looked at Li Chang, unable to contain his curiosity, and couldn't help but ask. Upon seeing Han Shaofeng, Li Chang nodded emphatically in agreement. That's right, that's exactly it. Now that the sect leader has seen this, he should have even more confidence in us, right? After Li Chang finished speaking, Han Shaofeng nodded. In fact, at the very beginning, Han Shaofeng might not have agreed with this point. But now, after Han Shaofeng has witnessed it all. In fact, for Han Shaofeng, a feeling would suddenly arise in his heart. That is to say, the current situation is indeed somewhat unusual. As for Han Shaofeng himself, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. My taking over the Luo family now is just a matter of luck. But now that I have people from the Five Elements sect by my side, I can take it a step further. Han Shaofeng knew very well that his previous foundation was far too weak. However, from the current perspective, things are completely different. If Han Shaofeng is willing, then resolving all of this will become exceptionally simple. Therefore, when Han Shaofeng thought of these things, a smile appeared on his face. At that very moment, a voice rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upgrade complete. Current status. Acquired Fuming Yuan Grand Restaurant and related surrounding industries. Upon seeing this, a thought suddenly popped into Han Shaofeng's mind. Strange, isn't this a property owned by the Wang family? Do I really have to decide to fight the Wang family to the death now? Actually, Han Shaofeng wasn't worried at all. Since it has already happened, we might as well just strike decisively. There's something I need you to handle. Chapter 47. Find out who it really is. In the Wang family, Elder Wang Diqing flew into a rage. After all, what happened here was undoubtedly completely unexpected for everyone else. However, putting everything else aside, Wang Diqing pointed to what was in front of him and said fiercely, "What kind of work are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter?" As Wang Diqing spoke, everyone in front of him lowered their heads and dared not speak. After all, it was indeed their fault in this matter. However, they also have their own difficulties. Elder, we didn't expect that Li Bao and the others would all be arrested. We originally wanted to move that batch of goods, but we didn't have a chance because they were all seized. As the people around him spoke, Wang Diqing frowned. This was not the only thing that angered him. Seeing the people around him like this, Wang Diqing continued speaking. Do you think that's all I wanted to say? After Wang Diqing finished speaking, the guards of the Wang family around him looked at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't understand this kind of thing. Besides these, what else is there? Elder, is there anything else? Those around Wang Diqing looked at him with some curiosity. But at this moment, Wang Diqing looked at the crowd in front of him and continued speaking. News has come from Fuming Yuan Grand Restaurant that the restaurant there, along with several surrounding properties, has been taken over by someone. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue for them. Even so, they still had no idea that all of this was going to happen. At this moment, these people came to their senses and continued to talk about it. Who is this? We must find him and tear him to pieces. Of course, otherwise they would think we're all joking here. They even dared to rob our Wang family's property. We must find them. As the people around him finished speaking, Wang Diqing had a vague feeling. Such matters are not as simple as they appear on the surface. It seems that if we want to completely resolve this matter, we must all think of other solutions. As Wang Diqing spoke, the others nodded in agreement. These things do seem to make sense. However, Wang Diqing felt that the Wang family should adjust their attitude on this matter. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that anyone could bully them at will? Find out exactly who it is. This matter is absolutely urgent. As Wang Diqing spoke to those around him, they became increasingly attentive. What they said here before was nothing. But since Wang Diqing has spoken, it represents the Wang family. Provoking the Wang family is an extremely unwise thing to do. They didn't know who their opponent was. However, in their view, no matter what, they absolutely could not let this person go. Thinking of this, all of them held their breath. Elder, please rest assured, we know what to do. Actually, this matter is very simple. If you really want to start an investigation, it's actually not a difficult thing. So it was discovered very quickly. Elder, good news, I have investigated and found out. As the guard from the Wang family spoke, Wang Diqing frowned and looked at the man. Who exactly is it? As Wang Diqing spoke, the person in front of him then spoke back to Wang Diqing. It's Han Shaofeng. Here is his information. The people around him handed over the documents. At this moment, Wang Diqing finally saw things clearly. Wang Diqing had done some research on Han Shaofeng, so he naturally knew the situation. However, Wang Diqing did not expect that Han Shaofeng would dare to interfere in the affairs of the Wang family. Therefore, no matter what, this score must be settled with Han Shaofeng. I didn't expect it to really be him. He had contact with those officials before. Wang Diqing frowned slightly at this matter. He now had only one thought in his mind: he had to get rid of Han Shaofeng. In short, put everything else aside, find someone and get rid of him. When Wang Diqing said these words, he seemed quite fierce. However, as Wang Diqing got to this point, this only made the other royal guards more and more excited. After all, that's what they really think right now. If that's the case, then why are we wasting our breath talking so much nonsense with them? Yeah, if we take down Han Shaofeng, then everything will be ours. In short, the goal now is to let them know what the consequences will be if they offend the Wang family. Now, these people were completely ready to go all out. Han Shaofeng, however, was unaware of these things. Especially now, Han Shaofeng has arranged everything. According to Han Shaofeng's estimation, it's time to do something next. Otherwise, if this delay continues, the consequences may be unexpected. Now that I've already taken action against the Wang family, they should be able to find out about me very soon. If we want to do something now, I think the key is to take care of them. Han Shaofeng's gaze shifted, and when it landed in front of him, his smile deepened. For Han Shaofeng, this was something he was bound to do, no matter what. When the time comes, I'll talk to the people from the Five Elements sect. Let's see when we can discuss a feasible plan. Han Shaofeng looked around and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Strange, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many strangers on this street? Han Shaofeng stared at what was in front of him, his brows furrowed. If we're talking about people who have a grudge against Han Shaofeng right now, then the Luo family is one of them. The problem is, the Luo family had already been dealt with by Han Shaofeng. Therefore, what they said is somewhat unlikely. And if we're talking about who's the most likely candidate, then it's the Wang family. After thinking about these things, Han Shaofeng frowned slightly. Alright, now that you're here, do you still want to be a coward? If you've come here to deal with me, then you can come out now. Han Shaofeng's gaze shifted, landing on what was in front of him, a playful smile playing on his lips. At this moment, these people slowly gathered towards Han Shaofeng. At this moment, the leader looked at Han Shaofeng and said very seriously, Han Shaofeng, our elders wish to see you. Han Shaofeng didn't seem to take these words to heart. Your elder wants to see me. Tell him to come to me. Chapter 48. You're the ones courting death. These people looked at Han Shaofeng with predatory eyes. He looked like he was ready to attack Han Shaofeng at any moment. However, Han Shaofeng didn't think anything of it. However, it seems that you are not capable of threatening me at all. As Han Shaofeng spoke, the guard from the Wang family looked at him with a very cold expression. Humph, you're asking for death. As he spoke, the Wang family guard prepared to step forward and take Han Shaofeng down. However, just as these people were having such plans, at this moment, Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him, and the smile on his lips became even more pronounced. You're the ones who are asking for it. If Han Shaofeng wasn't very strong before, that wouldn't be a problem. However, Han Shaofeng is now proficient in all kinds of martial arts, so why would he be afraid of them? Upon closer reflection, it becomes clear that these are fundamentally impossible things. Just as the first person was about to attack Han Shaofeng stepped forward, grabbed the person's wrist with one hand, and gently applied force. Soon after, a loud cracking sound echoed in front of them. Looking again, the man's arm was completely severed. Han Shaofeng had no intention of wasting words with them, but quickly stepped forward, intending to continue his attack. There were about 20 people who were fighting against Han Shaofeng together this time. Moreover, they are all quite strong. If an ordinary person were to encounter this, they would certainly suffer, to say the least. However, they are no longer a threat to Han Shaofeng. Anyway, these people also wanted to kill Han Shaofeng. If that's the case, then why should Han Shaofeng be polite to them? After thinking about this, Han Shaofeng acted with extraordinary speed. However, for the guards of the Wang family, clearly, this was completely unexpected. Before long, more than 10 people had collapsed. Now, they were immediately frightened. If things continue like this, they are destined to be completely wiped out. The remaining people shouted, "Run!" After all, they never expected that something like this would happen. However, Han Shaofeng smiled knowingly at this. Haha, I'm afraid you're thinking too simply. As Han Shaofeng spoke to the person in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. Han Shaofeng then made a swift move. He mastered various techniques, acted swiftly, and dealt with the people in front of him. After doing all this, Han Shaofeng couldn't help but clap his hands, making a contemptuous gesture. TCH, nothing special. After quickly dealing with everything, Han Shaofeng still felt that he was currently too weak. There's nothing the Five Elements sect can do to help right now. However, the Five Elements sect was very fast. Less than 10 minutes had passed since Han Shaofeng made the call, and they had already arrived. Li Chang glanced at it and was somewhat shocked. I didn't expect that they would still make a move against you, Sect Master. If we could find the 5 top experts from the 5 Elements sect to oversee things would be much better. 5 top masters? Han Shaofeng felt that he had heard some useful information. What's wrong? Aren't you considered one of the top 5 experts? Han Shaofeng thought Li Chang was quite skilled. Moreover, Li Chang is quite intelligent. Li Chang handled everything that Han Shaofeng had arranged perfectly. Here, however, Han Shaofeng appeared quite calm. After all, these are just minor matters compared to Han Shaofeng. However, here, Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him with great anticipation in his eyes. However, Li Chang sighed. Alas, I do wish I were one of the top 5 masters, but sect master, you must know that I am merely a hall master. Although I am slightly stronger. Li Chang's words made Han Shaofeng even more eager to see the 5 masters. Is it really that amazing? However, while Han Shaofeng was still pondering this, Li Chang answered a phone call, and after he finished, his brows furrowed slightly when he looked at Han Shaofeng. What's wrong? What happened? When Han Shaofeng saw Li Chang's expression, he knew something was very wrong. As for Li Chang, who was standing next to Han Shaofeng, he didn't know how to talk to Han Shaofeng. However, a hint of doubt appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. You can tell me directly what happened. Han Shaofeng's gaze shifted, and he subconsciously looked at what was in front of him. Li Chang sighed. Sect Master, the Wang family has retaliated against us. Although we are not injured yet. But we must react promptly, otherwise it will not be a good thing for us. After Li Chang finished speaking, those around him became increasingly surprised. They hadn't actually anticipated this at all. But Han Shaofeng just felt that the Wang family was moving very fast. Moreover, judging from the Wang family's reaction speed and time, they will definitely react very quickly. Han Shaofeng must seize this opportunity, and do something to firmly grasp it. Upgrade successful. Current status, gain the loyalty of the Royal Guard. The voice echoed in Han Shaofeng's mind. Han Shaofeng was initially somewhat worried. However, for Han Shaofeng right now, these things are actually not important at all. Looking at what was happening before him, Han Shaofeng couldn't help but wonder what the Wang family might do. But right now, Han Shaofeng couldn't really say what the other party would do. In short, since the decision to do this has already been made, Han Shaofeng's words are essentially already settled. It seems the Wang family will be here soon. Your words. Han Shaofeng wanted to tell these people to leave first. I have a way to handle it. But Li Chang misunderstood and nodded directly to Han Shaofeng. Don't worry, Sect Master, even if they come, we will never compromise. Moreover, it's time for us to settle things with the Wang family. Li Chang spoke with a very serious expression. Han Shaofeng suddenly smiled. It's unclear who the Wang family sent, but if they are all Han Shaofeng's men, then Han Shaofeng can take this opportunity to go directly to the Wang family. Just then, a member of the 5 Elements sect came up to Han Shaofeng and said excitedly, Sect Master, Hall Master, the Wang family has arrived. What? It's finally here? Han Shaofeng was increasingly looking forward to it. Perhaps these people were the guards the system had given him. For Han Shaofeng, this is an opportunity. Chapter 49. He should be dead for good. Wang Diqing was still pondering this matter. After all, these are no small matters these days. As long as my men can take down Han Shaofeng, then no matter how much trouble he causes, I won't have to worry about him at all. Wang Diqing's gaze shifted and landed in front of him, his smile growing even wider. And now, it seems as if all of this was already within his expectations long ago. Those around Wang Diqing became increasingly excited as they watched. In their view, dealing with the Luo family would still be quite difficult. But now, the Luo family has been taken over by Han Shaofeng. Han Shaofeng has no real strength, so dealing with him would be a piece of cake. So now, the more these people think about it, the more excited they become, and they are even more full of anticipation for this event. Elder, if we do this now, we can definitely get all of this easily. Of course, Han Shaofeng is just a greenhorn, how could he possibly be a match for us? Now that he's made up his mind to do this, why should we waste our breath talking to him? At this moment, the people around him were all talking excitedly to the person in front of them. After all, from the current perspective, the matter itself is already completely set in stone. Wang Diqing, on the other hand, just smiled proudly. In fact, he wasn't affected by this incident at all. There was even a sense of contentment. At this moment, Wang Diqing looked at the people around him and said something. "Tell me, if I take over these places, what should I do?" Those around Wang Diqing knew that he was making fun of Han Shaofeng. Therefore, they remained silent. Instead, they waited quietly here for Wang Diqing to speak. Wang Diqing, on the other hand, was very decisive. "Open more restaurants, and when there's nothing else to do, arrange for everyone to come here to eat. Because taking this place would be a milestone for us." As Wang Diqing spoke, the others around him were very happy. They thought that if that was the case, then Han Shaofeng was doomed. Upon closer reflection, Wang Diqing became increasingly excited. "Okay, if there's any news from them, remember to let me know." After Wang Diqing finished speaking, the people around him became even more expectant. In short, no matter what, these people no longer believe they cannot win. On the contrary, they are beginning to look forward to what Wang Diqing said. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was sizing up the people in front of him. A playful smile appeared on his face. "So, is everything you're saying true?" After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, these people nodded in agreement. This is even more inevitable. Moreover, they believe that only by following Han Shaofeng could they obtain all of this. Otherwise, following the Wang family would be a waste of time. Standing next to Han Shaofeng, Li Chang was so surprised that he couldn't speak. "What's wrong with you?" Han Shaofeng turned around, looked at Li Chang beside him, and asked with some curiosity. It took Li Chang a long time to come to his senses after Han Shaofeng finished speaking. He even gave Han Shaofeng a thumbs up. "Sect Master, I truly admire you to the point of prostration. And before this, I never imagined that you, Sect Master, actually had someone in the Wang family." In fact, how could Li Chang possibly know that Han Shaofeng had taken over the Luo family in the same way back then? However, the Wang family will definitely think that Han Shaofeng's foundation is too weak. So when the time comes, they will definitely try every possible way to deal with them. However, if the person in charge of the Wang family finds out, the people they sent were all Han Shaofeng's subordinates. I wonder what they are feeling. In short, if it were Li Chang, he would probably break down. After all, it's easy to be manipulated by others without even realizing it. He couldn't really say anything about others, nor could he explain it. But he himself must be feeling very bad. "Actually, you don't need to ask me. Sometimes I don't even know what's going on with myself." Han Shaofeng was telling the truth. Who knows? Anyway, the upgrade was completed in a short while. After a short while, the upgrade was completed. If Han Shaofeng knew what was going on, then what was he still doing here? They would have already tried to deal with these things, instead of waiting here any longer. However, Han Shaofeng was still secretly pondering these things here. At this moment, Li Chang was somewhat impatient in front of Han Shaofeng. "Since you've already made all the arrangements, Sect Master, let's get started." As soon as Li Chang finished speaking, the other members of the Five Elements sect around him also felt the same way. "Yes, Sect Master, you now bear a heavy responsibility, and the development and growth of our Five Elements sect depends entirely on you. As long as the sect leader says the word, we will definitely follow him." Is that even a question? I think they're in for trouble now. Now, people around them were saying all sorts of things. Moreover, these people became increasingly excited as they spoke. However, the people around them were getting more and more excited as they looked at it. As for Han Shaofeng, he was actually quite calm. "Actually, none of you need to worry about these things. Now that I've said this, dealing with the Wang family is of utmost urgency." Han Shaofeng's actions filled the eyes of the others with excitement. Now that Han Shaofeng has said so, they naturally have to follow him. As for the bodyguards who originally belonged to the Wang family, now that they have joined Han Shaofeng, they are even less willing to go back. Therefore, the most urgent task is to get rid of Wang Diqing, the elder of the Wang family. As for what to do next, they don't know for the time being. Therefore, we can only take it one step at a time. In short, if they want to play, then I'll play along with them. As Han Shaofeng surveyed the scene before him, he smiled calmly. It's just dealing with a mere elder of the Wang family, isn't it? Han Shaofeng felt that he had nothing to be afraid of now. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upgrade complete. Current status, full of energy. What's going on? And what is this? Chapter 50. Don't blame me, you were here first. So, what's the use of this? Han Shaofeng was filled with curiosity, and was secretly pondering this. However, no matter how hard Han Shaofeng racked his brains, he never imagined that there could be any connection between them. However, Han Shaofeng did not come away empty-handed. At least in his eyes, so far, things aren't necessarily a bad thing. As Han Shaofeng looked around, he decided to put those thoughts aside for the time being. After all, the most urgent task right now is how to resolve these current issues. With this thought in mind, Han Shaofeng looked at Li Chang beside him. In fact, Han Shaofeng already had a plan. Brothers, let's go for the Wang family. Han Shaofeng knew that with his current strength, he was not yet capable of wiping out the Wang family in one fell swoop. However, Han Shaofeng is capable of launching a strong attack on a portion of the Wang family. So, when Han Shaofeng thought about these things, for some reason, he still felt a certain amount of anticipation. In short, for now, no matter what, let's put other things aside for the time being. If necessary, I think our primary goal should be to start from here. Han Shaofeng began assigning tasks, and the others nodded in agreement. Actually, it's very easy. Han Shaofeng led the 5 Elements sect members to attack from the front gate. Meanwhile, the guards who originally belonged to the Wang family attacked from behind. In that case, once Wang Diqing learns the truth, the place he is in will be completely under Han Shaofeng's control. Actually, don't blame me, you were here first. If Wang Diqing hadn't targeted Han Shaofeng. So perhaps Han Shaofeng never even considered doing this. But now, things are completely different. As for Han Shaofeng, what he should do next is, in fact, beyond doubt. Therefore, when Han Shaofeng thought of these things, a playful smile appeared on his face. Since things have come to this, what's the point of saying all this now? Actually, I think that instead of just dragging this out, what I want to do most right now is to get rid of Wang Diqing. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the others began to take action. To be precise, the Wang family residence should be Wang Diqing's mansion. Wang Diqing never expected that someone would actually target him. At this moment, looking at the quiet and deserted surroundings, Wang Diqing felt a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Strange, what exactly is going on? As Wang Diqing spoke, one of his subordinates couldn't help but show some curiosity. Elder, what's wrong with you? After hearing what the people around him had said, Wang Diqing finally came to his senses. I don't know why, but I always feel that it's just too quiet right now. Moreover, it seems there is no one here at all, and I don't know what's going on. As Wang Diqing looked around, it was clear that he understood this point. In Wang Diqing's view, putting everything else aside, this matter urgently needs to be addressed now. Elder, is it all right now that it's quiet? The Wang family guards beside him were quite puzzled and couldn't help but ask. After all, it's late at night now, so it's naturally very quiet. However, Wang Diqing still shook his head. No, what you said is wrong, very wrong. I always feel like something is going to happen. Besides, none of the bodyguards Wang Diqing sent have returned by now. If nothing had happened, what would have been the case? That's why Wang Diqing thinks this way now. However, just as Wang Diqing was muttering to himself, a bodyguard from the Wang family rushed in from outside. As he ran forward, he kept talking to the person in front of him. Elder, something terrible has happened. Someone has broken in. As the person in front of him spoke, Wang Diqing realized that this was indeed the case. That's what he felt was wrong. Who on earth dares to trespass on my Wang family's property? In Wang Diqing's opinion, that person had simply eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. However, when the guards of the Wang family looked at Wang Diqing, they hesitated for a moment, but still spoke to him. Master, it's Han Shaofeng. He's barged in. What? This news is like a bolt from the blue for us right now. Even Wang Diqing was completely unprepared for this. Han Shaofeng, he's got some nerve, daring to do something like this. Wang Diqing grew angrier the more he thought about it, and he felt he should teach Han Shaofeng a lesson. So Wang Diqing waved his hand, signaling to those around him that they could start. Upon seeing this, the other guards of the royal family began to assemble. For them, the most important thing now is to take the initiative and completely resolve the situation here. However, just as Wang Diqing was about to do so, the Wang family's guards arrived on the other side. Elder, something terrible has happened. Many more people have arrived from behind. We are all about to reach our limit. This news made Wang Diqing feel as if the sky was about to fall. How could this be? As Wang Diqing watched, his face showed a hint of anger. After all, he had originally planned to teach Han Shaofeng a lesson and take back everything they had lost. But now it seems that Wang Diqing realizes that this was just a pipe dream for them. Meanwhile, the Wang family guards around them were eager to fight. They've broken in, so let's fight them. That's right. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how powerful we are. Is that even a question? In short, we should completely prevent this kind of thing from happening. At this very moment, as these people speak, not far away, those people gathered. Wang Diqing only glanced at it, but immediately felt his heart pounding wildly. These people. Wang Diqing's actions drew curious glances from the other guards of the Wang family. What exactly is going on? The others all turned to look at Wang Diqing. Wang Diqing, however, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at what was in front of him. Sigh, it seems that the situation is worse than I thought. They are from the Five Elements sect. Everyone was stunned when these words were spoken. Chapter 51. Well then, I can only apologize. What, the Five Elements sect? Didn't that sect disappear? At this moment, the guards of the Wang family were somewhat shocked when they saw this. Wang Diqing thought the same thing. Furthermore, the disappearance of the Five Elements sect was actually partly related to these families. After all, the Five Elements sect developed too quickly back then, which affected the interests of many families. So they attacked together, which led to the Five Elements sect's rapid decline. At this moment, when Han Shaofeng arrived here, his gaze shifted slightly, and he subconsciously looked in front of him. The more this is the case, the more Han Shaofeng sees it. A smile spread across his face. Elder Wang, how have you been? Han Shaofeng's behavior made Wang Diqing want to kill him. What do you mean by, how have you been? It's like the two of you are very close. The problem now is that the two people don't know each other at all. So now, when Wang Diqing looked at Han Shaofeng in front of him, a fire was burning in his heart. Han Shaofeng, you're breaking the rules. Wang Diqing looked at Han Shaofeng and spoke directly. For Han Shaofeng, he didn't really take any of this seriously. As he watched, Han Shaofeng remained remarkably calm, glancing around at the scene before him while making his own remarks. Haha, what rule-breaking have I done? Besides, if that's the case, then I can only apologize. Han Shaofeng remained calm, but the calmer he was, the more frustrated those around him became. At this moment, Han Shaofeng didn't feel that anything was wrong with what was happening. Slowly, I'm observing these things. At this moment, Han Shaofeng appeared very calm and casual. Alright, now it's time to give these brothers around me a chance to show their skills. Han Shaofeng had just finished speaking when Li Chang, standing beside him, gritted his teeth and looked at what was in front of him with an indescribable excitement. Damn it, you bastards, but since you want to play, then we'll play along to the end. When you ganged up on my Five Elements sect back then, you never imagined things would turn out this way, did you? As Li Chang spoke, the people from the Five Elements sect around him also chimed in with their own comments. Yes, that's right. In short, let's settle this here and now. Is there any need to say more? The Wang family is destined for only one fate, certain death. Sect Master, please issue the order quickly. We are all getting impatient. As the Five Elements sect members around him spoke, Han Shaofeng smiled slightly. Although Han Shaofeng has experienced relatively few things like this, my current achievements are also due to the help of the system. But now, the words of the Five Elements sect members made Han Shaofeng feel an aura within his body for some reason. This aura made Han Shaofeng feel even more excited. But right now, let's not talk about other things too much. But as Han Shaofeng looked around, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. That means I should do everything in my power to resolve this current issue. As Han Shaofeng acted this way, those around him became increasingly excited. But here, a playful smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. You've seen it yourself, so you can't blame me. If you have anyone to blame, it's yourselves. Han Shaofeng waved his hand, indicating that the Five Elements sect members could begin their attack. Wang Diqing, however, didn't think anything of it. He simply believed that these people were just talking the talk. If it were back then, the Five Elements sect might still be a viable option. But now you're nothing but a bunch of ants. What waves can you possibly make? Charge! Kill them! As soon as Wang Diqing finished speaking, the guards from the Wang family around him sped up and quickly arrived. However, just as these royal guards were about to arrive, at this moment, Han Shaofeng vaguely sensed it. The people around me are very strong in combat, and their combat awareness is also top-notch. So, the 100-fold increase in my mental strength that I received before allowed me to perceive some different things. Han Shaofeng had a general understanding of what full of energy meant. However, Han Shaofeng suddenly realized something. Could it be that my boundless energy has a unique effect on certain aspects of my relationship with my lover? But for now, Han Shaofeng can't try it out. He can only wait and see. Before Han Shaofeng, the Wang family's guards suffered repeated defeats. The members of the Five Elements sect rushed forward and attacked without regard for anything else. However, Han Shaofeng was still able to sense that Wang Diqing seemed to be plotting something here. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Diqing's eyes. At this moment, Wang Diqing looked around and gritted his teeth, letting out a furious shout. Kid, you'd better die. Wang Diqing believes that all of this is because of Han Shaofeng. So now, even if he wants to do something, the most important thing is to kill Han Shaofeng. However, Wang Diqing was unaware that Han Shaofeng had already noticed all of this. Han Shaofeng turned around and glanced at what was in front of him. What did you say? You plan to kill me? To Han Shaofeng, this immediately seemed like a joke. Moreover, Han Shaofeng felt it was better to teach him a lesson and make him face reality. Having figured this out, Han Shaofeng suddenly increased his speed and attacked directly in front of him without saying a word. Soon, Han Shaofeng arrived in front of them. Wang Diqing felt that all his moves were completely restrained. Wang Diqing couldn't even speak, he just felt as if his throat was being choked. As for Han Shaofeng, he didn't care about any of that. Not only that, but even when Han Shaofeng looked at these things, he remained as cold as ice. Elder Wang, I didn't mean for this to happen, but now I can only apologize. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Wang Diqing's eyes widened. No, don't. Before Wang Diqing could finish speaking, he collapsed. As for Han Shaofeng, he didn't think there was any problem. Wang Diqing is dead. Clean up this place. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the others nodded repeatedly and began cleaning. Han Shaofeng's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 52. Old classmate, you've been more handsome. Han Shaofeng answered the phone and listened for a while. That's when I realized it was a phone call to rent a room. This was something Han Shaofeng hadn't expected at all. Well, if you're looking to rent a place, just go find the landlord. Wait a minute, Han Shaofeng was slightly taken aback, but then he suddenly realized. It seems like I'm the landlord. Moreover, Xinghe community is unique in both its geographical location and other aspects. Therefore, it was an extremely wise decision for the other party to choose to rent a house here. However, Han Shaofeng felt something was slightly strange. That voice, it sounds familiar. However, no matter what Han Shaofeng did, he couldn't remember. However, the matter here has been mostly resolved by now. Whether Han Shaofeng stays here or leaves, it won't really have a big impact. However, when Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him, he began to explain. I'll leave things here to you. I have some things to take care of. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Li Chang nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sect Master, I can handle these things. Upon hearing Li Chang's words, Han Shaofeng's face broke into a smile. Since Li Chang had said so, Han Shaofeng was completely relieved. In fact, the Wang family is now facing a great calamity. Even if the Wang family reacts quickly, dealing with Han Shaofeng and the people of the Five Elements sect is no easy task. When Han Shaofeng returned to Unit 1, Building 16 of Xinghe Community, Han Shaofeng noticed a beautiful woman standing not far away. The woman was carrying a bag and looked very anxious. Han Shaofeng looked at it carefully, and suddenly paused. He suddenly recognized the woman as Li Yingying, his college classmate. Yu Yingying also recognized Han Shaofeng. After all, Han Shaofeng is so handsome. Moreover, Yu Yingying also harbored some feelings for Han Shaofeng. Actually, let's not even talk about Yu Yingying. She knew that many of her classmates had a crush on Han Shaofeng. However, no one successfully confessed their feelings to Han Shaofeng. Li Yingying never expected that she would be so lucky. Old classmate, you've become handsome. I never expected that I would run into you when I just came here to rent a room casually. So, do you have a girlfriend now? During her university years, Yu Yingying was still somewhat embarrassed. But now, things are completely different. Yu Yingying also clearly realized that this was a good opportunity. Moreover, now that we have this opportunity, we must seize it firmly no matter what. Only in this way will Yu Yingying not feel that she is wasting her time. Oh, why are you asking this out of the blue? Looking at Yu Yingying like this, Han Shaofeng felt that his old classmate was being a little too enthusiastic. Could it be that she said that on purpose because she has taken a liking to him? Therefore, boys should take good care of themselves when they are out. Okay, let's go look at apartments together then. What kind of house do you prefer? I'll take you to see some. Han Shaofeng explained to Li Yingying. Li Yingying's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Han Shaofeng. A smile appeared on Yu Yingying's face. As things stand, Li Yingying herself doesn't actually feel that this will have any impact. But even though she was acting this way, to Li Yingying, it still seemed like she was asking, which room did you stay in before? I'd like to go to your room and take a look. Kindness? What exactly are this woman's hobbies? They actually went to the room of a grown man like Han Shaofeng. However, Han Shaofeng is currently unaffected. So, we should take Yu Yingying with us to take a look. Actually, it's much better in itself. Yes, my room is upstairs. Let's go. Han Shaofeng's room happened to be unoccupied. Since Yu Yingying likes it, let's bring her along. A hint of indescribable excitement appeared on Yu Yingying's face. She's still thinking about how to win Han Shaofeng over if he were single. If not, then Yu Yingying will find a way to resolve this matter. Han Shaofeng glanced at his room. It was a little messy. Wait a moment, let me pack up. Han Shaofeng started tidying up, while Li Yingying thought the place was really nice. I just don't know if Han Shaofeng will agree to let me live here. At that time, Yu Yingying will have the advantage of being close to the source. However, while Han Shaofeng was still tidying up, his phone rang. Li Yingying glanced at it, and was about to call Han Shaofeng. However, after calling several times, Han Shaofeng did not come over. Li Yingying answered the call herself. The moment the call connected, I heard a middle-aged woman's voice on the other end. Hey Shaofeng, how are you doing out there? Have you found a girlfriend yet? Hearing this, Yu Yingying parted her lips slightly. Auntie, Shaofeng is busy right now. Should I let him answer the phone later? Originally, the middle-aged woman on the other end of the phone was just asking that question. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Han Shaofeng who answered the phone, but another woman. This led to an unexpected discovery for her. Oh, what's your relationship to our young master Shaofeng? Li Yingying blushed and said, I am Shaofeng's college classmate. And so the two of them chatted on and off. At the end of the conversation, the person on the other end of the phone invited Yu Yingying to come over for dinner with Han Shaofeng when she had time. In the end, Yu Yingying herself didn't know what happened and hung up the phone in a daze. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, had just finished his work and felt something was off. Whose call was it? Han Shaofeng was busy just now, so he was unaware of these things. However, while Han Shaofeng was still talking, he noticed that Lu Yingying's cheeks were slightly flushed. Strange, what's going on? Han Shaofeng was still here, and the more he thought about it, the more curious he became. However, in front of him, Yu Yingying said, "It's Auntie's phone call. She said that if you have time next time, you can go back and have dinner with me." Huh, what? Han Shaofeng stared wide-eyed, looking in their direction with disbelief. Clearly, this was completely unexpected for Han Shaofeng. Really? Hey Mom, listen to me. Han Shaofeng took out his phone and prepared to make a call. However, before Han Shaofeng could make the call, Lu Yingying's phone rang. Hey, what did you say? I got hired by Hanyang Group. Han Shaofeng, I've been accepted by Hanyang Group. What would you like to eat? It's my treat tonight. Chapter 53. Han Shaofeng, this hatred is irreconcilable. Inside a high-end restaurant in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Wang Chong sat there, growing angrier the more he thought about it. Originally, the Wang family planned to take advantage of this moment to launch a surprise attack and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. However, the current situation left Wang Chong somewhat helpless, and he didn't even know where to begin. Han Shaofeng, this is an irreconcilable feud. As Wang Chong spoke to those around him, the others nodded in agreement. In fact, they have now witnessed all of these things firsthand. Not only that, but the more they thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed to them. However, the Wang family members around Wang Chong were also talking amongst themselves. Yes, young master, this guy has really gone too far. So what should we do next? This is a matter that we must deal with. Actually, no matter how you look at it, this kind of thing is still absolutely necessary. As these members of the Wang family spoke before us. At this point, Wang Chong didn't actually have a better solution. Are we just going to let them do this and remain indifferent? No, absolutely not. We all must do something now. Compared to all of these, I think the best solution is actually to start from this aspect. When Wang Chong saw this, his expression became even more resolute. After all, he wasn't entirely sure about such a thing. Now, it's all up to fate. At this moment, Wang Chong was speaking to the people around him. By the way, tell the people around you to keep an eye on this. If you hear any news about Han Shaofeng, please let me know immediately. After Wang Chong finished speaking, those around him nodded in agreement. For them, these were just minor matters. Young master, rest assured, if Han Shaofeng dares to come over, we will definitely make him pay. As these people continued talking, Wang Chong felt a little more at ease. In short, everything has been arranged. In Wang Chong's view, there's not much to worry about anymore. Upgrade complete. Current status, owner of Fukuxuan restaurant. Seeing this, Han Shaofeng knew that this must be thanks to the system. These things are given to Han Shaofeng whenever he needs them. This made Han Shaofeng himself feel a little embarrassed. However, even here, beside Han Shaofeng, Lu Yingying still didn't forget to say something. Fukuxian is a chain store. I heard their market value is 1 billion. And the food here is pretty good, definitely meeting your requirements. As Yu Yingying spoke to Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him. A playful smile spread across Han Shaofeng's face. After all, how exactly do we plan to handle this situation going forward? Actually, the more you look at Han Shaofeng, the clearer he becomes. As Han Shaofeng looked around, he smiled faintly. I'm afraid Yu Yingying doesn't know that Fukuxian is also hers. Of course, Lu Yingying doesn't know yet that Hanyang Group belongs to Han Shaofeng. However, these things are actually not important. The important thing is that Han Shaofeng doesn't know why, but he feels that something is not right. Strange, is it just my imagination or what? I always feel like someone is targeting me. Han Shaofeng thought to himself, but soon dismissed the idea. For Han Shaofeng, even if these people wanted to deal with him, they were no match for him at all. After all, who is Han Shaofeng? He has many identities. And most importantly, he is the owner of Fuko Xian. Who on earth would be so foolish as to plan to attack me here? Actually, I'd really like to see it for myself. Han Shaofeng was secretly thinking about this. For Han Shaofeng, the more he thought about it, the more interesting it became. However, for Han Shaofeng, these are not the key issues at the moment. In fact, Han Shaofeng felt that there were some more important things that needed to be dealt with urgently compared to these. So the next step is to focus on resolving these issues completely. Meanwhile, Yu Yingying, who was standing next to Han Shaofeng, was unaware of this. Han Shaofeng, what are you doing? Hurry up and order your food. It's my treat today, order whatever you want to eat. Anyway, the prices here aren't high, so the two of them together won't actually spend much money. Most importantly, Yu Yingying is going to work at Hanyang Group. These are the most important things. As for Han Shaofeng, he actually didn't have much of an appetite. However, since Yu Yingying had already said so, Han Shaofeng naturally couldn't let her down, so he casually ordered a few dishes. When it came to Han Shaofeng, he didn't really care. At this moment, Han Shaofeng had already noticed that someone was approaching from not far away. These people were none other than members of the Wang family. Wang Chong had already spotted Han Shaofeng, though at first he was still somewhat unsure. But now that Wang Chong has seen things clearly, what exactly does he plan to do next? Actually, this step was very crucial. Gradually, as Wang Chong gazed at Han Shaofeng, a hint of smugness appeared on his face. Han Shaofeng, I didn't expect to run into you here, did I? When you were dealing with the elders of my Wang family, did you ever imagine it would turn out like this? After Wang Chong finished speaking, he looked at Li Yingying, who was standing next to Han Shaofeng. She's a beautiful woman, but unfortunately, she's with Han Shaofeng. So Wang Chong waved his hand and said this. Miss, I need to deal with this guy. Could you please leave? I'm worried you might get covered in blood. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Yingying directly and decisively refused. I'm sorry, I'm his girlfriend. No matter what, I will always be by his side. These words surprised Wang Chong and Han Shaofeng. The situation changed so quickly that it caught Han Shaofeng completely off guard. However, since Li Yingying is like this, it's time to deal with Wang Chong and his ilk. I'm giving you a chance. Get out of here right now, or you'll face the consequences. Wang Chong didn't take Han Shaofeng's words seriously at all. Haha, what kind of joke are you playing on me? Get him! Take him down! Chapter 54 Now, I am your girlfriend. Han Shaofeng, you're dead! Get him! Wang Chong waved his hand, signaling the people around him to attack Han Shaofeng together. However, Han Shaofeng found all of this increasingly hilarious. Sigh, why are you all so stubbornly persistent? However, before you take action, I want to tell you something. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Wang Chong found it amusing. The other members of the Wang family also found it quite interesting. Now, what else does Han Shaofeng want to say? Could it be that you're asking for help? However, at this point, no matter what you say, it's all completely futile. At this moment, Wang Chong smiled coldly. What can you possibly say now? Or I'll give you a chance to scream for help? After Wang Chong finished speaking, everyone around him looked over. They didn't forget to look at what was in front of them and burst into laughter. Haha, young master is right. Even if he really makes up his mind to do it now, will it make a difference? Actually, you don't even need to think about it to know that these things are completely useless. Stop wasting time talking to him, let's just kill him. The Wang family guards around them were very anxious and were about to make a move. However, just as they were having this idea in mind, Han Shaofeng sighed again. Sigh, why didn't you wait until I finished speaking? Now that things have come to this, I can only tell you that I am actually the owner of Fuko Xian. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Yu Yingying, who was standing beside her, completely taken aback. This was something that Yu Yingying hadn't expected at all. However, Wang Chong found it increasingly hilarious the more he watched. What's wrong? Do you think I'm an idiot, trying to fool me with something like this? Not long after Wang Chong finished speaking, a large number of people suddenly appeared around him. All of these people were instructed to come over. Seeing Wang Chong treat Han Shaofeng so arrogantly, these people could no longer restrain themselves. Boss! The shouts of these people startled Wang Chong, who was standing in front of him. What's going on, Fu Ko Xian's owner? Who exactly is it? Wang Chong's gaze fell on Han Shaofeng. Because he suddenly realized that the boss seemed to be calling out to Han Shaofeng. Are you really the owner of this place? Wang Chong realized this, and wanted to escape from here. However, it's obviously too late to run away now. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Stop wasting your breath on them, hurry up and throw them out. Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke to the person in front of him. Actually, Han Shaofeng doesn't want to do anything to Wang Chong right now. Besides, Han Shaofeng felt that if he really took action to deal with this brainless young master of the Wang family, he would be in trouble. On the contrary, some of them were wasting Han Shaofeng's time. Wang Chong and his group were brutally beaten and then thrown out. Le Yingying witnessed the entire process. She suddenly realized that she didn't know what to say. This news made Yu Yingying so excited that she could hardly speak. After all, this was truly unexpected. However, Han Shaofeng didn't seem to think anything of it. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say? Upon seeing this, Han Shaofeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a somewhat intriguing smile. After all, Han Shaofeng didn't really think this matter would have any significant impact on him. It's okay, it's just that right now, I'm your girlfriend. Le Yingying blinked at Han Shaofeng twice, not forgetting to say something. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was quite calm when he saw Le Yingying like this. Are you really sure you want to be my girlfriend? Moreover, it would be dangerous for you to stay by my side. Many things happened around Han Shaofeng. At first, Han Shaofeng didn't think there would be anything. But now it seems that Han Shaofeng should still tell her. But Yu Yingying gently shook her head. No, actually I've liked you for a long time. And you probably don't know that we are actually high school alumni. High school alumni? Han Shaofeng really didn't know the answer to that. As Yu Yingying continued to explain, Han Shaofeng finally understood what was going on. It turns out that during high school, Yu Yingying actually transferred to the school where Han Shaofeng was. But with the college entrance exam approaching, Han Shaofeng didn't pay much attention, but Le Yingying fell in love with the handsome boy at first sight. So now, more than 4 years have passed. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, never expected that such a thing would happen in the end. However, Han Shaofeng was about to say something more. But in his mind, a system notification sounded. Upgrade complete. Current status, top-tier driving skills achieved. What? This news left Han Shaofeng speechless. Why would someone suddenly give me this when everything is perfectly fine now? Does this mean we'll be racing later? But it seems like this is happening a bit too fast, doesn't it? Furthermore, shouldn't we take it slow and let things develop gradually? Undeniably, Le Yingying is indeed quite good. But the problem is, Han Shaofeng feels that if it's this fast, it seems pointless. As for Yu Yingying, she was actually just too excited at first. But after hearing Han Shaofeng say that, Yu Yingying thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Han Shaofeng sighed. And I already... Don't talk about what's already happened. No matter what's already happened to you, I can say for sure that maybe it won't be long before you fall in love with me. When Yu Yingying looked at Han Shaofeng, she couldn't help but blink twice as she spoke. Le Yingying's words made Han Shaofeng, who was about to say something, suddenly stop talking. Now that Yu Yingying has said so, what should Han Shaofeng say? He originally wanted to say that he had a girlfriend. But thinking about it again, it seems that Tang Lingyue's situation is also somewhat unclear. Oh, this is really distressing. Han Shaofeng sighed as he spoke. Meanwhile, not far away, a young man with dyed red hair was boasting to the people around him. I'm not bragging, but on this track, if I'm second to none, no one dares to claim first place. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Han Shaofeng drove off in his limited edition Shelby Supercar. The speed was astonishing. This left the red-haired youth, who had just been discussing things, staring blankly at the scene. What's going on? It's moving so fast. Is this, that they don't take me, Li Yinlong, seriously? Chapter 55 is unnecessary. Shaofeng, there's a car chasing us. As soon as Yu Yingying finished speaking, Han Shaofeng looked in the rearview mirror and indeed saw a car behind him. A bright red Ferrari worth tens of millions followed closely behind. It seems as if he has some deep-seated hatred towards Han Shaofeng. However, Han Shaofeng had no idea what they wanted to do. So Han Shaofeng slowly slowed down, letting the Ferrari pass first. Not long after, the Ferrari slowly slowed down, rolled down the windshield, and spoke to Han Shaofeng. Hey kid, you were driving that fast just now. In that case, how about we race? You got the guts? Li Yinxing spoke to Han Shaofeng, seemingly not taking any of this seriously at all. But Han Shaofeng remained calm. No need, it's unnecessary. In fact, Han Shaofeng really thought so. Even before this, Han Shaofeng had already acquired God-level racing skills. However, Han Shaofeng didn't feel that he needed to compete with him at all. What's wrong? You were so arrogant before, but now you've lost your nerve? As Li Yinxing spoke, the people around him became increasingly excited. At this moment, the vehicles that were arriving one after another also joined in the commotion. Yeah, if you don't dare, then just obediently kowtow and admit your mistake. What are you doing standing here acting so arrogantly? Yeah, do they really think they're so great? To me, they're just SOSO. If you asked me, why bother talking to him so much? Let's just have a competition first. These people were talking amongst themselves, but Li Yinxing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Putting everything else aside, on this path alone, whoever reaches the summit first wins. We'll each bet 1 million, and whoever wins keeps the money, how about it? Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Li Yinxing didn't forget to say something. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless. He didn't actually want this to happen. But next to Han Shaofeng, Li Yingying was very happy. Shaofeng, 1 million! Let's play with them. It's clear that Yu Yingying is someone who really enjoys lively gatherings. However, Han Shaofeng didn't really care about any of this. Okay, just don't regret it. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he began to cheer. Li Yun-sung continued. There are a lot of charities lately. If you win, I will donate another 5 million in your name. Seeing Li Yinxing's reaction, the others echoed his sentiments. Enough with the nonsense, let's begin. Han Shaofeng remained indifferent and spoke directly to them. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Li Yinxing remained unconvinced. Then let me show you the power of the 5 dragons road chariot god. As soon as Li Yinxing finished speaking, he began to speed up. With a beautiful drift, Li Yun-sung had already taken the lead by a car length. Even the others were incredulous at this moment. Wow, as expected of young Master Li, his driving skills are absolutely amazing. Yes, they're just as good as professional race car drivers. This time, this kid is doomed to lose. The people around them kept talking. Li Yun-sung was even more pleased. After all, his goal now was to win. In his world, especially on this racetrack, no one can be faster than him. Li Yun-sung has no shortage of money, but he just wants to win, otherwise, he feels like something is missing. Shaofeng, hurry up and chase after them. He's already so far ahead. When Yu Yingying looked at Han Shaofeng, she seemed a little anxious and didn't forget to say something. However, Han Shaofeng remained remarkably calm after Yu Yingying uttered those words. In fact, Han Shaofeng didn't think there was anything wrong with this matter at all. However, when looking at what was in front of him, Han Shaofeng seemed quite casual. It's okay, he can't win. What? Did Han Shaofeng say these words? Li Yingying's beautiful eyes flickered, and when she looked at Han Shaofeng, her face was filled with curiosity. However, just as Yu Yingying was about to say something more, she sensed that the limited edition Shelby Supercar driven by Han Shaofeng was accelerating. It seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, like lightning, rushing past. Li Yingying witnessed the entire process, but now she's starting to doubt her own eyes. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? Originally, Li Yinxing was still feeling smug. However, in that short time, all Li Yinxing felt was something rushing past him. So much so that even he himself developed a delusion. What exactly was that just now? When Li Yun-sung said this, it was clear that he had not expected it at all. That speed is amazing. Li Yun-sung drove after them, only to find that the distance was getting further and further away. Eventually, the car slowly disappeared from Li Yun-sung's sight. Li Yun-sung only saw the car stop at the top of the mountain, and then it disappeared without a trace. Young Master Li, why did you stop? The car behind them came chasing after them, only to find that Li Yun-sung was standing there. They found it very strange and wondered what had happened. There's no need to continue, we've lost. Moreover, the defeat was utterly complete. What? Everyone else who heard it was incredulous. It's unbelievable that something like this could happen. On this track, Li Yun-sung actually admitted defeat. But who exactly is that person, that they could make Li Yun-sung act like this? Clearly, they were actually finding it hard to believe. Young master, what should we do now? The people around him looked at Li Yun-sung with some confusion. After all, they had never even considered this matter before. Here Li Yun-sung gritted his teeth and said, in short, no matter what, I must find this person. As Li Yun-sung uttered these words, the others became increasingly excited. I, Li Yinxing, am not the kind of person who can't accept defeat. I'll find him and give him the money he lost. I need you to handle all of this as quickly as possible. After Li Yinxing finished speaking, the others nodded repeatedly and went to handle the matters. As for Li Yinxing, his eyes gleamed with fervent light as he thought of this. Now I have a goal. Only someone like this is qualified to be my mentor. You must find him. I want to become his disciple. After Li Yun-sung finished speaking, the others became increasingly surprised. Are these things for real? However, when they looked over, they found that the expression on Li Yun-sung's face completely revealed this. They knew that, no matter what, they had to find this person. Chapter 56. Don't worry, I will continue to work hard. It just ended like that? Looking back, Yu Yingying still finds it hard to believe. Originally, she didn't expect Han Shaofeng to win. But now, Han Shaofeng not only won outright, but won so decisively. Even so, it was still somewhat unbelievable to all of them. Here, however, Han Shaofeng appeared completely indifferent. It's alright, they're just some small fry. In fact, in Han Shaofeng's eyes, these people were really not worth worrying about. What Han Shaofeng is really thinking about right now is the Wang family's affairs. Now that I've dealt with Wang Diqing, the elder of the Wang family, given the Wang family's nature, they should already hate me to the core, right? So all I need to do is improve my own strength and protect the people around me. In Han Shaofeng's view, this was something that had to be done no matter what. Otherwise, Han Shaofeng always felt as if something was suddenly missing. However, while Han Shaofeng was still thinking about what to do, when Yu Yingying looked at Han Shaofeng, her expression became increasingly resolute. I'm so sorry, I didn't know it would turn out this way. But don't worry, I will work hard after I join Hanyang Group. I will make myself better, and then I will prove to you that I am a good girlfriend. Li Yingying's sincere words aroused Han Shaofeng's curiosity. That's strange. Why would they suddenly tell me all this? Han Shaofeng found it very strange, because he didn't think Li Yingying needed to say these things to him. However, Han Shaofeng was still secretly pondering this matter. At this moment, in front of Han Shaofeng, Yu Yingying couldn't help but say something. It just suddenly occurred to me that you've kept such a low profile all these years, and now I've discovered that you're the behind-the-scenes owner of Fu Ko Xian. I drive so well, so I feel pressured if I don't become better at it. Hearing what Yu Yingying said, Han Shaofeng originally planned to tell her more. But now, judging from the current situation, Han Shaofeng doesn't dare to say anything. After all, if Han Shaofeng really told her the truth, I wonder how she would feel. Here, Han Shaofeng could only speak softly. Yes, you need to keep it up. Han Shaofeng's words brought an indescribable excitement to Lu Yingying's face. At this moment, Yu Yingying clenched her fists and spoke to Han Shaofeng with a hint of joy. Don't worry, I will continue to work hard. Afterwards, Han Shaofeng took Lu Yingying back directly. After doing all this, Han Shaofeng simply felt a sense of relief. However, Han Shaofeng himself was very happy to be able to see Yu Yingying again. However, just as Han Shaofeng was pondering this, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, the call was from Deng Lingxue. What happened? Han Shaofeng knew that Deng Lingxue calling at this time meant something must have happened. As Han Shaofeng answered the phone, Deng Lingxue's voice came from the other end. Hey Shaofeng, someone is following me. Come here quickly, I'm scared. What? I didn't expect it to be so fast. They've already set their sights on Deng Lingxue. Han Shaofeng was quite impressed by their reaction speed. However, Han Shaofeng didn't actually think there was anything wrong with this. If Han Shaofeng were in that situation, then without a doubt, he would do the same. The coincidence of this event only made Han Shaofeng find it even more amusing. Where are you? Send me your location and I'll come find you right away. Since it concerns Deng Lingxue, Han Shaofeng will resolve it no matter what. After all, it was because of Han Shaofeng that Deng Lingxue encountered this situation. Once things are settled at the Five Elements sect, Han Shaofeng will definitely make arrangements to have people protect those around him. Otherwise, Han Shaofeng would not want to see this continue. As Han Shaofeng was still pondering this, the other end of the phone sent him a location. Looking closely, this place is not far from where Han Shaofeng is. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Deng Lingxue wondered if Han Shaofeng was joking. Putting aside whether Han Shaofeng could find this place, 10 minutes is a bit too rushed. However, while Deng Lingxue was still pondering this, at that moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Upon seeing him, Deng Lingxue was overwhelmed with emotion and didn't know what else to say. Because right now, standing in front of her is none other than Han Shaofeng. Shaofeng. Deng Lingxue was very excited. After all, she didn't expect Han Shaofeng to arrive so quickly. Han Shaofeng waved his hand. It's all right, leave these things to me. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Deng Lingxue's beautiful eyes flickered with worry. But how will you do it? After Deng Lingxue finished speaking, Han Shaofeng walked over directly. Behind them, the group of people who were about to follow Deng Lingxue were stopped by Han Shaofeng. I'm telling you all, doing this is not very kind. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, those people were clearly stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected to run into Han Shaofeng. At this moment, the person standing in the middle smiled and spoke to Han Shaofeng. Brother, you must have misunderstood something. We just think this young lady is pretty. So I plan to invite her to make a movie together. When the person in front of him looked at Han Shaofeng, he tried his best to appear sincere. However, the more he acted this way, the more ridiculous he appeared in front of Han Shaofeng. Humph, making a movie? The insignia of your Wang family identity has been revealed. I'll give you a chance, either get out, or I'll beat you up and then you can leave. Han Shaofeng's gaze fell upon what was in front of him, and he spoke to them without any politeness. After hearing what Han Shaofeng said, the people in front of them exchanged glances. Don't be impulsive, he's Han Shaofeng, don't do anything rash. As soon as one of them finished speaking, those who were originally planning to take action. These people glanced at it, then slunk away, not daring to linger. After all, Han Shaofeng's name has been very well known lately. Unless they want to die, causing trouble for Han Shaofeng would undoubtedly be a blow to them. Shaofeng, what should we do now? Chapter 57. What? It's the Wang family again. Come on, why aren't you coming? Since you're not coming, I'm coming. Han Shaofeng assumed a fighting stance, looking ready to make a move at any moment. However, these people in front of them saw Han Shaofeng like this. Deep down, they were genuinely afraid. After all, others may not know, but how could they not know how formidable Han Shaofeng is? You just wait, you're dead. After uttering those harsh words, they turned and left without looking back. However, Han Shaofeng didn't seem to think anything of it. The Wang family? We'll have to face them sooner or later. However, Han Shaofeng thoroughly enjoyed the time he spent with Deng Lingxue. Shaofeng, there's something I need to tell you. At this moment, Deng Lingxue's beautiful eyes flickered, and when she looked at Han Shaofeng, her face was filled with excitement, and she couldn't help but say something. What's wrong? What happened? Tell me slowly. Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke to Deng Lingxue. After all, Han Shaofeng has already developed a certain level of strength. Therefore, if Han Shaofeng were to deal with this matter again, he wouldn't feel that he had anything to worry about at all. However, while Han Shaofeng was still speaking here, now Deng Lingxue calmed down a bit and spoke to Han Shaofeng. Actually, this is what happened. I heard them say that the Wang family was planning to cut off our external channels. As Deng Lingxue finished speaking, Han Shaofeng frowned slightly. What, the Wang family again? Han Shaofeng had not anticipated this at all. However, Han Shaofeng didn't feel anything at all here. But here, at this moment, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly ridiculous. The more this was the case, the more Han Shaofeng sensed that this matter felt different. At this moment, Han Shaofeng was pondering how to deal with the Wang family. Beside him, Deng Lingxue asked with a puzzled look. So, Shaofeng, what are you planning to do? Now that this has already happened. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Han Shaofeng to avoid it. However, after careful consideration, Han Shaofeng quickly came up with a good plan. In Han Shaofeng's view, there was no problem with him doing this. It's alright, you don't need to worry about any of this. Leave it to me, that's all you need to do. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he revealed a confident expression to Deng Lingxue. Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Deng Lingxue was actually slightly touched. To be more precise, Deng Lingxue was actually secretly pondering what she should do next. However, Deng Lingxue didn't have any good solutions. But she knew that the Wang family was not so easy to deal with. So what do you plan to do? When Deng Lingxue spoke to them, Han Shaofeng became completely unconcerned about the current situation. Despite this, Han Shaofeng himself doesn't actually think anything will happen right now. It's alright, let nature take its course. I won't offend others unless they offend me, but if they do, I will retaliate. Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he immediately took out his phone and made a call. As soon as Han Shaofeng's phone rang, someone answered it quickly. Hey, Sect Master. Li Chang answered the phone, and Han Shaofeng gave Li Chang a few instructions. Li Chang's side had already prepared and was ready to act. So now, Li Chang didn't pause at all, on the contrary, he was even more excited. Sect Master, rest assured. Dealing with the mere Wang family is a piece of cake for us. Kindness? This situation, this tone, is a bit off. After all, cleaning up before would have been quite difficult. But the way things are now makes Han Shaofeng feel that something is different. How strong are we now? Han Shaofeng, somewhat curious, asked Li Chang again. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Li Chang smiled faintly. Thanks to the efforts made by the sect leader, we are expanding very quickly now. After Li Chang finished speaking, Han Shaofeng felt very gratified. Clearly, this is exactly what Han Shaofeng hoped to see. However, Han Shaofeng was still secretly pondering these things here. At this moment, Han Shaofeng didn't think at all that the current situation would bring any consequences. Alright, now that things are like this, you can handle this as you see fit. As for the rest, wait for my call. Han Shaofeng felt that this was the best solution at present. At this moment, Deng Lingxue looked surprised in front of Han Shaofeng. Especially just now, she seemed to have heard Han Shaofeng talk about his own development. So Shaofeng, what's this new project you've started? It seems like it's going to be a huge undertaking. Deng Lingxue even felt that now that Han Shaofeng was so outstanding, it would be increasingly difficult for her to catch up. It's nothing, just setting up a security company. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, thought that this was not bad at all. However, as he looked around, Han Shaofeng said, "It's late, let me take you home." When Deng Lingxue heard Han Shaofeng say that, for some reason, she didn't want to leave like that. She wanted to stay by Han Shaofeng's side. "No, I want to go back with you. Could you spend some time with me today?" As Deng Lingxue spoke, she leaned against Han Shaofeng's chest and said to him. In fact, even Deng Lingxue didn't know why she was in this state. However, Han Shaofeng initially felt that this was perhaps too fast for the time being. But seeing Deng Lingxue's expectant expression, Han Shaofeng couldn't bear to hurt her feelings. "Alright, in that case, let's go." After hearing what Han Shaofeng said, Deng Lingxue felt a surge of joy for some reason. Good. How could Deng Lingxue not understand what was going to happen next? However, for some reason, Deng Lingxue felt that she absolutely had to do this, no matter what. Shaofeng, that. Han Shaofeng looked at the beautiful woman so close to him, the whole room filled with a unique fragrance. Han Shaofeng suddenly didn't know what to say. But the next moment, Deng Lingxue leaned close to Han Shaofeng and whispered, "Then, please have pity on me." How could Han Shaofeng not understand after hearing Deng Lingxue say that? The entire room was filled with a warm and romantic atmosphere. Chapter 58. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning. Han Shaofeng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the scene before him. For Han Shaofeng, this was simply too wonderful. Even now, when Han Shaofeng looks back, it feels like a dream. However, Han Shaofeng has something he absolutely must do right now. So now, Han Shaofeng feels that he must do it. Woke up! Looking at the beauty beside him, Han Shaofeng glanced sideways, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and asked subconsciously. Upon hearing Han Shaofeng's words, Deng Lingxue smiled slightly. Clearly, in Deng Lingxue's view, Han Shaofeng should be dealing with some important matters right now. Are you going out? Deng Lingxue is now feeling somewhat anxious and uncertain. In fact, even Deng Lingxue didn't know why she felt this way. However, here, Han Shaofeng seemed to have figured out Deng Lingxue's thoughts. He came up to Deng Lingxue and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I will treat you well. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he tidied up, intending to deal with the Wang family's matter. Deng Lingxue nodded gently. Okay, be careful on the road. After they finished speaking, the two looked at each other, and Han Shaofeng laughed reluctantly. Because now, this important matter can no longer be delayed. Originally, Han Shaofeng had the Five Elements sect handle this matter. However, after careful consideration, Han Shaofeng felt that it was better for him to take charge himself for the time being. After all, if the Five Elements sect were really allowed to handle this matter. For Han Shaofeng, he didn't know why, but he always felt like something was missing in his heart. Fortunately, when Han Shaofeng arrived, the people from the Five Elements sect had not yet set off. When Li Chang saw Han Shaofeng arrive, a smile appeared on his face. Sect Master, you've arrived? After Li Chang finished speaking, the others greeted Han Shaofeng. Greetings, Sect Master. As these people talked, a smile spread across Han Shaofeng's face. Han Shaofeng had already seen the mental state of these people. To be fair, these people are in pretty good shape. If we were to use this lineup to deal with the Wang family, there would be absolutely no problem. So now, Han Shaofeng is actually very relieved about these things. Yes, I've seen how everyone is doing. However, you can rest assured that I believe our Five Elements sect will definitely develop better and better. Then let's start by dealing with the Wang family. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him became even more excited. After all, this matter is indeed quite important right now. How could the other members of the Five Elements sect not understand? In short, rest assured, just leave the matter to us. Yes, we have blocked all of the Wang family's channels. In the business world, they can forget about turning the tables. Let alone business, the Wang family is doomed to defeat in every aspect. The people around them chimed in, each offering their own comments. Here Li Chang nodded. Yes, now that things have come to this, we all know what to do next. However, sect master, you should still keep an eye on the matter of the 5 great masters. Finding the 5 top masters of the 5 elements sect would be crucial for Han Shaofeng's future development. Unfortunately, Han Shaofeng has yet to achieve anything, which is a great pity. However, Han Shaofeng was still secretly pondering this. At this moment, the Wang family was extremely anxious. As an elder of the Wang family, Wang Lianxing actually had his own ideas about how to resolve these issues. When did our Wang family become so pathetic? No, this won't work. We have to find a way to resolve this completely. As soon as Wang Lianxing finished speaking, everyone around him looked at what was in front of them. From their perspective as football fans, this was actually quite a good thing. Therefore, they are actually quite clear about this matter in their hearts. Elder, if that's the case, then what should we do next? Yes, we must find a way to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. But thinking about it carefully, doing it itself doesn't have much of an impact. Since we're going to do it anyway, why don't we all just get started and make the first move? The people around them started talking amongst themselves. Wang Lianxing was not happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that Han Shaofeng must have done something. Elder, what's wrong? Those around Wang Lianxing were somewhat surprised to see him like this. However, at this moment, Wang Lianxing frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I always feel like something bad is going to happen. As soon as Wang Lianxing finished speaking, the people around him turned their heads slightly and looked in their direction. They felt that Wang Lianxing's thinking was a bit too simplistic. However, Wang Lianxing didn't actually think that way. He knew that what he had guessed would definitely happen. It was just a matter of time. However, the other members of the Wang family still did not believe it. After all, Han Shaofeng hadn't done anything before, so in their view, he wouldn't do anything now either. However, here, a guard from the Wang family ran over quickly. No, something bad has happened. Han Shaofeng is here. What? This news stunned everyone. The fact that Han Shaofeng was about to arrive was utterly astonishing to them. Now, they all looked at Wang Lianxing. Surprisingly, Wang Lianxing was right about this. But what should we do next? In their hearts, they didn't actually have a better solution. Wang Lianxing, meanwhile, glanced at what was in front of him and a playful smile appeared on his lips. However, now that he's here, he can't expect to leave unscathed. I'll show him what the consequences are for offending us. After Wang Lianxing finished speaking, the people around him also looked eager to try. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this matter is just as Wang Lianxing said. Since they're going to do it, they should do it thoroughly, no matter what. However, Han Shaofeng laughed and said, Wang family, do you want me to give you some time to prepare? Chapter 59 The Wang Family. It's time to say goodbye. The Wang family, in truth, shouldn't be like this between us. But alas, you have gone too far. Upon closer reflection, it becomes clear that everything they did was aimed at suppressing Han Shaofeng. If it weren't for this, then perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Therefore, it can only be said that these people are simply doomed to perish because of their many evil deeds. In that case, they will only be the ones who suffer. Wang Lianxing also realized it, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Humph, that's just too much. But if you're going to cause trouble, then go ahead and do it. Nobody's afraid of you. My Wang family is not afraid of you. Wang Lianxing knew that this was his last chance. However, Wang Lianxing did not intend to give up. The other guards of the royal family were actually in similar situations. They looked at each other, staring at what lay before them, each with an air of complete recklessness. It's time to say goodbye to the Wang family. Han Shaofeng didn't care about any of that. No matter how well these people performed, it didn't matter. Actually, when placed in front of Han Shaofeng, he didn't think there would be any problem. At this moment, Han Shaofeng stretched his limbs, looked at what was in front of him, and signaled to the people around him that they could begin to make their move. Han Shaofeng, however, did not think there would be any problem with this. All right, now it's your turn. The guards of the Wang family were completely going all out. After all, they knew very well that if they didn't give it their all now, they would have no chance later. So now, they are speeding up and arriving quickly. Don't overthink it. If you're going to go all out, go all out. Come on, show us what you've got. If you want to destroy the Wang family, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. After these people finished speaking, Han Shaofeng waved his hand, signaling the people around him to continue. There are some things that we have to do now. The fact that the Wang family had done this time and time again made Han Shaofeng feel even more strongly that from now on, they had to resolve this issue no matter what. Han Shaofeng took a look and realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect members were incredibly powerful, especially since their speed suddenly increased here, causing many of the Wang family's guards to fall down before they could even react. However, Han Shaofeng didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to see the result. As for the rest, Han Shaofeng didn't feel that anything was wrong. Before long, the Wang family's guards were all dealt with, leaving only Wang Lianxing pinned down. What are you trying to do? Wang Lianxing's gaze shifted, looking directly at what was in front of him. Now, Wang Lianxing was becoming increasingly anxious. Han Shaofeng didn't want to waste words with him. Moreover, Han Shaofeng didn't think that telling him these things would be useful. In short, you all should figure it out yourselves. Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke to those around him. Wang Lianxing gritted his teeth and roared. Han Shaofeng, my Wang family will never let you get away with this. In the end, Wang Lianxing collapsed. For Han Shaofeng, the entire Wang family will soon cease to exist. So, what will the Wang family do then to stop them from letting them off the hook? However, after thinking about it for a while, Han Shaofeng still couldn't figure out what was going on. However, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly hilarious. However, since things have come to this, let's all work together to resolve this matter thoroughly. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the others around him nodded repeatedly, and followed behind him. Meanwhile, at the Wang family mansion, Wang Mingyuan, the head of the Wang family, was stunned for a moment. From the time he learned that Wang Lianxing, an elder of the Wang family, had been defeated until now, Wang Mingyuan's face was even more hideous. In truth, how could he not know? However, Wang Mingyuan himself was unwilling to think about these things. Because in his eyes, what does all of this represent? How could this happen so suddenly? Han Shaofeng, how could you treat my Wang family like this? Wang Mingyuan gritted his teeth, even when he was looking at this place. Wang Mingyuan even wished he could tear Han Shaofeng to pieces. However, how could Wang Mingyuan not know the answer? These things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. To be precise, it can only be said that the Wang family was insatiable and greedy. However, Wang Mingyuan was unwilling to admit it. Go and make preparations. Since Han Shaofeng is coming, we cannot compromise under any circumstances. I want Han Shaofeng to die a horrible death. Wang Mingyuan's words made those around him even more excited. After all, they were filled with anticipation for this. If we really have to do this, then we all need to step up our efforts. Han Shaofeng is doomed. If he dares to come, we will kill him directly. That's right. This time, we're confident of victory. We'll take down Han Shaofeng and reclaim everything that belongs to us. The people around them kept talking about it. In fact, from their perspective, this is something that all of them must deal with now. These people, however, became increasingly excited as they watched. But Wang Mingyuan remained remarkably calm. Because Wang Mingyuan knew very well that no matter whether he succeeded or failed this time, the Wang family could never regain its former glory. They might even fall from the third tier, but what does it matter? In fact, what Wang Mingyuan wanted to do was to kill Han Shaofeng. As for the rest, they are actually not important at all. As long as the Wang family still exists, we still have a chance. Han Shaofeng, I'll show him how foolish it is for him to offend us. As Wang Mingyuan's eyes gleamed with a burning light. Now Wang Mingyuan looked at what was in front of him, and became more and more excited. After all, this matter is extremely important right now. However, Wang Mingyuan glanced at his watch here. Judging by the time, it should be about time. As Wang Mingyuan spoke, his eyes gleamed with fervent light. The Wang family guards around them were also eager to try their luck. After all, this matter was also very important to them. How could these people not know what they should do next? Everyone stared intently at the door in front of them, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Wang Mingyuan said proudly, "For the glory of our Wang family, we'll fight to the death." Chapter 60 Jinren, a master of the Five Elements sect, has arrived. Upgrade complete. Current status: gained the allegiance of Jinren, one of the 5 great masters of the Five Elements sect. Upon seeing these words, Han Shaofeng had an indescribable feeling. They even doubted whether they had misheard. Jinren, one of the 5 top experts of the Five Elements sect, was found so easily. When Han Shaofeng thought of this, he was actually filled with anticipation for what was to come. However, Li Chang is quite anxious right now, standing next to Han Shaofeng. "Sect Master, when shall we go?" After all, Han Shaofeng hasn't explicitly stated that he wants to go and take a look. So Li Chang didn't actually know what was going on here. However, Han Shaofeng didn't think much of it, but looked at Li Chang beside him and couldn't help but ask. "By the way, do you know Jinren of the Five Elements sect?" As Han Shaofeng spoke, Li Chang beside him became increasingly excited. "Jinren of the Five Elements sect? Of course I know him. He is one of the 5 great masters of our Five Elements sect. Back when they were still in the Five Elements sect, my Five Elements sect." At this moment, Li Chang was lost in a state of anticipation. As Li Chang explained the situation in detail, Han Shaofeng gained a deeper understanding of the current situation. This made Han Shaofeng feel even more strongly that the Five Elements sect was indeed very powerful. However, the most regrettable thing is that the previous sect leader of the Five Elements sect was too arrogant. Therefore, the Five Elements sect has found itself in a very passive position. However, for Han Shaofeng now, as long as he is there, the Five Elements sect will enter a period of positive development. "So, Sect Master, when exactly are we going to make our move?" Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Li Chang spoke somewhat impatiently. The other members of the Five Elements sect around them also looked at each other in surprise. Clearly, they are quite anxious about these things. But Han Shaofeng, with a playful smile, didn't forget to say something to them. "It's all right, we won't go there now. Naturally, someone will take care of these things." Han Shaofeng's words aroused the curiosity of the others. But in this situation, who else is there? In fact, the more they thought about it, the more curious they became. However, the more these people looked, the more surprised they became. What exactly did the sect leader mean by those words? "That's right, who else can help us solve these problems right now? We can't see any way of knowing." However, since the sect leader has said so, it seems that there is indeed such a possibility. The people around them continued to chatter on the spot. Li Chang was very curious. "Sect Master, please give me a brief overview. Stop playing riddles with us, no one can guess it at all." As Li Chang finished speaking, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly interesting. However, Han Shaofeng remained calm as he looked at what was in front of him. "I think Kim-in will come." Kim-in? This name represents the pride of the Five Elements sect. At this moment, the others who heard this were increasingly shocked. "Is the sect leader serious? Will Elder Jin come?" "That's probably it. Didn't you see how the sect leader is now? It seems he must have received the news in advance. Actually, now that it seems that way, let's not rush and wait here for a while." As they spoke, these people began to talk. The others were initially somewhat anxious. But now, they are watching quietly. Han Shaofeng suddenly didn't know what he should say. However, Han Shaofeng now hopes that his guess is correct. Otherwise, that would be truly ridiculous. Suddenly, the Wang family's gate was opened. However, to everyone's surprise, the person standing in front of me now is not Han Shaofeng, but another man. When everyone looked at the man, they still had puzzled expressions on their faces. "Strange, why isn't it Han Shaofeng?" As they were still talking, one of them pointed to the unfamiliar man. "Boy, who are you? This is the Wang family's territory. Anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. After the Wang family guards finished speaking, the man in front of them uttered 2 words calmly. Jinren. Jinren, that's his name. Upon hearing these words, the others instinctively looked in front of them. In fact, they didn't dare to even think about these things at the moment. However, after that, nothing else really mattered. At this moment, the guards of the Wang family suddenly realized what was happening. My God, isn't he one of the 5 great masters of the 5 Elements sect? Yes, that legendary, godlike being, but how did he get here? But now that things have come to this, what should we do next? What else can we do but fight him? At this moment, the people in front of them were all talking at once, each one speaking to the person in front of them. Given the current situation, the question remains, what exactly are our plans for handling this matter? In fact, the more these people looked, the clearer it became for them. However, given the current situation, Jinren felt more and more strongly that from now on, none of these people should be let go. Your Wang family dared to attack our 5 Elements sect back then. This time, I will make you pay for your blood debt. As these people continued, they all spoke up. After all, they had all made up their minds to go all out from there. Since they're going to do it now, they'd better do it decisively, otherwise, they'll always feel like something's missing. At that moment, Jinren's gaze shifted and landed in front of him, his murderous intent becoming even more pronounced. Even so, putting everything else aside for now, the key point is that these matters need to be thoroughly dealt with this time, no matter what. At this moment, Jinren said furiously, Where is the head of the Wang family? Tell him to come out and face his death. When Kim In-jin said these words, he had already made up his mind to go all out regarding these matters. Since we're going to do it now, we should get to the bottom of this as soon as possible, no matter what. In front of Jinren, the people around him all looked like they had him cornered. Jinren, on the other hand, smiled smugly. Since you won't come out, then I'll go and meet your patriarch myself. Chapter 61. What? Unbelievable. How is it? Have they arrived yet? Wang Mingyuan looked at the people around him, as if he had everything under control. However, at this moment, a guard from the Wang family saw what was happening beside Wang Mingyuan. He spoke anxiously. Han Shaofeng didn't come, but Jinren is outside. What, Kim In? One of the 5 great masters of the 5 Elements sect? At this moment, Wang Mingyuan stared blankly at what was in front of him, feeling that this was simply unbelievable. However, the others around Wang Mingyuan felt more and more that it was necessary to do something now. Otherwise, it would definitely not work. But the question is, what should we do now? This matter needs to be carefully considered. Wang Mingyuan looked at this place, his brows furrowing slightly, and then spoke to them. But even if Kim In comes, should we be afraid? If we don't take advantage of this moment and kill him together, wouldn't we be wasting our time? The more Wang Mingyuan looked at it, the more he felt that, now, no matter what, it was the right thing to do. As Wang Mingyuan stood before them, the others all looked eager to try. Faced with this situation, the more they looked at it, the more they felt that they absolutely had to resolve it now. At this moment, Wang Mingyuan looked around and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Even so, eliminating Jinren would be a significant blow to the 5 Elements sect. What to do now is up to everyone. After Wang Mingyuan finished speaking, everyone around him turned to look at him. They actually know very well how to handle this situation. However, all of this did not last long. Suddenly, a loud bang came from not far away. Everyone's gaze turned to the distance. However, they were still shocked because Kim In arrived not far away. Kim In walked straight toward him, a smile on his face. I've finally run into you. Otherwise, how long were you planning to keep causing trouble here? With Kim In-su's words coming out, it was definitely a blow at the moment. At this moment, all the guards of the Wang family around Jinren looked at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, was very displeased and spoke directly to the person in front of him. What are you all looking at me for? Get up here now! As Wang Mingyuan uttered these words, those around him turned to look, becoming even more excited. After all, for them, what to do next is beyond question. The patriarch is right. It's not like the entire Five Elements sect came together, it's just one person. Yes, even if he is one of the 5 top experts of the Five Elements sect, that is definitely not a reason for him to be arrogant. Instead of that, I think we should take advantage of this opportunity and get rid of him first. As they looked ahead, these people kept talking to each other. They became increasingly agitated as they spoke about the current situation. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, had a mocking glint in his eyes. Humph, I'd like to see what you can do now. However, Wang Mingyuan was soon disappointed. He had barely finished speaking when what happened next was completely unexpected. The Wang family guards around them didn't last long at all before being dealt with one by one. Wang Mingyuan was stunned, as if something had struck his heart hard. Is this the strength of the 5 top experts of the Five Elements sect? They did it so decisively. This is practically killing me. When Wang Mingyuan saw this, he was completely caught off guard by this situation. Even Wang Mingyuan, at this moment, was completely speechless. After all, he had never dared to imagine such a thing before. Jinren stood in front of Wang Mingyuan, sneering. Is this what your Wang family relies on? Weren't you all very capable back then? But did you ever imagine it would turn out like this? Jinren's words were like a needle, deeply piercing Wang Mingyuan's heart. Even before this, Wang Mingyuan had already made preparations. But even now, he still can't say a word. After all, this kind of thing is really too unexpected. Wang Mingyuan, on the other hand, knew that this was his last chance. Therefore, success or failure hinges on this one move. Humph, I think you're just asking for death. As Wang Mingyuan spoke, his body shifted, and his speed suddenly increased. Wang Mingyuan's rapid arrival was truly unexpected for the time being. However, Kim Min didn't care at all. Not only that, but for Kim Min, all of this felt like nothing more than a tickle. That's all. Humph, all you've got is this little trick up your sleeve. But since things have come to this, it's time to say goodbye. As Kim Min looked at what was in front of him, he smiled smugly and couldn't help but say this. As soon as Jinren said those words, it felt as if something was stuck in Wang Mingyuan's throat. Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything more. He struggled for a moment, then finally collapsed. Seeing this scene, Jinren shook his head helplessly. I thought you were really strong, but it turns out you're not all that great. As Kim Min spoke, his disdainful demeanor suggested he didn't care about any of this at all. However, upon closer reflection, one can sense that Kim Min does indeed have the right to be arrogant. However, Kim Min still couldn't help but say something. I think I just heard them say that they encountered people from the Five Elements sect. I don't know if it's true or not, but let's go and see first. As Jinren spoke, he left the Wang family directly. As for this place, he knew that someone would come and resolve the matter eventually. Therefore, Jinren's most urgent task now is to find someone from the Five Elements sect. These are the things he should be doing right now. However, Jinren didn't know if these things were true or not. Even if the Five Elements sect still exists, without an excellent leader, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to expand. Let's put all that aside for now and go take a look. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll have to take over the management. As Jinren thought to himself, this was something he absolutely had to deal with right now. Therefore, Kim Min did not want to miss such an opportunity. Chapter 62. As expected, the sect master is still the most powerful. At this moment, Han Shaofeng was waiting outside. In fact, Han Shaofeng was also starting to look forward to what was to come. I wonder what Jinren, one of the 5 great masters of the Five Elements sect, is like. Just as Han Shaofeng was thinking about these things in his heart, not long after, Li Chang beside him said excitedly. Sect Master, look! They're here! What? Who's here? After hearing what Li Chang said, Han Shaofeng became curious and subconsciously looked into the distance. As Han Shaofeng looked over, his expression became increasingly amusing. From a distance, a burly man could be seen arriving directly in this direction. Upon seeing this burly man, for some reason, Han Shaofeng suddenly felt very satisfied with this upgrade. Just by looking at his form, he's a pro. It really is Protector Jin Ren. As expected, the sect leader is truly amazing. Li Chang subconsciously looked ahead, and the other members of the Five Elements sect did the same. Yes, the sect leader said before that one of the 5 experts would come, and I didn't expect it to actually be true. I am utterly in awe of the sect leader's strength. But the problem is, if Protector Jin came from the Wang family, then what about the Wang family? As these people looked around, they couldn't help but chatter. But the people in front of them couldn't help but speak up. Han Shaofeng didn't offer much explanation for this matter. Besides, there's really no way Han Shaofeng can properly explain this matter. Otherwise, what should Han Shaofeng say? Should I tell them that I gained all this because of my system upgrade? Jin Ren was overjoyed to see the 5 Elements sect members. It really is you! Li Chang immediately stepped forward. Protector Jin, this is the new sect leader of our 5 Elements sect. After Li Chang finished speaking, Jin Ren's gaze fell on Han Shaofeng. Actually, Han Shaofeng was worried in his heart. Although the system had indeed spoken well with Han Shaofeng beforehand. But now, Kim Min's reputation is too great to ignore. If he's truly dissatisfied, then there's nothing anyone can do about it. Unexpectedly, Jin Ren clasped his hands in a fist salute to Han Shaofeng and said something. Your subordinate Jin Ren greets the sect leader. After seeing Kim Min's actions, the others understood. This is Jin Ren, who expressed his approval of Han Shaofeng. However, this was actually completely unexpected for them. In their perception, Kim Min was very arrogant. If he weren't truly convinced, he certainly wouldn't have done so. In fact, Jin Ren didn't know exactly how he felt. Especially when Jin Ren first saw Han Shaofeng, he felt that Han Shaofeng was radiating a kind of light. This made him feel that Han Shaofeng might be a better fit than Jin Ren. Besides, the fact that he has gained the recognition of others means that he does indeed have such ability. So now that Jin Ren is back, all he needs to do is focus on developing the 5 Elements sect better and better. There's no need to worry about anything else. Well, since Protector Jin is here, let's take a look together. By the way, let me also talk about the developments during this period. Although Han Shaofeng was very happy, this was only the beginning. The Wang family has definitely been taken over by Jin Ren, so the next step is to. Once this matter is resolved completely, there's no need to worry about anything else. Jin Ren listened quietly in front of Han Shaofeng. At first, things were perhaps a little better. But upon hearing the rest, Jin Ren felt a sense of shock. The sect leader has actually developed to such a scale in such a short period of time? Deep down, Kim Min found himself increasingly puzzled by the matter. Putting everything else aside, this very matter, in fact, is quite a challenge for Kim Min-jin. In truth, he had already understood long ago. Yes, I only graduated not long ago, so it's all pure luck. What Han Shaofeng said was indeed the truth. However, the other members of the 5 Elements sect were all sincerely convinced. As expected of someone chosen by the old sect leader, he is indeed capable. Yes, it hasn't been that long, and we've already taken down the Wang family. So, taking down other families next will be a piece of cake. Is there any need to say more? Following the sect leader, we look forward to the 5 Elements sect achieving even greater development. The other members of the 5 Elements sect around him were also talking about it. Jin Ren, however, suddenly thought of something. Then, Jin Ren turned to look at Han Shaofeng and asked very seriously. I wonder, what are the sect leader's plans for the future? This is crucial. The 5 Elements sect suffered from this kind of loss before, so every step they take now is crucial. And Han Shaofeng, how could he not know what they were worried about? Next, I will gradually expand from here as the center. My initial goal is to expand to the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou area. Han Shaofeng's words shocked everyone even more. Good heavens, if such a simple little goal is to be expanded to the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou area. So what if it's a big goal, but we don't know what it is? The people around them all turned to look at what was in front of them. Clearly, they themselves didn't really understand what was going on. However, here, Han Shaofeng looked at what was in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. Don't be surprised, everyone. At least in my opinion, this is just a perfectly normal thing. For some reason, Han Shaofeng's words immediately made these people very depressed. These are just perfectly normal things. They immediately felt as if they had been hit 1,000 times harder. The sect leader's idea is indeed good, but the question is, how does the sect leader intend to solve it? What's there to be afraid of? Our golden protector has returned, so what else do we need to worry about? That's true. It seems like we can go all out now. As they spoke, these people began to talk. How should this situation be resolved? In fact, the more they saw it, the clearer it became to them. Han Shaofeng, meanwhile, was speaking to Jean Ren. Guardian Jean, from now on, you and Hall Masterly will be in charge of this area together. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Jean Ren and Li Chang repeatedly clasped their hands in agreement. They've already figured it out. Han Shaofeng really needs to prepare for a major, sweeping change. I just don't know how far things will develop from here. Chapter 63. It seems only he can. At this time, inside the Suzhou Hangzhou Public Security Bureau, Shang Guanyan sat there, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. The Li family's affairs have already caused her a lot of trouble, and she is currently pondering what she should do next. At this moment, a constable came to Shang Guanyan's side and asked her for instructions. Captain, everything is laid out here. What should we do next? After the people around Shang Guanyan finished speaking, Shang Guanyan also felt helpless. Sometimes, everything is laid out before you, but there's nothing you can do about it. These are the most painful things. But now, for Shang Guanyan, there is actually another solution. It seems that only he can do it. After Shang Guanyan finished speaking, the people around her became increasingly curious. Who exactly is it? Seeing the constable beside her acting this way, Shang Guanyan continued. Han Shaofeng. Shang Guanyan had previously investigated Han Shaofeng's background. He's just an ordinary graduate of Suzhou University. If he has any advantage at all, it's that he's handsome. Apart from this, I didn't see anything else. However, upon closer observation, one can see that Han Shaofeng's rapid development over this period is truly astonishing. Therefore, Shang Guanyan felt that he was the most suitable candidate. But Captain, although that's what we think, the question is, will he agree to cooperate with us? The constables around him, witnessing this scene, became even more suspicious. After all, nobody knows how to put this matter right now. However, here, at this moment, Shang Guanyan was quite calm. She didn't actually think it would cause any problems. Actually, I think he should be dealing with the Li family now. So, no matter what, he will definitely agree. As Shang Guanyan finished speaking, the other constables around her exchanged glances. They all felt that what Shang Guanyan said made a lot of sense. That seems to be true. If we deal with all these things now, then we'll be in charge later, won't we? Thinking about it this way, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Yes, that's true. If you think about it carefully, we can all do that. After the officials finished speaking, Shang Guanyan simply waved her hand. All right, let's go right away. No, I'll go find him myself. What? Shang Guanyan's behavior made the constables around her quite envious. Is that really the case? Is Shang Guanyan sure she wants to do this now? This is something that has truly puzzled these people. However, Shang Guanyan now feels more and more strongly that she absolutely must do this. The Wang family mansion has now become Han Shaofeng's residence. As for now, there haven't been any upgrade notifications yet. However, Han Shaofeng waited for someone here. A man claiming to be from the Li family came here wanting to talk to Han Shaofeng about something. So now, what do you want from me? Han Shaofeng looked at Li Qi in front of him, and couldn't help but ask. As Han Shaofeng uttered these words, Li Qi in front of him turned his head slightly, finding it increasingly interesting. Actually, it's very simple. On behalf of the Li family, I demand that Mr. Han return the property that belongs to our Li family to us. As soon as Li Qi uttered these words, the people from the 5 Elements sect around him. The more they looked, the angrier they became. This place is something we worked so hard to occupy. How did it become your Li family's territory? Exactly, are they planning to take advantage of the situation? They should think it through before making a decision. Do you really think that our Five Elements sect is afraid of your Li family? As these people continued to speak, they all kept talking. At this moment, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly amusing. So, what are you planning to do here? In Han Shaofeng's view, these guys were nothing more than clowns. Therefore, Han Shaofeng didn't need to be so polite to them at all. However, if that's all there is to it. In Han Shaofeng's view, it seemed that not enough had come. In front of Han Shaofeng, Li Qi spoke very frankly. Since things have come to this, I don't think there's much more to say. If you don't want to offend the Li family and other major families, then do as we say. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Li Qi spoke with an air of confidence and fearlessness. While Li Qi was still talking, Li Chang, who was not far away, could no longer stand it. He slammed his hand on the table, and in a moment, the table in front of him shattered into pieces. Li Chang, on the other hand, came straight there. I've been holding back for a long time. If you say another word, I'll kill you. After all, this is their territory, and they really have no reason to be afraid. When Li Qi saw Li Chang acting like this, his heart skipped a beat. However, Li Qi quickly realized that he didn't need to worry about these things at all. Besides, isn't this exactly what he wanted to see? Seeing this, Li Qi said directly, in short, hand these over to us quickly, and surrender to the Li family, otherwise. Just as Li Qi was speaking, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upgrade complete. Current status, control of the Emperor Building has been acquired. Is it the Emperor Building, the one with a market value exceeding 2 billion? Upon hearing this, for some reason, a playful smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. Despite this, Han Shaofeng didn't actually feel that anything would happen under the current circumstances. At that moment, Han Shaofeng stood up and began to speak. It's not impossible for us to return these things. But you should return the Emperor Building to me first, because it is my property. Han Shaofeng's words surprised those around him. At that moment, Li Qi was clearly stunned, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Haha, what kind of joke are you playing on me? You're saying the Emperor Building belonging to the Li family is yours? As Li Qi finished speaking, Han Shaofeng said coldly, Go back and tell your Li family to return the Emperor Building to me immediately, or they will face the consequences. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Li Qi snorted twice and said, It's pointless to talk when we don't see eye to eye. Since you're so stubborn. Then prepare to face the wrath of the Li family. After saying that, Li Qi left in anger. Chapter 64 Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Young master, I've explained the situation, but they haven't agreed. After Li Qi returned to the Li family, he shared the news. And in front of him, Li Bing sat upright. Regarding the current situation, Li Bing himself doesn't actually feel anything about it. After the people around him finished speaking, Li Bing found it funny. If you don't want to agree, then don't agree. What are you still doing here? Li Bing spoke curiously to the person in front of him, which made Li Qi, who was beside him, hesitate for a moment. Finally, Li Qi couldn't help but say something. Young master, he also said that we should return the Emperor Building to him. What? I didn't think much of it at first, but now, after learning this news, Li Bing felt as if he had been deeply humiliated. Let's leave aside other matters for now. Given this situation, it is absolutely necessary to resolve this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Li Bing couldn't help but smile. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Does this guy really not know the immensity of the world? Having offended the Li family, doesn't he know what the consequences will be? As Li Bing spoke to those around him, the people around him grew increasingly angry. After all, now, how should this matter be handled? The others had already figured it out. So now, the more these people look at it, the angrier they become. Damn it, how dare they do this? Why are we even bothering to talk nonsense with them? Yeah, why don't we pack up and take care of this Han Shaofeng? Of course, I don't want to wait another minute. We have to be quick. The people around them kept talking. Clearly, in their view, this matter must be handled as quickly as possible, regardless of the circumstances. Li Bing actually thinks so too. If I can resolve all of this in the shortest possible time, then I believe it will all be mine. When Li Bing saw this, an indescribable fervor shone in his eyes. After all, the matter is already laid bare. Meanwhile, those around Li Bing were eager to try their luck. But here, these things are already laid out. At that moment, Li Bing waved his hand. You must be quick now. The others went down to prepare to resolve the matter. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, looked quite content. I never expected it to be true. Han Shaofeng initially thought it might be a prank by them and himself. But now, Han Shaofeng realizes that things aren't actually that bad. At this moment, as Han Shaofeng watched, a playful smile appeared on his face. It seems that things will fall into place naturally from here on out. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him nodded repeatedly. In retrospect, this was inevitable. At this moment, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly interesting. Now that the Emperor building is mine, what am I waiting for? Upon seeing this, Han Shaofeng's lips curled into a playful smile. Han Shaofeng had actually seen everything that happened here. Li Chang, on the other hand, asked curiously, Sect Master, why did you bring me out here? After all, there are still many things that Li Cha hasn't resolved. Li Chang actually felt that it wasn't a good idea to let him out now. However, Han Shaofeng smiled and said, Of course, it's about taking over the Emperor building. When Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the other members of the Five Elements sect around him were all surprised. What? Is the sect leader serious, or is he joking? But now, I don't feel at all that the sect leader is joking. But now, how exactly does the sect leader plan to take all of this? In fact, the more they think about it, the more confused they become. They were somewhat puzzled by this situation. At this point, Li Chang didn't feel that anything was wrong at all. Slowly surveying his surroundings, Han Shaofeng remained remarkably calm. In short, if we're going to do it now, we have to be quick. Everything that belongs to us will be ours, not one less. Although Han Shaofeng appeared calm, others could still sense the firmness in his words. These things actually made them quite suspicious. What exactly is going on? For some reason, the people around suddenly felt a little confused. But here, Han Shaofeng looked around indifferently. All right, Sect Master, I believe you. You must be planning something big. Everyone follow the sect leader and make sure he is safe. The people around him spoke to Han Shaofeng with firm expressions. For some reason, Han Shaofeng couldn't help but feel a little moved. Even now, these people cannot be certain whether Han Shaofeng can succeed. However, they still sided with Han Shaofeng, making him feel that he had to resolve this matter no matter what. So now, Han Shaofeng subconsciously looked in front of him, and then spoke directly. Thank you for your trust. Please rest assured that I will not let you down under any circumstances. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, everyone else began to applaud. After all, such a thing is especially rare for them. As for Han Shaofeng, he simply watched and spoke. We've arrived. Have we arrived yet? Others just felt that all of this had come a little too fast. But when other people see this, they just feel very confused. What exactly is going on? Regarding this matter, they are actually filled with doubt and confusion. Is this the Li family's residence? It doesn't quite look like it. But Han Shaofeng seemed to know what the others were going to say and spoke first. This is not the Li family's residence, it is upstairs. However, the eldest son of the Li family is right here. According to the intelligence Han Shaofeng had previously obtained, this was indeed the case. As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, those around him suddenly realized what was happening. Sect Master, let's go knock on the door. As Li Chang spoke, he took the initiative to knock on the door. After knocking a few times, the door suddenly opened. A guard from the Li family looked on with a hint of confusion. Who are you? Han Shaofeng stepped forward and spoke directly. We are here to collect debts. Stop talking nonsense and bring out your manager here. I need to have a serious talk with him. Chapter 65 is still just a little bit short. Shang Guanyan desperately needed Han Shaofeng's help, so she rushed over a long time ago. However, when Shang Guanyan arrived, Han Shaofeng was nowhere to be found. What's going on? Han Shaofeng isn't here? At this moment, Shang Guanyan's eyes widened, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. How is that possible? In Shang Guanyan's view, these things simply don't exist. However, the person in front of Shang Guanyan spoke to her very seriously. Our sect leader is indeed not here. He just left not long ago. If you want to go, you can still catch up with him. As the people from the Five Elements sect around her spoke, Shang Guanyan looked somewhat helpless. I didn't expect it to still fall short by just a little bit. Shang Guanyan spoke here with a rather helpless expression. Shang Guanyan herself felt increasingly frustrated. All right, in that case, I'll wait here for a bit. Originally, Shang Guanyan thought that these people were deliberately trying to keep her from knowing. But after waiting there for a while, Shang Guanyan realized that these people really didn't know. This made Shang Guanyan feel quite embarrassed. However, these matters have now been mostly resolved. At this moment, Shang Guanyan looked in this direction, a playful smile on her face. Haha, anyway, I'll just wait here. I refuse to believe he won't come back. Shang Guanyan felt that Han Shaofeng was quite good. At least aside from other things, the environment here is quite good. After watching for a while, Shang Guanyan felt very satisfied. Well, in that case, let's continue waiting here. I think Han Shaofeng will definitely not sit idly by when it comes to the Li family's affairs. The other constables around Shang Guanyan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's natural. Besides, it's absolutely impossible to do nothing now. So all they need to do next is simply wait here quietly. The captain is really good. Let's just wait. We'll definitely be able to wait. Actually, is it even necessary to say that? It's just that we don't know when Mr. Han will be back. But do you think Mr. Han might already be dealing with this matter? Someone, watching this scene, suddenly said something. At first, they didn't think much of it, but now, these people were suddenly stunned. Suddenly, these people felt that the analysis seemed to make some sense. The question now is, now that things have come to this, what should they do next? They haven't figured these things out yet. Meanwhile, in the Li family compound, Li Bing looked at Han Shaofeng with a mocking expression. For him, these were all just minor matters. Li Bing raised an eyebrow slightly, looking around with a very calm expression, and said something along the way. What do you think is the point of preparing all this now? Are you here to surrender to me? When Li Bing said these words, it was Han Shaofeng who thought they were true. Han Shaofeng immediately realized that Li Bing was just joking around. If your hearing isn't very good, then I don't mind saying it to you again. I'm here to collect a debt. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Li Bing frowned. Debt collection? How could Li Bing not know what his Li family owed Han Shaofeng? However, Li Bing still patiently asked. I don't know what you're talking about. As Li Bing spoke, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly interesting. Upon seeing this, Han Shaofeng's face broke into a faint smile. I'm here to take back the Emperor building. Because the Emperor building itself is mine. When Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Li Bing and the other members of the Li family around him found it all very ridiculous. Even Li Chan was shocked. What? The sect leader actually said that the Emperor building is his? However, Li Chan quickly realized that Han Shaofeng was probably just making up an excuse. The guards of the Li family were quite dissatisfied. They all looked at this place, growing increasingly angry. If you asked me, this guy is definitely here to cause trouble. That's right. Since we all understand this, what else is there for us to say? That's true. In short, now that we've made up our minds, it's time for us to show our skills. As the guards of the Li family spoke, they stepped forward, ready to attack Han Shaofeng at any moment. Li Chan looked at Han Shaofeng and said something. Sect Master, should we make a move now? After all, things have already come to this point. So even if one were to take action, upon closer examination, there wouldn't actually be any problem. However, Han Shaofeng remained quite calm here. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Alright, why don't you take a look at this first? As Han Shaofeng spoke, he took out a contract. And this contract is none other than the one concerning the Emperor building. The list above clearly shows that all of this belongs to Han Shaofeng. Li Bing simply felt that his mind was completely blank. No, how could this be? It can't be true. Upon seeing this, Li Bing subconsciously began to speak. But the next moment, without saying a word, Li Bing tore the contract to shreds. After doing all that, Li Bing looked over again. Obviously, regarding this matter. In fact, Li Bing is now completely ready to go all out. Now that I've torn up the contract, who can prove that this place belongs to you? Li Bing's actions, in fact, confirm what Han Shaofeng said. Before Li Chang and the other members of the Five Elements sect could even be shocked, they felt angry. Unexpectedly, Li Bing tore up the contract. So, what should they do now? For a moment, they didn't know where to begin. At this moment, Han Shaofeng laughed. The contract? The one just now was just a photocopy. This is the real one. When Han Shaofeng's gaze fell upon what was in front of him, everyone around him fell silent. After all of this had been laid bare before them, completely shattering their illusions. This made it clear to these people that things were not as simple as they seemed. Attack! Take it back from me! Chapter 66. Well then, let's resolve everything. At this moment, Han Shaofeng found it quite novel. I never expected this, even after learning the truth. These people not only did not do that, but instead went all out. After all, the more this happens, the more we need to figure out how to deal with it. In fact, deep down, Han Shaofeng understood more and more that this matter had to be put to rest. Since you are so stubborn and unwilling to see the truth, then let's resolve them all. Anyway, Han Shaofeng has already developed a certain level of strength. Since the other party is sincere in wanting to do this, Han Shaofeng doesn't mind at all and will just grant their request. As Han Shaofeng said these words, it was indeed here. Li Bing, standing before him, smiled smugly. TCH, you think you can take us down? You're kidding me! After Li Bing finished speaking, the question of how to handle this situation is now quite crucial. At this moment, the guards of the Li family were completely going all out. Go! Kill Han Shaofeng! We must take it back, otherwise the Emperor building will become someone else's. That's right, the Emperor building must belong to us. As they stood before him, the guards of the Li family continued their conversation. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, looked at everything before him with great calm. In fact, to put it another way, Han Shaofeng doesn't take Li Bing seriously at all. Despite being the eldest son of the Li family, how could Han Shaofeng be afraid of a small family like the Li family? Alright, since that's the case, then I can play with you for a while. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he walked straight toward the person in front of him. Regarding this matter, Han Shaofeng had already made up his mind long ago. At this moment, Li Bing's guards fell one after another in front of Han Shaofeng. Li Bing was shocked by what she saw. How could this be? Normally, it was Li Bing who bullied others. No one had ever bullied him. But now, the situation has taken a sudden turn for the worse. What are you going to do? Li Bing's gaze fell on Han Shaofeng, who was about to arrive, and he suddenly asked a question. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, walked forward with a playful smile on his face. What do you think I want to do now? Since we're going to do it, then naturally, we'll have to kill you. When Han Shaofeng uttered those words, it was as if a sharp blade had swiftly descended upon them. Even before this, Li Bing had already fully anticipated it. But even now, it still feels somewhat unexpected. No, you can't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Li family. If you kill me, what will you do? Li Bing was very flustered and was about to say something more to Han Shaofeng. However, when Han Shaofeng looked at Li Bing, his face revealed displeasure. Why all this nonsense? After saying that, Han Shaofeng immediately took action and finished off Li Bing. Once Han Shaofeng has done all this, for the time being, it really came as a surprise, catching them somewhat off guard. Li Chang's side has also been mostly dealt with. Sect Master, the matter has been settled. After Li Chang finished speaking, Han Shaofeng was surprised that everything went so smoothly. However, I still need to take care of things at the Emperor building. Therefore, Han Shaofeng waved his hand decisively. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's go, come with me to the Emperor building. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. This is something that absolutely must be done. The Emperor building is owned by the Li family. Therefore, the Li family has an undeniable right here. Anyone who dares to disobey the Li family's rules can forget about staying here. The person in charge of the Emperor building is named Lin Yan, and he is a lecherous and mean-spirited person. The merchants here have suffered a lot of harassment from him. However, Lin Yan now finds it very boring. Ugh, so boring. I don't know, maybe I can find something to do. As Lin Yan spoke, the people around her offered several suggestions. However, Lin Yan dispelled all of these concerns. What a joke! Lin Yan had done all of these things before. Are we going to let him continue now? This is so boring. However, Lin Yan had already met all the women in the building who were even slightly attractive. Therefore, he now desperately needs to find a completely new goal. However, at that very moment, someone was speaking beside Lin Yan. Boss, look! There's that woman over there. After the person next to Lin Yan finished speaking, Lin Yan was somewhat puzzled. What's the big deal? Why are you making such a fuss? However, as Lin Yan spoke, he subconsciously looked in front of him. Now Lin Yan finally saw things clearly. However, for Lin Yan now. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a sudden stirring deep within her heart. This woman is absolutely gorgeous. So now, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Yan's mind. That means starting now, no matter what, I must have her. Thinking of this, Lin Yan walked over directly. In front of Lin Yan, Le Yingying was discussing some matters with other shopkeepers. She is very satisfied with this job. Okay, if everyone feels there are no problems, then we'll do as we've discussed before. When Yu Yingying spoke to them, she received the approval of the other shopkeepers. After all, Hanyang Group is a big brand and a big company. Cooperating with them is actually not a loss at all. However, while Yu Yingying was still chatting happily here, suddenly, a voice came from beside Yu Yingying. Beautiful lady, how can I help you? Le Yingying turned around and looked to the side. The result was that he spotted Lin Yan, a man in his 40s. The moment she saw him, for some reason, a feeling suddenly welled up in Yu Yingying's heart. That is, starting now, things like this are becoming increasingly difficult to handle. As for Yu Yingying, she still says, I'm sorry, I've already finished dealing with my business. Now I think it's time for me to go. After Le Yingying finished speaking, she got up to leave. But Lin Yan suddenly smiled. Is it all done? Why didn't I feel it? Why don't you tell me, beautiful lady, so we can discuss it together? Lin Yan looked greedily at Le Yingying, not forgetting to say something. Chapter 67 It's nothing, she's mine. Seeing Le Yingying like this, the shop owners around her all dared not approach her. After all, they all knew what kind of person Lin Yan really was. If we rush forward now, we might offend Lin Yan. In that case, it would be even more of a loss than a gain. So how could they possibly do these things? As for Lin Yan, she suddenly smiled. What's wrong? You still don't want to? I, Lin Yan, am the person in charge here. With just one word from me, all your efforts will be in vain. Lin Yan felt that he needed to teach Le Yingying a lesson and show her what he was capable of. As expected, after Lin Yan finished speaking, Le Yingying, who had originally wanted to say something, suddenly fell silent. What? He's Lin Yan? We're doomed this time. But now, what should I do? Thinking about this, Yu Yingying became somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, the shop owners in the surrounding area were all discussing it. What should we do? This situation is causing everyone great suffering. Sigh, it's better to avoid trouble. This place is in such a good location, where else can we go if we leave here? Thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be true. I really hope someone will step in and take charge of this matter. But deep down, they were actually quite clear about it. This matter is not that simple at all. And Lin Yan, precisely because of this, felt increasingly confident and fearless the more he thought about it. This is the Li family's territory. Does Lin Yan have anything to fear? Actually, if you think about it carefully, the answer to this matter is already there. Just as Lin Yan was about to continue, a voice came from not far away. Stop. In this situation, the voice seemed somewhat out of place. This made Lin Yan somewhat displeased. After all, he's always been in charge here and does whatever he wants. And now, this has suddenly happened. The fact that he had just spoken made Lin Yan very unhappy, especially now that he had seen a young man in his 20s. The contrast between his tall and handsome appearance and my own is very strong. Han Shaofeng didn't seem to care about any of this at the moment. He just came here to take over everything and happened to witness this scene. And coincidentally, Han Shaofeng knew this woman, so he naturally saved her. In front of Han Shaofeng, Lin Yan frowned slightly, looked over, and spoke without any politeness. Humph, who are you to dare interfere in my affairs? Do you know who I am? Lin Yan's behavior made Han Shaofeng find it even more amusing. Unexpectedly, this guy has been acting like a tyrant here for so long, he doesn't know his place anymore, does he? However, Han Shaofeng didn't want to argue with him, and instead pointed at Yu Yingying. It's nothing, she's mine. I wonder if this explanation is acceptable? Lu Yingying is an employee of Hanyang Group, while Han Shaofeng is the behind-the-scenes boss of Hanyang Group. Therefore, Han Shaofeng said that Lu Yingying was his person. Actually, this is perfectly acceptable. But Lu Yingying thought differently. Especially under these circumstances, isn't this tantamount to an official announcement? Therefore, Yu Yingying's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Han Shaofeng, what did you say? At this time, however, the others were completely different. In Lin Yan's view, this was something that was already a done deal. This made Lin Yan feel very uncomfortable, as if the woman she liked had been taken away by someone else. So at this moment, Lin Yan subconsciously looked in front of her, her brows furrowed slightly, and she showed a displeased expression. Kid, I don't care who you are. In short, you'd better get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. As Lin Yan said these words, Han Shaofeng found it quite amusing. I don't know why the Li family members are all so confident. Since Lin Yan has said this, Han Shaofeng doesn't mind at all. At this point, we should teach Lin Yan a lesson and also teach him the principles of being a good person. It seems you still don't understand my identity. Han Shaofeng looked up at Lin Yan, appearing very persistent. Han Shaofeng's actions surprised Lin Yan, who was standing in front of him. Then, he suddenly laughed. Haha, what kind of joke are you playing on me? Who do you think you are? Besides, even if Han Shaofeng has a higher status, he is still far inferior to Lin Yan. That's why Lin Yan is so confident now. Those around them shook their heads and commented as they witnessed this scene. Sigh, you're right. This young man is really too reckless. How could he do that? What are we going to do now? It seems like there's really no chance at all. If we beg for mercy now, it might still be in time, but I don't know if he will actually do it. At this point, all sorts of things were being said around us. Undeniably, what they said is quite correct. However, Han Shaofeng doesn't actually agree with any of these things now. What a joke! Why should Han Shaofeng apologize? Moreover, Han Shaofeng did nothing wrong. However, Lin Yan, standing in front of Han Shaofeng, was watching with an indescribable smugness on his face. Kid, I believe you've already seen the current situation. That's strength. That's how the world works, the winner takes all, and the loser is condemned. Lin Yan's words made Han Shaofeng find it amusing. Have you finished saying all that? If you've finished speaking, then it's my turn to speak next. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Lin Yan simply frowned. Lin Yan was actually quite curious about the current situation. Of course, he didn't care. Given his current status, no matter what Han Shaofeng does now, can he really change the current situation? If you think about it carefully, you'll realize that these are simply impossible. At this moment, Han Shaofeng sighed. Well, now that things have come to this, I think I should tell you. Actually, I am the real owner behind the Emperor building. Han Shaofeng's words silenced everyone. Even their expressions when they looked at Han Shaofeng were filled with doubt and confusion. What? This is all true? Chapter 68. So, you can get lost now. For Han Shaofeng, this was nothing. After all, he was just telling the truth. Han Shaofeng doesn't like to do anything fancy or superficial. But for others, it's a completely different story. A hint of curiosity and confusion flickered in Yu Yingying's beautiful eyes. What did you say? The Emperor building is yours? Lu Yingying wasn't incredulous. Rather, she suddenly recalled the scene from before. Lu Yingying noticed something in Han Shaofeng's eyes. But right now, even Yu Yingying doesn't really know what to say. Lin Yan, however, didn't take it to heart. Nevertheless, Lin Yan continued walking forward, talking smugly. Haha, are you kidding me? The Emperor building clearly belongs to the Li family. When did it become yours? After Lin Yan finished speaking, the people around her were also very curious. Yeah, isn't this just ridiculous? If you asked me, everyone should leave. There's nothing interesting here. Stop talking nonsense. Besides, even if we say a lot now, do you really think it will be of any use? As they walked towards the scene, these people continued to speak. At this moment, Han Shaofeng watched with a playful smile on his face. What's wrong? You don't believe me? However, I believe you will soon see it. As Han Shaofeng spoke, the more he understood the current situation. Han Shaofeng didn't care at all. Then, Han Shaofeng took out the certificate directly. The equity agreement representing the Emperor building, and other documents were brought out, and everyone else took a look at them. But soon, they were unable to speak anymore. After all, such things are becoming increasingly shocking to them. As for Han Shaofeng, while observing this scene, he didn't seem to care about any of it. As Han Shaofeng focused his attention on what was in front of him, he smiled. So, do you see it clearly now? Those around were even more shocked when they saw the scene. None of them knew how to explain this. My God, I can't believe it's all true. That's right, what are we supposed to do? It seems that he is the real owner of the Emperor building. Haha, Lin Yan was so smug before, but now he's probably going to be in trouble. As they sat before these people, they all spoke up. At this moment, Han Shaofeng turned to look at Lin Yan. So, you can get lost now. By the way, you should pay the management fees for the Emperor building during this period, since I've been in charge of it. If you don't pay, then I will sue you. Han Shaofeng's words made Lin Yan's heart skip a beat. At this moment, he was utterly despondent. I never expected Han Shaofeng to say that. Damn it, even if you really are the master of this place, so what? When Lin Yan looked over, she spoke without any politeness. However, as Lin Yan finished speaking, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly hilarious. Haha, you're absolutely right. I am the owner here, which is really amazing. Han Shaofeng's words drew applause from those around him. After all, they had already seen the problem with all of this long ago. As for Han Shaofeng himself, he didn't really feel anything. Alright, actually this matter is now settled. Yingying, would you be interested in coming and helping me? As Han Shaofeng spoke, Lu Yingying still seemed somewhat incredulous. But is this really okay? I've only just started working at Hanyang Group. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. As Yu Yingying spoke, she waved her hand repeatedly at Han Shaofeng. However, after careful consideration, Han Shaofeng felt that it would be more effective to leave Lu Yingying here. Given the relationship between Yu Yingying and Han Shaofeng, it's no surprise that she would be extremely dedicated to managing this area. In that case, Han Shaofeng would be completely at ease about how to manage this place.
Sect Master, you are truly amazing. I just don't know how you did it.
Li Chang watched the whole thing from beside Han Shaofeng, but he felt somewhat confused. Even Li Chang himself couldn't explain what was going on. The same applies to other members of the Five Elements sect.
I have a feeling that our sect leader is definitely brewing a killing move here right now.
Yes, who can argue with that? Now that the sect leader has made such thorough arrangements, what are we waiting for? That's true. We've completely gained the upper hand now. As they spoke, these people began to say their piece. Clearly, they have now witnessed it all. After these people finished speaking, Han Shaofeng didn't think too much about it.
Well, things here have been mostly taken care of. Let's head back to the Five Elements sect.
After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. That's exactly the case. However, for them, what to do next is of paramount importance. But here, in front of Han Shaofeng, everyone around him turned their heads to look. After all, this matter is also true for them. The Five Elements sect is now entering a critical moment, and they are having another conflict with the Li family. So no matter from which aspect we start, it is absolutely necessary to bring this matter to a close. So Han Shaofeng looked over and acted decisively.
We must not let our guard down about what's to come. Although we have acquired the Emperor building, we still need some methods to deal with the Li family.
For the time being, Han Shaofeng couldn't think of a better solution. However, Han Shaofeng himself was not actually worried about this.
Alright, don't worry about that. The Li family can definitely be dealt with, but for some reason, I always feel like I've forgotten something.
Han Shaofeng thought about it carefully in his mind. But I can't remember anything. Since I can't figure it out, I might as well stop thinking about it altogether. Now, let's go back to the Five Elements sect and see what's going on. Anyway, Jinren hasn't contacted Han Shaofeng, so even if something happened, it's probably nothing important. Seeing this, the others nodded in agreement. That's true, but I wonder what Han Shaofeng will do next. However, the members of the Five Elements sect were quite looking forward to this matter. Chapter 69. What kind of look is that? When Han Shaofeng returned, a member of the Five Elements sect was very anxious.
That's great, Sect Master, you're finally back.
The more the man spoke, the more excited he became, which made Han Shaofeng's face show a mixture of doubt and confusion. What exactly happened? And what kind of look is that? However, Han Shaofeng remained calm and asked,
What's wrong? What happened?
As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the person from the Five Elements sect beside him spoke excitedly.
Inside, a constable said he was looking for you.
What allowance? In such matters, Han Shaofeng was even more cooperative, adhering to the principle of not overlooking any possibility. However, when it comes to official business, Han Shaofeng immediately thought of that handsome official. I wonder if it could be her. While Han Shaofeng was still pondering these things, he finally met that person. She was a very beautiful woman, dressed in a police uniform, and looked quite dashing. The moment Han Shaofeng saw her, he recognized her immediately. This woman was none other than Shang Guanyan, the woman who had previously worked with Han Shaofeng. As for Shang Guanyan, she initially had the patience to wait there. Later on, she felt like she was almost turning into a statue waiting for her husband.
No, wait, what waiting for husband rock?
With this thought in mind, Shang Guanyan looked at Han Shaofeng again and said expectantly, Thank God, you're finally back. As Shang Guanyan spoke, Han Shaofeng became slightly curious.
What kind of look is that?
Seeing Shang Guanyan like this, Han Shaofeng didn't think anything of it. However, Han Shaofeng was very curious and wondered what Shang Guanyan wanted to see him about.
By the way, since you came to see me, is there anything I can help you with?
Han Shaofeng looked at Shang Guanyan and asked her directly. Shang Guanyan, looking at Han Shaofeng, spoke anxiously.
Take a look at this. This is the information we obtained about the Li family before.
Shang Guanyan then placed all of these items in front of Han Shaofeng. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, examined it very carefully. However, after Han Shaofeng looked at it, he roughly understood that the Emperor building was the key part of the Li family's core circle. But the problem now is that Han Shaofeng has completely taken control of everything. Do you think this information is useful? Our next plan is to deal with the Li family. I believe that with your help, we can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. As Shang Guanyan spoke to Han Shaofeng nodded emphatically. Yes, strictly speaking, your information is very important. Just after I had completely taken control of everything. Han Shaofeng spoke so seriously, which filled Shang Guanyan's face with joy. But Shang Guanyan quickly realized what was going on. It turns out that Han Shaofeng was just teasing her. Well, you actually dare to joke about me. I don't care what you knew before, come here quickly, I want to discuss the next steps with you. Shang Guanyan looked at Han Shaofeng and spoke very directly. After hearing these words, Han Shaofeng was somewhat bewildered. What kind of situation is this? Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Shang Guanyan spoke anxiously. In short, the Li family has committed numerous evils. When the time comes, you'll have to cooperate with me to wipe them all out. When Shang Guanyan spoke to Han Shaofeng, her earnest expression touched him deeply. In fact, what Shang Guanyan said meant absolutely nothing to Han Shaofeng. Not only that, but even Han Shaofeng himself had an unconscious sense of anticipation. However, from now on, there's absolutely nothing to say about such things. However, the more Han Shaofeng looked at it, the funnier it became. By the way, do you know what the current situation is like with the Li family? Han Shaofeng originally planned to tell Shang Guanyan about the Emperor building incident. However, Shang Guanyan was puzzled and spoke about it here. How would I know what's going on with the Li family? However, the biggest challenge for the Li family is the Emperor building. I'll think of a way to investigate whether there's any evidence against the Li family inside the Emperor building. When Shang Guanyan spoke to them, Han Shaofeng almost stood up. Please don't. Han Shaofeng waved his hand, not forgetting to say something here. Even though things have come to this point now. But for Han Shaofeng, the Emperor building is now his. If Shang Guanyan is asked to do such a thing again, wouldn't that be like lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot? How could Han Shaofeng possibly do something so foolish? However, even with these thoughts in mind, Han Shaofeng spoke very seriously. Actually, there's no need to rush right now. I have my own plans for this matter. Hearing Han Shaofeng say that, Shang Guanyan's beautiful eyes were filled with even more curiosity. So, what are you planning to do? You should know that the Emperor building is the lifeblood of the Li family. If Shang Guanyan makes a move against the Emperor building, then Han Shaofeng will handle the matter. It can be said that it was like a devastating blow. But Han Shaofeng's decisive refusal changes the situation. Even Shang Guanyan was completely at a loss for words at this moment. But don't rush now. It's alright, I have my own way of handling this, and I don't care about the Li family at all now. Han Shaofeng raised his head, his face radiating an indescribable confidence. In fact, everything Han Shaofeng said was true. However, Shang Guanyan still felt very confused. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. If you need any help, just come to me. As Shang Guanyan spoke, Han Shaofeng nodded in agreement. However, Han Shaofeng didn't take these things too seriously. After all, Han Shaofeng now has his own plans. As for how to handle this matter next, Han Shaofeng naturally knows how to deal with it. However, upon closer reflection, there's actually nothing to worry about. Now that you've made up your minds to do this, brothers of the Five Elements sect, it's up to you. Han Shaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly and looked ahead. In front of Han Shaofeng, the people around him patted their chests, looking as if they could handle everything. Sect Master, please rest assured. Just tell us when to make your move, and we'll take care of the rest. Chapter 70. No rush, they're the ones in a hurry. It's alright. We've already taken over the Emperor building. We just need to press our advantage. Then we can cripple them. Han Shaofeng's words have garnered widespread approval. In fact, that's what they think now too. Before this, none of them could believe it at all. However, the more this was the case, the more Han Shaofeng realized what was really going on in his heart. So here, a playful smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's lips as he pondered how to handle the current situation. In fact, a faint smile appeared on Han Shaofeng's face. Despite this, Han Shaofeng himself didn't feel at all that there was anything going to happen in the current situation. The Li family is keeping a close eye on things, so we're not in a hurry. They're the ones who are anxious now. Looking at what was in front of him, Han Shaofeng didn't think there was any problem at all. And the more this is the case, the more conflicted Han Shaofeng feels. Because he was very eager to see them, and deep down, he felt a great sense of anticipation just thinking about it. Alright, these are things for later. For now, let's go and prepare, and then wait for my news. Han Shaofeng only heard Shang Guanyan tell him to do this. The problem is that Shang Guanyan didn't actually tell Han Shaofeng when it would be best to make a move. So now, Han Shaofeng is quietly waiting here. As for what the Li family is thinking, that's not really Han Shaofeng's concern. Alright, for now, let's not dwell on these things. Let's just wait and see how long they can keep causing trouble. When Han Shaofeng's gaze fell upon the matter before him, he wondered how to handle it. In fact, the more Han Shaofeng looked at it, the clearer it became. In front of Han Shaofeng, those around him had already made up their minds to do so. Thinking about this, Han Shaofeng himself didn't feel that anything was wrong at all. Let's take care of our own business first. Also, everyone, please don't give up on finding the other 4 experts. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the others around him nodded repeatedly. Li Bingqing was furious. As an elder of the Li family, he was actually becoming more and more concerned about these matters. After all, the question is, where should we begin? The more Li Bingqing looked, the clearer it became for him. However, as Li Bingqing looked around, his men began to chatter amongst themselves. How did the Emperor building suddenly become his? Can any of you tell me what to do about this? As Li Bingqing looked at all this, he wondered how he should handle the current situation. In truth, how could Li Bingqing not know? Nevertheless, in Li Bingqing's view, this situation still requires some measures to be precise. Meanwhile, the other members of the Li family around Li Bingqing were furious and embarrassed. They are even starting to have some expectations for these things. If that's really the case, then we should fight him. Yes, if we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know his place. That's right, Elder, just tell us what to do, we'll all listen to you. As Li Bingqing stood before him, the guards of the Li family began to chatter amongst themselves. It's clear they were genuinely very excited. Actually, this matter shouldn't be discussed solely by them. Even Li Byungsung was the same. Now, Li Bingqing is brewing some big move here. However, while looking at this place, Li Bingqing still couldn't help but say, now that we've lost the Emperor building, our Li family's assets will shrink significantly. So before that, everyone should refrain from making any rash moves. Once this matter is thoroughly investigated, we'll settle this score with him properly. As Li Bingqing uttered these words, those around him became increasingly excited. As these people spoke out, Li Bingqing felt it even more keenly. We should definitely start doing this now. The elder is right. We were probably too hasty before. But thinking about it carefully, we really have to be in a hurry now. Who can argue with that? Actually, we don't know anything about Han Shaofeng's background yet. If we act rashly, it might have far-reaching consequences. As the people around him talked, Li Bingqing wasn't actually too worried about these things. Rather, it was because they had already been noticed by the officials during this period. Therefore, Li Bingqing felt that it was best to keep a low profile for a while and avoid getting involved in too many troubles. Once this period is over, he'll have the final say on how things are played. Thinking these thoughts, Li Bingqing's eyes sharpened like knives. As Li Bingqing stood before them, the people around him all turned to look at him. Obviously, this is something that others don't know. By the way, we all need to be on guard during this time. This kid might just launch a sneak attack on us. After all, young people don't have martial ethics, so we have to be extra careful. When Li Bingqing said these words, those around him were increasingly moved. These people certainly know how they plan to handle these matters.
Elder, please rest assured, leave the rest to us. It seems that some officials have noticed us during this period. What should we do next? As the guards of the Li family finished speaking, Li Bingqing's expression became even more unpleasant. He was aware of this beforehand. But in the face of this situation, how could Li Bingqing not know what to do? In short, we have now completely gained the upper hand. In that case, let's have some fun. We might not necessarily fail. When Li Bingqing said these words, the people around him became even more excited. After all, what are the plans for this situation going forward? Actually, there's not much else to say for now. Rather than waiting until now, we might as well give it a try. But now that you've made up your minds, then we might as well have some fun. When Li Bingqing looked at this place, he was very proud of himself. Chapter 71 is ready, let's begin. Suzhou Hangzhou Public Security Bureau. Shang Guanyan observed from here, choosing a suitable opportunity. Shang Guanyan noticed it very quickly. However, here, Shang Guanyan even had a smile on her face. It seems like it's time for us to have some fun with them. As soon as Shang Guanyan finished speaking, the constables around her had already begun to prepare for departure. Captain, we're all ready. When do we begin our operation? After all, they all knew very well that this mission was actually more crucial for them. Shang Guanyan, looking at the neatly arranged crowd before her, smiled and nodded. Okay, let's get started. Also, inform Han Shaofeng's side that they can start as well. Shang Guanyan's words made those around her even more excited. The more they looked at this matter, the more they felt that these things could begin at any time. However, it is here. Shang Guanyan couldn't help but feel a little worried. I just don't know what the outcome will be if we continue to wait like this. In short, we'll find out what happens in time. As Shang Guanyan looked around, she felt a little uneasy. Although Han Shaofeng has such a powerful team of helpers by his side. But this time he was facing the Li family, which belonged to the third tier, so Shang Guanyan was naturally very worried about this. Forget it, there's no time to worry about that now. We'll see when the time comes. After Shang Guanyan finished speaking, the people around her began to pack up. After all, what should be done next? In fact, this point is crucial in itself. Is it ready now? Alright, then I'll trouble Protector Jinren to stay here. We'll head over now. Han Shaofeng looked at Jinren beside him and began to assign tasks. Jinren nodded in agreement. Yes, Sect Master, you can go ahead. I'll take care of things from behind. Nothing will happen. Currently, Jinren's reputation within the entire Five Elements sect is extremely high. So letting him stay here can actually help deal with many unexpected situations. However, for Han Shaofeng now, the things that follow are actually the most crucial. Taking down the Li family is a piece of cake. However, we must obtain the evidence of the Li family's crimes as soon as possible. As Han Shaofeng spoke, everyone around him turned to look at him. After all, we need to figure out where to start next. In truth, how could these people not understand? What the sect leader says is true, but why don't we just go all out and wipe them out in one fell swoop? Yes, or does the sect master have other plans to make? Actually, I think that all of this should have been prepared by now. As the Five Elements sect members spoke, Han Shaofeng was about to say something. However, a voice suddenly rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upgrade complete. Current status, evidence of Li family's crimes obtained. The sound aroused Han Shaofeng's slight curiosity. That is indeed the case now. However, in Han Shaofeng's view, the more he looked, the more anxious he felt. In that case, we must be quick from now on. But Han Shaofeng didn't want to waste any more time, he wanted to go straight in. But now, with so many people around Han Shaofeng, it wouldn't be easy to resolve this matter if he brought them along. So, after watching for a while, Han Shaofeng said to them, Now that things have come to this, then Li Chang, you lead everyone directly through the main entrance. Han Shaofeng planned to climb over the wall and go straight in. Once things were in chaos, he would then present the evidence of the Li family's crimes. As for why Han Shaofeng didn't go with them, it was because he felt it would be a waste of time.
Li Chan was quite worried about Han Shaofeng. Sect Master, perhaps I should send some people to protect you. How can you be without anyone protecting you? Han Shaofeng had considered Li Chan's words. However, Han Shaofeng felt that it would be easier for him to handle the matter alone. It's alright, don't worry about me. I'm actually more able to move around on my own. As for you all, just charge in through the main gate. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the other members of the Five Elements sect were all eager to get started, as they had been looking forward to this for a long time. Now that the sect leader has said so, we will definitely complete the mission successfully. That goes without saying. The Li family has been very aggressive before, so it's only natural to teach them a lesson now. That's right, even the police want to take action against the Li family. They're in deep trouble. As the people of the Five Elements sect around them continued to chatter, they couldn't help but join in the conversation. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, couldn't hide the excitement on his face when he saw this scene. Because in his mind, he seemed to be able to imagine this scene. The Five Elements sect needs to develop, and Han Shaofeng can take this opportunity to improve his favorability. With the support of the Public Security Bureau, it would be extremely difficult for the Five Elements sect not to develop in the future. Sect Master, we'll be leaving now. Please take care. When Li Chan looked at Han Shaofeng, he spoke with even greater concern. In fact, Han Shaofeng knew better than anyone else what was going to happen next. So at this moment, Han Shaofeng waved his hand and spoke very casually. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. Don't worry, they can't handle me. Besides, the main objective will still be ahead. Han Shaofeng went around through the side door, and unless things went particularly badly, he would be fine. After thinking about these things, Han Shaofeng immediately went to the side gate of the Li family. Sure enough, there's no one here. In that case, we can proceed with the action. Han Shaofeng's gaze shifted and landed on the side door not far away. Just as Han Shaofeng had predicted, there was hardly anyone at the side gate. Even the Li family guards who were stationed here were dozing off, looking very lax. Sigh, how should I put it in this situation? But don't worry, I will resolve this matter completely soon. Chapter 72. So what? Li Bingqing was extremely anxious and worried. After all, the Five Elements sect has already reached the doorstep. If we don't hurry up and resolve these issues now, if things continue to drag on like this, I'm afraid things will get really bad. Therefore, Li Bingqing became even more anxious as he thought about these things. At that moment, a guard from the Li family rushed over. As he ran forward, he said anxiously, Elder, they've already broken through to the outside. The Patriarch is currently trying to gather manpower, and outside, they are about to break in. At this moment, as the guard finished speaking, Li Bingqing felt as if a flame was constantly rising within him. Such a matter must be resolved quickly. Humph, now that they're here, let's not just stand around. Get ready, come with me to go out and have a look. Li Bingqing gritted his teeth and spoke directly. The guards of the Li family also realized these things, and feared that they were not as simple as they seemed. Therefore, they are now poised to act and are following closely behind. For Li Bingqing, the question now is how to handle these matters. However, the people around Li Bingqing were becoming increasingly excited as they looked at him. The others naturally knew quite well where to begin with this matter. The elder is right. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in our Li family. That's true. Let's bring it on and see who comes out on top. Is there even a question? Since we're going to play now, let's all have a good competition. The people around them continued to chatter on the spot. Li Bingqing's eyes were filled with obsession when it came to the people of the Five Elements sect. Han Shaofeng, who slipped in through the side gate of the Li family's house, wandered around aimlessly. After wandering around for a while, Han Shaofeng started to get bored. If he had known it would be like this, Han Shaofeng would have followed everyone in through the main entrance. There's no one here right now, and we're still quite a distance from what Han Shaofeng is looking for. If only we could do something right now. Just as Han Shaofeng was still pondering this, he heard a familiar voice not far away. Heh, who do you think you are?
Do you really think you can go against my wishes? You call yourself the courtesan? I, Lin Yan, will never take you seriously.
Then, Lin Yan's voice rang out from not far away. Han Shaofeng thought it was quite a coincidence. I was originally thinking about what to do, but I didn't expect this person to just come to my door. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, along with several members of the Li family, was bullying a woman. This woman looks very beautiful, with fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. At this moment, she was dressed in fiery red, looked at Lin Yan in front of her, and snorted coldly. Humph, I will never compromise with people like you, no matter what. I advise you to give up on that idea. Du Lanman has her own bottom line, and this time she came to the Li family to make things clear with them. However, what she didn't expect was that she would encounter such a scoundrel here. However, looking at Lin Yan in front of Du Lanman, his face showed an indescribable smugness. He had suffered a loss in the previous incident involving the Emperor building. But now, what does it matter if he wants to find a woman? Moreover, such an outstanding woman is right in front of us, which makes her even more rare. However, in Han Shaofeng's eyes now, he absolutely had to get involved in this matter, no matter what. Stop! Han Shaofeng's voice caused the people in front of him to turn their heads and subconsciously look in his direction. Regarding these current issues, they are actually unsure where to begin. However, Han Shaofeng found all of this increasingly amusing. What kind of time is this? How dares such a clown jump around here? Lin Yan, who was standing in front of Han Shaofeng, also looked over. Especially when Lin Yan saw Han Shaofeng's face, she had only one feeling. Those old and new grudges surged into my mind in an instant. It's you! When Lin Yan looked at Han Shaofeng, she was still somewhat worried. However, Lin Yan quickly found herself with no time to consider these things anymore. Because in Lin Yan's view, there is no doubt about how these things should be done. Haha, it's just you alone, and you suddenly appeared at my Li family's house. Why should I be afraid of you? After Lin Yan finished speaking, his gaze fell on Han Shaofeng. As for Lin Yan, he seemed to have the place completely under his control. However, when Lin Yan acted this way, Han Shaofeng didn't actually think there would be any problem at all. Slowly, as Han Shaofeng looked at Lin Yan, he suddenly smiled. Just because you're a member of the Li family, does that mean you can do whatever you want? Since that's the case, then today I'll show you that there is still law in this world. Han Shaofeng's words had completely touched Du Lanlan. Especially now, seeing someone as handsome as Han Shaofeng. This caused Du Lanlan's cheeks to flush slightly, and even the words she originally wanted to say. At this point, I didn't know where to begin. Seeing this, Lin Yan was even more furious. Han Shaofeng came out of nowhere and ruined his plans, so let's just leave that at that. Moreover, it seems that the beautiful woman he finally found has also begun to fall for him. Wouldn't this make all of Lin Yan's time and effort go to waste? With this thought in mind, Lin Yan's smile grew even wider. Humph, kid, what do you think this place is? You think you can just come and go as you please? However, if that's really what you think, then I'm afraid I can only apologize to you now. As Lin Yan spoke, he gritted his teeth and looked at the scene with his face filled with anger. Meanwhile, the guards from the Li family surrounding Lin Yan all rushed towards Han Shaofeng. Seeing this, Lin Yan didn't forget to say, I'm not a petty person, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake right now. I might consider letting you off the hook. As Lin Yan spoke, Han Shaofeng's gaze remained calm and composed. When he looked at them, Han Shaofeng's demeanor was remarkably decisive. I'm afraid you're just joking. Chapter 73 seems a bit too fast. Ah, watch out! Upon seeing this, Du Lanlan covered her mouth and shouted anxiously. She is very worried right now. It's just a question of whether Han Shaofeng can handle these situations. However, Du Lanlan was unaware that these scenes were nothing more than child's play for Han Shaofeng. At this moment, Han Shaofeng looked around and his smile grew even wider. Now, as Han Shaofeng subconsciously looked around, he didn't actually think much of what was happening. Humph, you are nothing but a bunch of clowns. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he quickly made his move. Originally, these people in front of him looked aggressive and were ready to attack Han Shaofeng at any moment. But now, these people have suddenly realized this. Han Shaofeng's strength was so formidable that Lin Yan was completely stunned as she stared at him. Lin Yan hadn't even considered these things at the moment. But here, Lin Yan couldn't help but swallow hard. What exactly do you want to do? Let me tell you, you better not do anything reckless, or don't blame me for being rude to you. As Lin Yan spoke, Han Shaofeng noticed a hint of a half-smile on her face. These seemed to be the most ridiculous jokes Han Shaofeng had ever heard. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, shrugged as he looked Lin Yan over, and said something. I'm already standing right here, and you're still being rude to me. It's okay, I have plenty of time. I'll wait here. Han Shaofeng's behavior only made Lin Yan angrier the more she looked at him. But the problem now is that he can't do anything to Han Shaofeng. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan couldn't help but speak. Don't come any closer. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Li family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, then don't blame me for being impolite. As Lin Yan uttered these words, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly hilarious. These seem to be the most interesting things Han Shaofeng has ever encountered. Oh, that's interesting. But the question now is, how exactly are you going to treat me rudely? Now I really want to see it for myself. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he grabbed Lin Yan's hand and gently squeezed it. Soon, Lin Yan's pig-like screams echoed in front of them. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was looking around. At this moment, Han Shaofeng acted quite casually. Is that so? Someone like you, staying here to do evil is just a scourge. So don't blame me. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he punched Lin Yan. Soon after, Lin Yan collapsed. At this moment, Du Lanlan, who was standing next to her, stared blankly at the scene before her. In truth, she didn't know what she was feeling either. However, for Du Lanlan now, there is a deep sense of stirring within her heart. In fact, even Du Lanlan herself doesn't know why things have turned out this way. Just thinking about these things here made her cheeks feel hot. Perfect, absolutely perfect. At this moment, Du Lanlan was increasingly satisfied with what she saw. After all, Du Lanlan is actually very uneasy deep down right now. Suddenly, a handsome guy appeared in front of her. If you can't even grasp it properly, then that would truly be a sin. So, Du Lanlan quickly made up her mind. Very well, since that's the case, then let's make it a pleasant decision. With this in mind, Du Lanlan moved a little closer to Han Shaofeng. At this moment, Han Shaofeng was still somewhat curious and puzzled when he saw Du Lanlan like this. Strange, what's wrong with this woman? Han Shaofeng was still thinking about this. At this moment, Du Lanlan said to Han Shaofeng, Brother, thank you so much for what happened before. Han Shaofeng didn't really care about any of this, and simply waved his hand at the scene. It's nothing, these are just minor matters. As Han Shaofeng spoke calmly, Du Lanlan felt a surge of joy. Wow, that movement, that gesture, it looks like he has completely taken control of everything. This is the kind of man I want most. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Lanlan spoke to Han Shaofeng after thinking about this. Hey bro, I like you, be my boyfriend. Kindness? These words startled Han Shaofeng, who had been completely indifferent. Is this for real? It shouldn't be, but it doesn't seem like a joke either. Therefore, when Han Shaofeng saw this, he didn't actually say anything. Du Lanlan, however, didn't seem to care about any of that and continued talking. You saved me just now. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, so now I feel that I have no way to repay you. I might as well repay you with my body. Du Lanlan was speaking to Han Shaofeng when Han Shaofeng looked over and waved his hand repeatedly. Stop, hold on, we've only just met, and it seems like we don't even know each other yet. You're moving a bit too fast. Han Shaofeng felt that he should try to persuade Du Lanlan to give up the idea by appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. Otherwise, if things continue at this pace, Han Shaofeng always felt that something big might happen. However, in front of Han Shaofeng, Du Lanlan blinked at him twice and said something.
That's true, you're so thoughtful, young man. Han Shaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Dulamon has finally made up her mind. Otherwise, we'll continue at this pace. Han Shaofeng always felt that something big might happen. However, while Han Shaofeng was still pondering this, Dulamon changed the subject and said to Han Shaofeng apologetically, "Then what do you think? How about tomorrow?" Dulamon's words left Han Shaofeng at a loss for words. In fact, this has absolutely nothing to do with which day it is. But now, how should Han Shaofeng explain this to Dulamon? Judging from the current pace, it seems there's no way to explain it clearly. Dulamon continued to say to Han Shaofeng, "If all else fails, the day after tomorrow is also fine." Tomorrow and the day after? Are all girls these days so proactive? No, I'll contact you later. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he immediately made his escape. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. Chapter 74. What you want, I'll give you. When Li Tianqing, the head of the Li family, learned of this news, he was still somewhat incredulous. After all, this time they came directly at them. If they don't find a solution to this problem soon, in the end, they will suffer the consequences. What do you think we should do now? Li Tianqing was still talking when the others looked at each other, unsure of what to say. After all, this matter has brought them, in a way, invisible pressure. Upon seeing this, Li Tianqing frowned slightly and said something. But now that it has happened, it is absolutely impossible to avoid it. However, it won't be easy for them to cause trouble in my Li family. As Li Tianqing gritted his teeth and spoke, those around him could clearly feel the seriousness he was conveying. Right now, they're completely going all out. Now that they've made up their minds to do this, after careful consideration, it seems there's nothing left to wait for. Meanwhile, the others around Li Tianqing were eager to do something. However, before Li Tianqing could speak, just then, his phone rang. When Li Tianqing saw the caller ID, his expression suddenly changed. Because he never expected that the call would be from that person. Moreover, it was the call Li Tianqing least wanted to answer. However, Li Tianqing has no better solution now. Looking at this place, Li Tianqing couldn't help but sigh. Hey, why are you calling me? Don't you know what time it is right now? As Li Tianqing spoke into the phone, the person on the other end suddenly laughed. Hee, it's nothing really. You know, I'm short on money lately, so I'd like to borrow some from you. Then the person's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Tianqing was speechless. Under what circumstances would someone actually find me just to say these things? However, Li Tianqing doesn't actually have a better solution right now. Since things have come to this point, this is the only way. Therefore, these thoughts came to Li Tianqing's mind. Even at this moment, Li Tianqing still said, "What you want I will give you. However, if you pressure me again in 3 days, we might as well part ways." As soon as Li Tianqing finished speaking, the voice on the other end of the phone seemed to think it made perfect sense. "Okay, I'll contact you again in 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me." After the voice on the other end of the phone finished speaking, it hung up immediately. Li Tianqing just felt a surge of anger in his heart. I never expected that I would encounter something like this myself. However, at this point, it seems that this matter cannot be delayed any longer. So, when Li Tianqing thought about these things, he looked around. Everyone, the most important thing for us right now is to deal with our current opponent. As for the rest, they are not important at all. Moreover, Li Tianqing has already thought of all of this. At this moment, Li Tianqing turned to look at the others around him. You all should have already seen it. As for what to do next, you all know, right? After Li Tianqing finished speaking, everyone around him turned to look at him. As for other things, there's really nothing to say. However, this matter here, in any case, should be thoroughly resolved. That's true, so from now on, let's all go all out and fight them to the death. That's right, when did our Li family become so spineless? Kill Han Shaofeng. If we don't act ruthlessly, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage?
Now, the people around them had all sorts of opinions. And now, these people are getting more and more excited as they talk. As for Li Tianqing, he was well aware that these matters couldn't be explained in just a few words. However, right now, something seemed to suddenly come to mind for Li Tianqing. Since we're going to play now, let's all play to the very end. However, I'd really like to see what they can do to me. As soon as Li Tianqing finished speaking, a loud bang was heard from outside. The inner gate of the Li family's house was smashed open, and a group of people rushed in. Upon seeing these people, Li Tianqing frowned slightly. Clearly, the more they looked at this, the more surprised they became. However, as Li Tianqing carefully examined what was in front of him, he pondered how to handle the current situation. In their hearts, how could they not understand? At this moment, when Li Tianqing's gaze fell upon what was before him, he knew that he had already lost. However, Li Tianqing still spoke with a hint of arrogance. "What are you doing? Are you planning to take advantage of the chaos, or what?" Li Tianqing's words made Li Chang, who was standing in front of him, increasingly angry. If it weren't for Han Shaofeng's previous instructions, Li Chang would have wanted to get rid of him long ago. However, Li Chang held back for now. Li family patriarch, you have committed numerous evils and violated the law, yet you still dare to be arrogant. As Li Chang spoke, Li Tianqing shrugged, completely disregarding the matter. Haha, you say I've broken the law and violated regulations? What evidence do you have? After Li Tianqing said those words, Li Chang suddenly didn't know what to do. Yes, Han Shaofeng only told him to lead his men to rush in. Now, his mission is complete. As for what to do next, Li Chang didn't know either. The same applies to the other members of the Five Elements sect. Can't someone just come out and tell them what to do? However, just as they were still at a loss, Han Shaofeng came out. As he walked forward, Han Shaofeng continued talking. Let me do it. Accompanying Han Shaofeng was Shang Guanyan. Actually, deep down, Shang Guanyan is still quite uneasy about this matter. Han Shaofeng had previously said he would have a solution. It's unclear what method Han Shaofeng has to resolve this. But now, Han Shaofeng's gaze fell on Li Tianqing, and he suddenly smiled. Have you finished speaking? If so, it's my turn to speak now. Actually, the evidence of your crimes is hidden right here. After chapter 75, you should listen to him. Actually, the evidence of your crimes is hidden here. Han Shaofeng had already obtained evidence of the Li family's crimes long ago. So, taking advantage of the moment, Han Shaofeng found all of this out. Those contraband items, things like young master ends, were all laid out there. Everyone in the Li family looked surprised. How is this possible? Has our entire plan been exposed? I thought I had done it perfectly, but now won't all of us in the Li family be in trouble? Damn it, if it weren't for Han Shaofeng, how could we be in this situation? The other members of the Five Elements sect looked at Han Shaofeng with great admiration. After all, if it weren't for Han Shaofeng, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. However, Shang Guanyan coughed lightly twice. There are some things I think I should tell you. Your Li family is like this not because of Han Shaofeng, but because your Li family members have upheld justice and even betrayed their own family. As Shang Guanyan spoke, a young man stepped out. When they saw the young man, everyone around them was stunned. Because now they realized that this is actually far more terrifying than they imagined. The person in front of them was a member of the Li family. Moreover, Han Shaofeng actually knew this person. He was none other than Lianxing, who had previously raced against Han Shaofeng. It's you? Han Shaofeng was surprised and couldn't help but say. Lianxing became even more excited after seeing Han Shaofeng. Master, I never expected it to actually be you. He had admired Han Shaofeng greatly during their previous racing. But unexpectedly, we finally met here. Actually, Han Shaofeng didn't have time to think about these things. However, the matter was resolved, which greatly relieved Han Shaofeng. Now, things here are almost resolved. So, this is all you're doing? Han Shaofeng wasn't stupid, and he said this as he spoke. Li Yunseng then began to explain. I had a feeling before that they had ill intentions, so I paid attention and sure enough I found the problem. Actually, all I've done so far is what I can do. When Lianxing spoke to them, Han Shaofeng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In fact, Han Shaofeng can completely understand all of this now. But here, Han Shaofeng's face was filled with a playful smile. After all, Han Shaofeng himself probably already has a general understanding of this matter. But here, Li Tiancheng was furious. So it was you. Do you know that what you're doing will destroy the entire Li family? You will become a sinner against the Li family, you idiot! Li Tiancheng's actions did not bother Lianxing. Didn't he consider these things? If we allowed the Li family to continue to develop using this method, then I would rather the Li family decline from this point on. After Lianxing finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They hadn't considered these things. Shang Guanyan snorted twice, waved her hand, and spoke very decisively and directly. Take all of these people away. What awaits you is the punishment of the law, just wait. As Shang Guanyan spoke, the constables behind her swarmed forward and took the people away without saying a word. At this moment, the people from the Five Elements sect had not yet recovered from their shock. So now, it's solved that easily? Yeah, aside from the initial thrill, it's like we just won without even trying here? This is all thanks to our sect leader. If it weren't for him, how could we have all gone so smoothly? As they walked towards the scene, these people continued to speak. The matter at hand is now a pressing issue. This made Han Shaofeng a little embarrassed. Actually, Han Shaofeng really wanted to say, "Don't thank me. If I really have to thank someone, then I'll thank the system." If it weren't for the system, Han Shaofeng probably wouldn't have all of this now. Alright, this matter is resolved. As for what to do next, you can discuss it yourselves. Shang Guanyan seemed to know something and spoke to them. After saying that, Shang Guanyan got up and left. At this moment, only Han Shaofeng and Lianxing's people remained. Lianxing looked at the crowd around him and said, "Now the Li family is leaderless, and I am the highest person in charge of the Li family. Next, I hereby announce that from now on, you will listen to him. He is the person in charge of our Li family." Lianxing waved his hand, pointed at Han Shaofeng, and spoke to the crowd. Han Shaofeng was slightly taken aback when he saw this. It was all too sudden. Even Han Shaofeng was somewhat taken aback. However, Han Shaofeng quickly regained his composure. Actually, when you think about it carefully, none of these things are wrong at all. Upon seeing this, Han Shaofeng's face broke into a smile. It's alright, you will still be the head of the Li family from now on. As for the Li family, we will be business partners from now on. As Han Shaofeng spoke, the people from the Five Elements sect also felt that this was actually quite good. Li Yunseng, on the other hand, spoke very seriously to them. Everyone, remember this, from now on, we'll all have to follow the master. Master, what are your plans next? Are you going to take on the other companies? Now that Li Yunseng has finally seized this opportunity, he should naturally act without hesitation. However, Han Shaofeng seemed completely indifferent here. After all, now that things are starting, I don't really feel like there's any problem with these things. Looking at what was in front of him, Han Shaofeng himself was quite calm. Actually, right now, I plan to let things take their natural course. After all, being so proactive now doesn't seem like a good opportunity. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. If you put it that way, it seems that it really is like that. At that moment, a voice rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upgrade complete. Current status, physical fitness increased tenfold. Upon seeing this notification, Han Shaofeng had a vague feeling. What exactly is going on here? Does this mean Han Shaofeng is destined to become a playboy? But then again, with physical abilities increased tenfold, wouldn't it be a waste not to become a Sea King? Oh dear, I'm so conflicted. What should I do next? Chapter 76. No, I have to find him. At the Yin family residence, Yin Ting's eyes widened. You're saying these things are all true? After Yin Ting finished speaking, one of the people next to her nodded, looking very confident.
She really is a young lady. What should we do now? The people around Yingting were saying this. This made Yingting anxious. No, how can this be? However, since that's the case, there's something we absolutely need to do now. With this thought in mind, Yingting looked over here and said, biting her lip. Now that he's in trouble, how can I just stand by and do nothing? No, we have to find him. As Yingting spoke, the others around her became even more anxious. After all, this happened very suddenly. But now, if they want to resolve this matter. Therefore, if necessary, it is advisable to make arrangements in advance. Therefore, when Yingting looked around, this was clearly a very unexpected turn of events. However, Yingting remained resolute. You don't need to say anything more, I'm definitely going. As for everyone else, you can go down first. If anything happens, remember to let me know. After Yingting finished speaking, the guards of the Yin family around her all nodded in agreement. Please rest assured, miss, we will definitely not let you down. That's right, if there's any news here, we'll let you know immediately. What are you all standing there for? Let's deal with these things first. As they walked towards the scene, these people continued to speak. However, their words, once spoken, have a certain significance for the present situation. In fact, a smile even appeared on Yingting's face. Looking back on the days I spent with Han Shaofeng, even though it was very short. However, looking back on it now, Yingting still thinks it was a very good experience. So much so that now, Yingting has started to secretly keep an eye on Han Shaofeng, knowing that he has already achieved some success. Yingting knew that she had made the right choice. Okay, you guys stay here, I'll head out now. As Yingting spoke, she hurriedly got up and left. Among these people, some secretly reported the news. Han Shaofeng purchased some equipment from the Five Elements sect. These were specifically trained by the members of the Five Elements sect. Han Shaofeng is now conducting experiments here, one by one. In fact, Han Shaofeng wanted to know just how much potential he had. However, what Han Shaofeng was thinking about now was an advertising slogan. It simply can't be stopped. At this moment, the other members of the Five Elements sect stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the scene. It took me a long time to finally come to my senses. No way, this is just too powerful. That's right, I didn't expect our sect leader to be so strong. Yes, the sect leader is actually so good at using these fitness equipment, even more so than the professionals. As these people spoke, Li Chang felt somewhat ashamed. I initially thought that Han Shaofeng was just dabbling in this field. But now we suddenly realize that they were oversimplifying things. Han Shaofeng is not only very good at these things, but he plays them much better than most people. Even Kim Min couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Sigh, the sect leader's potential is indeed too great. Even though the sect leader holds a high position, he never forgets to be so strict with himself. We all can't do it. As Jin Ren uttered these words, those around him nodded in agreement. In fact, from their perspective now, this does seem to be the case. However, as Jin Ren looked around, he seemed to have thought of something. Everyone, I think we should train more. I believe that under the leadership of our sect leader, we will definitely be able to make further progress. After Jin Ren finished speaking, for some reason, the people from the Five Elements sect around him felt a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Is what they're doing now really enough? Clearly, they felt they still had a lot to do next. So we should all know exactly what to do next. Yes, we should learn from our sect leader and be strict with ourselves. I am deeply moved, and at the same time, I am filled with hope. These people spoke excitedly. As for Han Shaofeng, he didn't think so. Han Shaofeng was just wondering what was going on with him. Although my physical fitness increased tenfold, this kind of training was practically child's play. Does this mean Han Shaofeng has to run a marathon to bring all this to an end? Thinking about all this, Han Shaofeng suddenly remembered something. Or is he really going to become a player? Sect Master, it's really ready. We have all seen your efforts. Jin Ren quickly grabbed Han Shaofeng and excitedly spoke to him. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, looked over with a blank expression.
What was I doing just now? How come all my hard work gets noticed? Well, Han Shaofeng doesn't have time to think about these things right now. Yes, all of you must train hard and be strict with yourselves. Han Shaofeng is now somewhat relieved. Han Shaofeng was now thinking of that sentence. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. But now, Han Shaofeng almost wanted to say, give me a girl, and I can create a planet. After all, the impact of this improvement in physical fitness is truly enormous. Just then, Han Shaofeng's phone rang. Who called Han Shaofeng at that moment? Thinking of this, Han Shaofeng became slightly curious and glanced sideways in this direction. The caller ID shows it's from Yingting. Is it that woman? As Han Shaofeng pondered this, he suddenly didn't know where to begin. Thinking back to that time, Han Shaofeng felt as if it were all a dream. So Han Shaofeng answered the call. On the other end of the phone, the woman's voice came through. Han Shaofeng, where are you? I want to see you. Upon hearing this voice, Han Shaofeng immediately became excited. Okay, I got it. See you at the usual place. The place where Han Shaofeng first met Yingting. This place is also the most memorable. Yingting nodded in agreement. Okay, let's meet at that flower shop then. Hearing this, Han Shaofeng became slightly curious. Is it a flower shop? What Han Shaofeng actually wanted to talk about was the hotel. Had this woman misunderstood? Never mind, let's go there first and talk about it later. Chapter 77. Don't worry, I'll be careful. 2 hours later, Han Shaofeng was very satisfied. Yingting, on the other hand, looked at Han Shaofeng with a resentful expression. This guy seems to have gotten stronger in just a few days. However, Yingting didn't know what to say right now. Here, Yingting subconsciously looked at Han Shaofeng, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? When Han Shaofeng turned around and saw Yingting like this, he was slightly curious and couldn't help but ask her a question. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Yingting, standing in front of him, gently shook her head at him. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. When Yingting spoke to them, Han Shaofeng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Yingting said that now. Otherwise, if you think about it carefully, you still need to make Han Shaofeng think that Yingting might have found out about his affairs. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing Yingting's state, Han Shaofeng asked her with great concern. At this moment, Yingting did not dwell on her matter. Instead, she looked at Han Shaofeng with a very serious expression. Han Shaofeng, in short, you must be extra careful during this period. When Yingting looked over, she spoke to Han Shaofeng in a very serious tone. As Yingting uttered these words, Han Shaofeng glanced at her sideways. I didn't expect Yingting to say that. However, Han Shaofeng thought that Yingting must have found out something. However, Han Shaofeng didn't dwell on these things. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Compared to these, everything else is a small matter. However, Han Shaofeng didn't want to see Yingting leave so soon. So at this moment, Han Shaofeng looked over and spoke very seriously. So now, are you planning to go back? After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Yingting smiled even more. Yes, that's right. I already feel like I'm living in a dream just to be able to see you this time. So now, even if we were to go back, it wouldn't really matter. Seeing Yingting like this, Han Shaofeng felt a little heartache for her for some reason. However, Han Shaofeng knew that there were some things they absolutely had to face now. So at this moment, Han Shaofeng still sighed helplessly. Sigh, now that things have come to this, it seems there's no point in saying anything else. However, I still want to take a good look around with you. Yingting holds a slightly different significance for Han Shaofeng. Therefore, if possible, Han Shaofeng actually didn't want to separate from her like this. At least take a look around first, then Han Shaofeng will feel that it's slightly better. Yingting looked at Han Shaofeng, hesitating slightly. This? Actually, right now, Yingting doesn't know what to say. Because she is still very worried. After all, you never know when the Ying family's guards will arrive. However, seeing Han Shaofeng like this, a thought actually popped into Yin Ting's mind. That is, no matter what, I must go with Han Shaofeng to take a look. Okay, but... As Han Shaofeng spoke, Yin Ting beside him agreed. She originally wanted to say something, but now it seems there's no need to say anything at all. Just as Yin Ting was walking straight out with Han Shaofeng. Before long, they were stopped by someone. Young miss, the head of the family wants you to come back with us. At that moment, a burly bodyguard spoke in an unyielding voice. As the bodyguard's voice rang out, Han Shaofeng found it increasingly amusing. What you're saying is quite interesting. What if I don't agree? Han Shaofeng felt that no one could go against his will. Upon seeing this, the bodyguard gritted his teeth. Humph, you're asking for death. As soon as he said these words, the man in front of him moved without saying a word, his speed suddenly increased, and he went straight for Han Shaofeng. Yin Ting was greatly surprised when she saw this. Then, Yin Ting called out anxiously. Oh no, be careful. When Yin Ting said these words, Han Shaofeng responded calmly. Don't worry, he's no match for me. As soon as Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he began to speed up. It seems like they arrived in the blink of an eye. The bodyguard in front of Han Shaofeng was about to say something. He couldn't even get the words out, and then he just collapsed. This move was incredibly fast. In fact, it was quite astonishing. The others stared blankly at what was in front of them. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent upon their first move. Han Shaofeng's casual display of his abilities made them understand something. They could never be a match for Han Shaofeng. Oh no, what should we do now? Or let's go all at once, maybe we'll still have a chance. Opportunity? Opportunity my ass! Even if we all team up, we're still no match for them. At this point, someone noticed something amiss, and started talking about it. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Clearly, they agree with this point as well. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, was speaking to everyone. We'll just stroll around for a bit, and then leave quickly. Han Shaofeng was like this, and so was Yin Ting. These bodyguards knew they were no match for Han Shaofeng. Now that Han Shaofeng has said so, it's no big deal for them to wait a little longer. Alright, in that case, you can go ahead and explore. We'll follow behind you. As one of the bodyguards spoke, Han Shaofeng nodded. Yes, thank you. After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he and Yin Ting went together. After all, no matter what, Han Shaofeng had taken away Yin Ting's most precious possession. In truth, Han Shaofeng still felt somewhat apologetic about this matter. So now, if it's possible to make amends, then Han Shaofeng certainly wouldn't mind doing so. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Yin Ting took his arm. Okay, let's go. Yin Ting was very happy, as this was the first time she had been like this with Han Shaofeng. So, Yin Ting is now secretly pondering where she should go next. As for Han Shaofeng, for some reason, he vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 78. Remember, there will be no second time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Wenfa looked around at the people around him, wondering how they should handle the current situation. How could Chao Wenfa not understand? However, upon seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Chao Wenfa's face. So, has the person come out yet? Chao Wenfa's words were met with nods of agreement from those around him. Yes, boss, that woman has come out, but there are still many people behind her. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it won't be so simple if we really want to take action. Chao Wenfa's men spoke to this side with some concern. Chao Wenfa, on the other hand, didn't think any of these things would actually cause any problems. Haha, what's the big deal? It's fine if they don't come. If they're coming, then let's take them all down. When Chao Wenfa said these words, those around him took a deep breath. This was something none of them had expected at all. But upon closer examination, they realized that it did seem to be true. So now, instead of worrying, they are even looking forward to it. If that's really the case, then it's entirely possible. Yes, who can argue with that? In that case, I think we should all get these things sorted out as soon as possible.
Yes, as long as we capture Ting, then everything else will be a sure thing. As they spoke, these people began to talk. It's clear that we need to figure out what to do next. In truth, they know perfectly well what to do. But now, after discussing it, these people have decided to take action. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, strolled along the street with Ting. For Han Shaofeng, the current relationship with Ting, which is like that of a couple, is indeed very good. However, for some reason, Han Shaofeng still felt somewhat worried. Strange, what's going on here? Here, however, Han Shaofeng's gaze shifted and instinctively fell upon what was in front of him. Given the current situation, how could Han Shaofeng not know how to handle it? But here, Han Shaofeng had a playful smile on his face. By now, Han Shaofeng has a general understanding of what's going on here. Upgrade successful, now with enhanced sensory capabilities. Suddenly, a voice rang in Han Shaofeng's mind. Upon hearing this, Han Shaofeng subconsciously looked into the distance. Han Shaofeng quickly figured out the reason behind all of this. After all, what happened next was indeed very strange. Shaofeng, what's wrong? Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Ting's beautiful eyes showed a hint of curiosity, and she subconsciously asked a question. Slowly, after Ting said those words, Han Shaofeng finally came to his senses. Don't you think that things are very wrong right now? When Han Shaofeng said these words, Ting became increasingly curious. What exactly is going on? As for the current situation, the others are convinced that Han Shaofeng is plotting something. There's an ambush nearby, everyone be careful. Han Shaofeng simply spoke out about what he had felt. Ting naturally believed in Han Shaofeng. However, the bodyguards behind him were filled with distrust towards Han Shaofeng. After all, Han Shaofeng and they have always been in an adversarial relationship here. So now, they all looked on with suspicion, thinking that Han Shaofeng had done this on purpose. At this moment, Han Shaofeng saw that they didn't believe him. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. But I think you'll find out what's going on soon enough. When Han Shaofeng saw this, it was clear how to resolve the situation. Actually, I didn't think there would be any problems with anything else. After watching for a while, Han Shaofeng remained very calm. Aren't you going to come out already? Now, this is your last chance. If you don't come out now, I'm leaving. Han Shaofeng's words immediately threw those hiding in the shadows into a panic. What to do? Such a great opportunity. Are we going to miss out on this opportunity? If that's the case, then without a doubt, it's absolutely unacceptable. So naturally, they felt they had to seize this opportunity and do something. Superior. The leader said something, and the others rushed forward without prior arrangement. Those who had initially harbored some doubts about Han Shaofeng now realized what was going on. What Han Shaofeng said before was all true. Protect the young lady. As soon as one of the bodyguards finished speaking, the group arrived quickly without saying a word. When Han Shaofeng saw this, he said to Ting, "Be careful, I'll go and take care of these people first." After speaking, Han Shaofeng increased his speed and quickly attacked directly in front of him. Han Shaofeng's speed suddenly began to increase. At this moment, how could these people possibly be a match for Han Shaofeng? Soon, they were on the verge of collapse and were in a continuous retreat. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, said to the people around him, "These are definitely not simple. Our top priority now is to find out who is behind them." After hearing what Han Shaofeng said, these people nodded in agreement. In fact, upon closer examination, this is something that is inevitable to do. Therefore, they were all very confident of victory. Ting, on the other hand, was still very worried about Han Shaofeng. "Shaofeng, be careful." Han Shaofeng nodded and rushed forward. In Han Shaofeng's eyes, what are these people? However, now that Han Shaofeng has this powerful weapon, he is now basically invincible. So, when Han Shaofeng saw this, at this moment, Han Shaofeng remained remarkably calm. "Humph, no need to hide anymore, I've already found you." What Han Shaofeng said was true, he had indeed seen it. At this moment, they are hiding in the shadows.
Chow Wenfa's heart skipped a beat. Things are developing so fast here that it has completely exceeded my expectations. This even made Chow Wenfa himself start to worry. Chapter 79. Then I'll see you off. Seeing this scene before him, Han Shaofeng remained quite calm. I've already told you, why won't you believe me? When Han Shaofeng said those words, it felt as if a slap had suddenly landed on someone's face. Even before this, everyone else had fully anticipated it. But here, it's clear that it's still completely unexpected. At this moment, Han Shaofeng didn't feel that these problems were actually nothing. Alright, now that we've discovered it, then I'll see you off. As Han Shaofeng spoke, Chow Wenfa was surprised to see this. After all, he had no idea that things would turn out this way. But how should we handle this situation? In Chow Wenfa's view, there was nothing he could do but go all out from there. You've gone too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Now that things have come to this, don't blame me for being impolite. Upon seeing this, Chow Wenfa quickly increased his speed and swiftly arrived in front of him. However, this was still the case for Chow Wenfa. At this moment, Han Shaofeng stood in front of Chow Wenfa, watching everything unfold with an indifferent expression. This is unnecessary. Upon seeing Chow Wenfa's sudden attack, Han Shaofeng quickly dodged and then directly struck Chow Wenfa with his blade. At this point, Chow Wenfa collapsed in a pool of blood and died on the spot. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, calmly observed everything unfolding before him. That indifferent expression made it seem as if he had done something insignificant. However, the others were increasingly surprised as they watched. This was something that had completely taken them by surprise. The bodyguards who rushed over, in particular, had already recognized Chow Wenfa's identity. My God, this isn't Chow Wenfa, that incredibly skilled assassin. Yes, I recognized him too, and just now, he was taken down in a single move. It's simply unbelievable. Before this, who among us could have imagined that things would turn out this way? As they sat with the people in front of them, they all continued to talk. Clearly, they are all still very shocked and incredulous. Yinting didn't seem to care much about these things. As a woman, she naturally hoped that the person she loved was all right. This is exactly what she wanted to see. Shaofeng, how are you? Are you all right? When Yinting came to Han Shaofeng's side, she looked at him with great concern and asked him a question. Han Shaofeng, on the other hand, waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern whatsoever. It's nothing, it's just the beginning. These are all minor matters. As Han Shaofeng spoke, he looked at Yinting again. Seeing Yinting's worry, Han Shaofeng then spoke. I'm sorry for making you worry. However, you should still be more careful from now on. I think these people are all after you. As soon as Han Shaofeng said those words, Yinting realized it too. But now, Yinting suddenly doesn't know where to begin. If it weren't for Han Shaofeng this time, then who knows, something really might have happened. Therefore, Yinting now feels even more grateful to Han Shaofeng. Are you saying that you didn't orchestrate this? You orchestrated all of this on purpose, and now you're here to kill people and cover your tracks? At this moment, one of the bodyguards suddenly spoke to Han Shaofeng. After he finished speaking, Han Shaofeng turned to look at the bodyguard. Do you know that if you weren't a bodyguard for the Yin family, you would probably be dead by now, just for saying those words? Han Shaofeng's face was cold as he spoke. The bodyguard standing in front of Han Shaofeng felt a sudden jolt of fear in his heart. In fact, just now, when Han Shaofeng looked at him, he really felt as if he were already dead. However, here, Yinting, looking in this direction, didn't forget to speak. Stop guessing, it's definitely not Shaofeng, I believe him. When Yinting said this, Han Shaofeng felt a sense of relief. Actually, Han Shaofeng hadn't expected this at all. However, upon closer reflection, this was actually entirely within expectations. After watching for a while, Han Shaofeng waved his hand and said, Go back first, be careful during this time. You'd better be careful, there's a good chance this was done by one of your own people. When Han Shaofeng said these words, the bodyguards were deeply moved. However, he ultimately did not say these words. At that moment, Han Shaofeng glanced at his watch. It's about time. We'll go pick up Deng Lingxue from get off work then. Looking at it this way, it really is a perfect day. Han Shaofeng was full of anticipation for all of this. However, just as Han Shaofeng was pondering these things, he heard a commotion coming from nearby. Humph, you woman, I've been pursuing you for so long, and you actually dare to reject my advances. Today you have to agree, whether you want to or not. As the voice rang out, Han Shaofeng was slightly taken aback. What exactly is going on here? The sound of this audio always feels like a live broadcast. Although he wasn't sure if that was the case, Han Shaofeng felt that since he was already there, he might as well go and take a look. Moreover, for some reason, Han Shaofeng always felt that the voice sounded very familiar. It's like I've heard it somewhere before. When Han Shaofeng looked closely, he finally recognized it. It's her, Du Lanlan? The woman Han Shaofeng saw when he was at the Li family's house. However, Han Shaofeng seemed to find these things quite amusing. Du Lanlan was very angry. After all, she hadn't accepted the young man's advances. Moreover, Duran has always kept her distance from him. What made him believe that Duran had always agreed? But now, what should we do? Du Lanlan felt somewhat unhappy as she thought about this. What time is it? Why isn't there even a hero here to save the damsel in distress? No wonder all of these people are single. Du Lanlan was truly disappointed that no one came to help with such a great opportunity. However, not long after, Du Lanlan saw a familiar figure. It's him! At least, I'm quite satisfied with Chapter 80. Darling, I'm here. Du Lanlan waved over and spoke directly. As soon as Du Lanlan finished speaking, Liang Jigang frowned. Du Lanlan became increasingly excited as she read about this. As for Han Shaofeng, who had arrived, he also found it quite interesting. What a coincidence! Han Shaofeng smiled slightly and spoke to the person in front of him. Liang Jigang was very displeased with Han Shaofeng. After all, Liang Jigang never imagined things would turn out this way. However, Han Shaofeng appeared very calm and casual here. Since we've already met, let's go together. Han Shaofeng thought that since they knew each other anyway, he would help her out of the predicament. However, Liang Jigang was very unhappy. Especially after seeing Han Shaofeng, Liang Jigang felt a serious threat. After all, it's really rare to see someone as handsome and charismatic as Han Shaofeng. So now, Liang Jigang feels that he should teach Han Shaofeng a lesson. Let Duran see for herself who is the most capable. Hey kid, stop right there. Do you know that she is the woman I like? Liang Jigang pointed at Han Shaofeng and spoke directly to them. But Han Shaofeng had never encountered anything like this before. At this moment, he was speaking very casually. What do these things have to do with me? This guy's not right in the head. Let's go eat. Han Shaofeng glanced around, appearing very calm, and said something to the person in front of him, seemingly unintentionally. As Han Shaofeng finished speaking, he looked at what was in front of him again. For Han Shaofeng, deciding what to do next is even more inevitable. Liang Jigang frowned. Kid, stop right there. How dare he say I'm not smart? Give him a good beating. As soon as Liang Jigang finished speaking, those around him sped up even more, heading straight for the object in front of them. As these people surged forward, they arrived here in the blink of an eye. However, Han Shaofeng was quite helpless in front of him. Sai, why are you so stubborn? Seeing Han Shaofeng like this, Du Lanlan wasn't worried at all. After all, the fact that Han Shaofeng had severely punished the Li family guards was still fresh in everyone's minds. How could Liang Jigang and his men possibly be a match for Han Shaofeng? So very quickly, these people were defeated one after another. In the blink of an eye, these people fell one after another. When Han Shaofeng approached Liang Jigang was still in a daze. How is this possible? When Liang Jigang said this, Han Shaofeng found it amusing. However, Han Shaofeng seemed indifferent to all of this. Nothing is impossible. You should have seen it by now.
Is there anything else you want to say? I'll give you that chance.
Previously, Liang Jigang had been arrogant and wanted to do something. At this moment, his pride has been completely shattered. In the current situation, even if he wanted to continue, what could he do? Liang Jigang looked at what was in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said,
"Humph, do you know who my dad is? If you dare to mess with me, I'll..."
Before Liang Jigang could finish speaking, Han Shaofeng slapped him on the back of the head.
"Humph, I don't care who your father is. If you have nothing to do, get lost."
After Han Shaofeng finished speaking, Liang Jigang glanced at him and fled as if he were escaping. After resolving these issues, Han Shaofeng glanced at the time and sighed.
Alas, it's too late.
Originally, Han Shaofeng planned to resolve the matter here. Then, I went straight to have a romantic candlelight dinner with Deng Lingxue. But judging from the current pace, Han Shaofeng knew that it was completely impossible. However, Deng Lanlan, who was standing next to Han Shaofeng, was very happy when she thought of this.
No, at least I'm very satisfied.
Deng Lanlan was still thinking about when she could have a chance encounter with Han Shaofeng. But looking back now, Deng Lanlan really admires her own luck. But now that we've already encountered it, Deng Lanlan, then, will absolutely not miss such a good opportunity this time, no matter what.
What's wrong with you?
Seeing Deng Lanlan like this, Han Shaofeng couldn't help but feel curious. No matter how you look at it, Deng Lanlan seems very strange.
It's nothing, I just thought it was such a coincidence. How about I treat you to dinner?
When Deng Lanlan looked at Han Shaofeng, she couldn't help but blink twice. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we can also take Han Shaofeng down with us. Han Shaofeng, however, was unaware of what Deng Lanlan was thinking. However, after hearing what Deng Lanlan said, Han Shaofeng was indeed a little hungry.
Let's go, I know a nice hotel nearby. No, the restaurant, let's go try it.
Deng Lanlan blinked at Han Shaofeng, not forgetting to say something. Han Shaofeng found it strange to hear Deng Lanlan say that. Did she just say something strange and then go inside?
Hotel?
It must be a restaurant. I'm hungry anyway, so I'll go eat there. However, looking at Deng Lanlan like this, Han Shaofeng always felt that something was strange.
So, is it possible to have this meal in a friendly and peaceful manner?
Han Shaofeng had many doubts. However, looking at Deng Lanlan like this, Han Shaofeng felt that there shouldn't be any problems.
Forget it, why think so much?
Deng Lanlan, on the other hand, was completely different. Deng Lanlan was already thinking about what she needed to prepare later.
This is the first man I've ever liked. I'm going to get him today, no matter what. However, it might hurt a lot later, so painkillers are absolutely necessary.
As Deng Lanlan thought about these things, her resolve grew stronger. That's right, that's exactly it. I believe Han Shaofeng will soon understand just how wonderful Deng Lanlan is. She would be an extremely considerate and perfect girlfriend. Deng Lanlan wanted Han Shaofeng to know that she was different from the other women around him.
Very well, now that it's settled, you won't be able to escape my grasp today.
Seeing Deng Lanlan's reaction, Han Shaofeng asked curiously.
Strange, what are you doing reaching out your hand?
Deng Lanlan came to her senses. At this moment, her pretty face was flushed, as if Han Shaofeng had discovered her secret. Deng Lanlan said calmly,
It's nothing, there's nothing there. I just suddenly thought of something, let's go eat.